Chapter 47. Kakashi's Choice. Both of them were silently walking in the forest as the bright moonlight shined from the sky. Itachi was as stoic as ever, but the interesting thing was that the man didn't even have a scratch on his clothes after such a fierce battle. His eyes curiously observed his silent partner. Ever since they destroyed the Sky Country Ninja a few hours ago, his partner had not uttered a word. He was just traveling silently beside Itachi, and this surprised the older Uchiha because as far as he knew Naruto, he was not a person who could be so silent for hours. Eventually, Itachi's curiosity got him. "What's on your mind?" asked Itachi silently. His partner had his face mask on, so it was impossible for Itachi to gauge his state of mind. Naruto just gave an awkward shrug as he continued walking forward, but Itachi had other plans. "You're tired, let's rest for a while." "No, it's fine. I have to reach the orphanage by morning." Itachi didn't give any reply to Naruto's lie and went ahead to sit in the shade of a tree. Naruto watched Itachi for a few moments, but finally a tired sigh escaped from his lips when he realized Itachi had not fallen for his lie. He slowly went ahead and sat in the shade beside Itachi, as both of them observed the beautiful, shining moon in the sky. It is never easy being an Anbu. We have to endure and perform things which normal people cannot imagine in their wildest dreams. "A true shinobi is the one who protects from the shadows," explained Itachi sagely. "I know that, but my entire life I have fought for Konoha in the shadows, never expecting anything in return." "Itachi, is it wrong if I want to leave the shadows and live in the light?" asked Naruto hesitantly, as his partner looked at him briefly for a few seconds until a small smirk appeared on his face. "You have a girl?" asked Itachi bemusedly, and he was proved right when Naruto's eyes portrayed his embarrassed feelings clearly. Even if his face mask was preventing Itachi from seeing the blush on his face, he knew he had hit on the right spot. "Hi." Naruto's reply was short and honest, but his calm and gentle tone clearly described he cared about this person deeply. It is a choice which each person has to make for himself. If you want to live a peaceful life as a regular shinobi, then it is up to you to choose it. But being an Anbu is the only thing I know of, and there are always enemies waiting to harm the village. Won't it be selfish of me to seek personal happiness over the village?" For a second Itachi's eyes widened in shock until they regained their stoic look again. So, he was the same as him. The questions Naruto was asking right now were the same questions he had asked himself, before choosing his path. He had no obligation to help Naruto, but Shisui had helped him when he was at such a point, and Itachi didn't know why, but he felt it was his duty in helping Naruto choose his path. "Yes and no." "Nani?" asked Naruto in confusion. "It is selfish of you to desire light by avoiding the duties you can perform as Anbu. But, it is also right if you think about yourself as a person who has dreams and people whom he loves. Because in the end, we are humans." "Itachi. Naruto, I am the prime example of what awaits you if you choose to stay in Anbu Black Ops. Most of the people who join Anbu don't survive, but those who do remain alive never end up the same. Nobody leaves Anbu as the person they were before they joined, but each and every one of us can at least have that satisfaction that we gave all we had and executed our duty towards the nation and the village, even in face of death." "So, you are saying that the path which I am following is the correct one?" asked Naruto curiously, but Itachi shook his head in disapproval. "It is not my place to decide, every human is different. Maybe staying in Anbu is the right choice for you, maybe leaving the service and being closer to the ones you love is the right choice, and you should not consider those feelings as selfish. I see in the end Danzo did twist your personal feelings no matter how much you deny it." A frown came on Naruto's face as he felt a little assaulted. He was in complete control of his emotions, there was no way Danzo screwed his head. "That's not true, I made all the decisions on my own accord," said Naruto vehemently. "No, it's completely the opposite. Think about all the things you did, whether they be good or bad. For whom did you perform them?" asked Itachi flatly, and as a machine the answer flew right out of Naruto's mouth. "Konoha." "Whom did you kill your root comrades for?" "Konoha." "For whom did you lie and betray the people you loved?" "Konoha." "Who is more important, Konoha or your nakama, friends?" "Kono." Itachi sadly watched as the young boy's eyes widened in shock and horror. The truth of his life was presented right in front of his eyes. From the moment Itachi had seen his eyes, he had realized the path which Naruto had chosen was forced upon him. Just as being a Jinchuriki was forced upon him by his father himself. He had observed the boy since the past few weeks, and there were very interesting things he learned about Naruto. Whenever he was near Nono, Haku and the orphanage kids, he was his natural self, and he was truly happy. But whenever he was on missions, Itachi saw and felt the burden he was carrying over his shoulders. He was an Anbu not by choice, but by force. This is called as brainwashing, a common trait seen in majority of Anbu Black Ops and more so in Root. Every decision you made was due to the purpose of protecting Konoha at any cost, no matter your personal feelings. This was what Danzo taught, right? Asked Itachi sharply. What are you saying? Asked a petrified Naruto, even his hands had started shaking. Danzo really did a subtle job on you. Those ideals he implanted in your head lead you to this day, even if you think you did all the things on your own beliefs. The truth is you were always following the ideals of protecting Konoha no matter the costs. And in your case, the cost was your own happiness and of those people you loved, said Itachi truthfully. No. It's not true, I only wanted to protect my friends, yelled Naruto angrily. Did your actions save them or hurt them? Answer me honestly from your heart, whether the choices you made helped the people you love or made them suffer? Asked Itachi sadly. Naruto was just about to answer instantly, when Kurenai's tears came flooding back in his mind. The pain Kakashi, Anko, Sasuke and Sakura had felt. Konohamaru, he freezed in shock, that kid looked up to him as a real brother. All this time, he did what he thought was right without even thinking about how the poor boy was feeling? His shoulders slumped in defeat. All this time he had done everything believing his actions were right, without even caring about the people he loved. In order to save them from Danzo and Orochimaru, he had become like them, by manipulating and lying to his precious people. Naruto, I have no right to tell you whether your actions were good or bad, because I am guilty as well. Even I have become such a person, but there is a difference between us. You can still go back, and live the rest of your life on your own terms. Live freely, think about your happiness, your desires, your love. Itachi was quite surprised when Naruto wrapped him in a tight brotherly hug, as a small tear slipped from his eyes. Thank you, I finally realized what I must do. You're a good friend, said Naruto happily, as Itachi's eyes dropped in shame. The older Uchiha tried to hug Naruto back, but his hands felt heavy. The weight of wiping out Rei's memories from Naruto's mind were haunting him. Even if he was saving Naruto from becoming another Danzo, he realized he himself was becoming one. First Sasuke, and now Naruto. Itachi cursed himself. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked up to him and he had betrayed them both in the name of Konoha. His father was right when he said that his suffering would be way worse than his parents'. Just how long was he going to say lies? Just how long would he betray the people who trusted him? Kuso! Screamed Itachi loudly in his mind. This pain was becoming unbearable for him. Seeing Naruto had made him question himself and his actions. A thing which never crossed his mind all these years. Looking at Naruto made Itachi realize that he was toying with people's lives and affecting them badly. In the name of protecting Sasuke, he had screwed up his brother in ways worse than anyone could imagine. If not for Naruto, he feared what maniac Sasuke would have become. Just when would he stop playing God? Today Itachi Uchiha had realized something which he was not able to understand his entire life. Naruto quickly broke the hug and before Itachi could respond he offered his hand to his partner, as a curious look appeared on Itachi's face. I forgot to ask, would you be my friend? Asked Naruto sheepishly, as a small sweat drop appeared on Itachi's face. Didn't you just say, that I was a good friend? Replied Itachi in confusion, as Naruto comically fell flat on the ground. Sigh, that was so lame, cried Naruto as fake tears fell from his eyes, but then he heard something which shocked him to the core. His eyes shifted upward and he was shocked when he saw Itachi laughing. Was Kemi fucking him again? Itachi Uchiha, the biggest stoic emo of the Uchiha clan, was laughing? Even the gods could fall from heaven, but Itachi, laughing? Itachi noticed his partner's gobsmacked expression as a light blush came on his face, which quickly faded away behind his stoic look. It had been so many years, since he had laughed this much. What? And nothing, it's getting late. Hey, Itachi, let's race back to the orphanage? Asked Naruto excitedly, as he subtly tried to avoid embarrassing himself but was miserably failing. I have no interest in such petty things, said Itachi flatly, as a small tick mark formed on Naruto's forehead. Too bad, I heard Nono got a lot of Pocky for the kids. If you had one, I would have given you a lot of it, said Naruto slyly, and a mischievous grin spread on his face as a tempting look appeared in Itachi's eyes. A chibi Naruto did a small victory dance inside his head, when Itachi gave a small hesitant nod while his face clearly showed how embarrassed he was. Damn you, Sasuke cursed Itachi comically, as his little brother had told Naruto his greatest weakness. Konoha, Uchiha compound. Sasuke lightly sneezed as his voice echoed in the empty room. He wondered who the hell was remembering or cursing him at midnight. But he quickly ignored such useless thoughts, as his eyes were fixed on the large world map that he had placed at the center of the room. It was a map of the shinobi world, and all the hidden villages, whether they be large or small, were highlighted on the map. There were 2 small dots placed on Iwa, 1 on Suna, 2 on Kumo, 1 on Taki, while there were 3 random dots all over the world. For days he had been working in secret in order to devise this plan. He had no allies to help in this quest to rid the cursed world of shinobi, which caused only suffering and pain to people. Every step had to be taken with proper planning and consideration to avoid all the risks and increase possibility of success. Sasuke knew he was not a young Jonin anymore, nor he was a brat who dreamed of revenge. If Konoha could do such a thing to Naruto, what was to say if his brother was not another victim of their cursed world? Seeing Kuji's death had strengthened his resolve to cleanse the world of shinobi. He didn't care what others would think about his actions. It was true that in this world those who had power could do anything. And Sasuke had a power, and with it he would change the fate of the world forever. He stepped forward towards the map as his fingers traced towards the single dot on Suna. If this plan is to succeed, I need to gather all of them. But before that I will need the Rinnegan. However, those eyes can only be obtained by combining the Uchiha and Senju blood. There is only one Senju left in this world, and with my current power it would be really difficult to take her on, said Sasuke frustratedly. So many difficulties, but he was determined to do this. His eyes shifted to a small family portrait. His father was standing proudly with his hand resting firmly on Itachi's shoulders, while his mother Mikoto had her hands placed on a smiling younger version of himself. I've tried, I have tried everything, Ka-chan. I wanted to believe that there was hope for a little happiness in this cruel world. I lost all of you to this world, and I lost myself in revenge. But he came along, a man who I call my brother. Naruto gave me purpose, he brought light in my life, and I finally believed that I could find happiness again, but this world took my brother away from me. It destroyed my savior, and I couldn't do anything to save him, just as I could not do anything to save you. Tears freely slipped from his eyes. He hated this. He hated being alone, and he hated the shinobi world for stealing his last remaining family from him. But now I realize what must be done. Even if the entire world turns against me, even if people call me a monster, a traitor, I will not stop. I will sever the curse our ancestors laid upon us. This is the path I have chosen. The Rikudo Sennin taught humans ninjutsu, which led to creation of shinobi. Now I will purge this curse. Today Saizen begins. Flames of Amaterasu engulfed the map as it slowly turned to ash, signaling the beginning of the Holy War. Next day, Kurenai's apartment. She silently watched the rising sun in the sky. It was really a very beautiful scene. The past few days had been very difficult for everyone in Konoha. The rookies were still trying to get over Kuji's death. Kurenai had to admit, when they had embarked on the mission she knew there would be casualties, but this fact was not known to the rookies, and they paid the price. The Hokage was trying to find a suitable replacement for Kuji, but so far he had not found one. However, something good did emerge from their mission in Wave. After analyzing the performance of each of the rookies and the desperate need for reformation in their team tactics, Hiruzen had reinstated Hinata into Kakashi's team, going back on his previous decision of sending her to the hospital to work as a medic. Kakashi had personally requested her to be reinstated in the team. He believed she had potential to overcome her fears and become a valuable asset. So after a formal discussion with Hiashi, which was more of an order by the Hokage, the young girl had been given another chance to prove herself, and so far she was trying her best. Surprisingly, Sakura had been accepted as an apprentice of Shizune Kato, who happened to be Tsunade Senju's only student. Yes, I never saw that coming. At least Team 7 is moving on with their lives, except Sasuke, thought Kurenai suspiciously. She had visited the boy's house along with Sakura and Anko, but he was nowhere to be found. However, the boy had turned up for an urgent C-rank mission with the team, but something was off about him. Kurenai had seen the look in his eyes. He was still hurt, and all of them had tried to help him, but he flatly rejected any help from them. She really wished Naruto's mission to end soon, so that he could return to the village and help his lost brother and guide him on the right path. He had told her that Hiruzen did have a plan to bring him back to the village without revealing the truth of his mission, and she really hoped that it was true. She idly wondered how both of them could repair the damage in their relationship. There were severe breaches of trust on numerous occasions, which were mostly on Naruto's side, but she knew he was just following orders, just as she had followed orders during Yakumo's sealing. But she could never deny the fact that both of them loved each other. She had tried damn hard to get Naruto out of her life but had miserably failed. Over these years he had gained a special place in her heart, which no one would ever be able to replace. When he comes back, what should I say to him? He has asked for a chance to make things right, and even if everything was not his fault, we still cannot just continue our relationship from the same point before he embarked on his mission. First of all, I would like if he quit Anbu and totally became a member of Team 7, it would help him start a fresh new life away from the lies and deception that Anbu makes him perform. Thought Kurenai in detail. She quickly took out a piece of paper from a nearby drawer and noted down this thought. She knew Naruto was very indecisive in some aspects of his life and it was her job to help him in any way possible, plus even she wanted him to be with her. We should also buy a house of our own. In all these years we have never stayed together under one roof. Maybe this is the reason I do not know many aspects about him. His apartment is way too isolated and far away from the main districts of Konoha. He really did want to keep himself isolated, but not anymore. If he wants us to make a fresh start, he will have to consider these matters. By staying together, I can get to know him more personally and help him deal with the traumas of his past. That baka always tries to be a hero and hides his pain. A person bemusedly watched as Kurenai wrote down all her thoughts, and it brought a small smile on his face. Yo! Kurenai was a little surprised when she turned around and saw Kakashi standing outside her window. You do know that there is a door, right? Asked Kurenai in an irritated tone, as the man just gave her an embarrassed smile. Now she understood where Naruto got those idiotic traits. Staying with Kakashi for so many years did have an impact on his personality. In many ways he was an exact replica of Kakashi himself. She quickly opened the window of her apartment allowing the man to enter. So what brings you here? Kurenai was a little intrigued when Kakashi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and was desperately trying to avoid meeting her gaze. Well, you see, Anko asked me to become more social and stop being a loner. Go men, but she specifically requested that I get to know her friends, said Kakashi sarcastically, and a tired sigh escaped from his lips when Kurenai started laughing out loud. Kami, I never thought I would live to see this day. Tell me, how persuasive was she? Asked Kurenai evilly, as he sulked in a corner. Well, I wonder if sending 24 snakes to bite of my balls off is her way of being persuasive, whined Kakashi, as Kurenai laughed more and more. Are you going to help me or not? Hi, come, let's have some tea. You can tell me what my best friend is doing to mess up your life, said Kurenai jokingly. Kakashi watched intently as Kurenai prepared tea for him. There was a more deeper reason for him being here. It was his duty to help Naruto, and there was only one person in the world who could help the boy when the biggest betrayal of his life would be revealed. It was true that Anko had asked him to become more social, but he was here for more serious reasons. He gave Kurenai a thankful smile as she offered him tea and some snacks. She was wearing a dark black t-shirt and light blue pants, and he figured she would be going somewhere today. Kakashi saw her looking at him intently, and moments later he realized this was his cue to start the conversation. So, what have you been up to these days? Ever since Wave? Nothing much, looking over reports of the squad. Honestly, I'm really pissed that Gato died before we could get anything out of him. It makes the whole mission pointless. So many of our comrades died. He noticed the frustration evident in her voice, a feeling which he shared too. Orochimaru had really been careful with his plans, and as a last resort he had placed a special curse seal on Gato which activated when Inoiki tried to enter his mind, to discover further secrets. Fortunately, Inoiki didn't suffer any injury other than a major headache. But it was a clear warning, that their enemy knew they were coming. You think Orochimaru had a hand in this? Asked Kurenai suddenly, and her assumption were proved right when she saw the shock in his eyes. How did you? So, you knew his truth all this time. Tell me, Kakashi, how long have you been lying on Hiruzen's behalf? Asked Kurenai flatly. She saw a tired sigh escaping from his lips. He closed his eyes for a few moments in order to get over the shock. This definitely changed his plans, both for better and worse. Let me guess, he was in Wave and was the one who told you the real truth of his mission? Hi. Kurenai, I didn't know about this before the Hokage summoned all of us to his office. I had to resort to drastic measures to get the truth out of him, and believe me, it was one of the most dangerous things I ever did. It was never my intention to lie. Clarified Kakashi honestly. But you still lied. Forget about me, How would Anko feel when you hid such a grave truth about the man whom she loved as her brother? Asked Kurenai flatly. What would you think would happen? Naruto is after Orochimaru, the man who ruined Anko's life. If she knew what Naruto is doing, and Hiruzen ordered him to do so, the very first thing she would do is attack Hiruzen, the goddamn Hokage. Explained Kakashi loudly, as realization dawned on Kurenai. Why, you're right, she doesn't think clearly regarding any matter concerning Orochimaru. She does not. Look, I will deal with her personally, but right now we need to prepare our comrades for a war. Orochimaru is up to something. Hiruzen mentioned the man had plans to invade Konoha. Kurenai, it means an all-out war with a Sannin and his army. Even if Naruto is doing his job, we have to do our parts too, said Kakashi seriously, as she gave him a firm nod. I'm sorry, I was not thinking clearly, said Kurenai apologetically, as he just smiled in return. It's okay, what did Naruto tell you? Was he okay? Asked Kakashi worriedly, as a sad look appeared on her face. He's lonely, tired, and his heart is filled with regret. Kakashi, do you know why I was so hell-bent on killing him the past few weeks? You were pissed, and were not in control of your emotions. It was natural, said Kakashi soothingly, as she shook her head in disapproval. It was not. When I met him in Wave, he told me that he had placed a genjutsu on me, ordering me to kill him after the mission is completed. Kakashi felt as if the ground beneath him had split in two. Was the damage so brutal? If this was Naruto's state of mind, and if by any chance he regained his memories of Rei, then it would be a disaster. Hiruzen was out of his mind. Instead of trusting in Naruto to deal with Rei's loss, he had done something inhuman. And it was all up to him alone, to reveal the truth to Naruto, and in a way that would save everyone from going through another Kyuubi attack. And there was only one person who could save Naruto from going berserk. Kakashi knew Kurenai was the only one who could calm Naruto down and help him deal with the loss of his daughter. He would rather trust in Naruto to handle such tragedy, than play a part in betraying the boy. Naruto was his family, and there was no way in hell he would betray him. Damn it, his state of mind is worse than I predicted. Kurenai, you must understand his position. When Naruto was a kid, he was a bag full of emotions, but everything changed when he joined Danzo. The traumas he went changed him, but he loved you more than anything. I know what he did was not right, said Kakashi frustratedly. Kakashi, this is not something I can easily forget. How can I just pretend when the man I loved ordered me to kill him? Asked Kurenai angrily, as her hands gripped her teacup more tightly. I know what you mean. Look, there are some things you can forgive and there are things which you can't, said Kakashi calmly. Which one is this? Asked Kurenai sadly. That's something which you've got to figure out for yourself. Hi. Silence prevailed between them as Kurenai tried to digest the thing which Kakashi had just told her now. Kakashi briefly watched as she tried to sort out her feelings. If she decided to give Naruto a chance to redeem himself, then he would move ahead with his plan, and if not, I will give him a chance to make things right. But this time, we will do things my way, said Kurenai fiercely, as a wide smile came on his face. Sure thing, Kurenai, I know Naruto told you the entire truth, but there is something he failed to mention. Rather, he had no memory of that truth of his life at that time, said Kakashi mysteriously. What the hell are you talking about? Asked Kurenai in a confused tone, as a serious look appeared in his eyes. I need your help in making things right for Naruto. You are the only person who can do this, but I want you to know that you might even lose your life in this task, said Kakashi truthfully. Kakashi, cut the riddles. I will help Naruto in any way. Despite our differences, he is the man I fell in love with, said Kurenai passionately. What I'm about to tell you is one of the most top secret information of our village. The night when Naruto attacked Root, he came across a little girl who was a Root Anbu. Started Kakashi slowly, he had to make everything clear to her. What does this girl have to do with Naruto? Asked Kurenai curiously. Orochimaru had worked with Danzo in the past. That maniac never trusted Naruto, and he created a replacement for him in case Naruto betrayed him. Was this girl you mentioned the replacement? I fail to grasp how a little girl could be as important as Naruto, said Kurenai suspiciously, as a frown etched on her face. Something was not right. She was Naruto's daughter, Rei Uchiha. And now she's dead. With Naruto. He silently walked in the small field of the forest. Itachi had went off towards Iwa saying he needed to check on something, but Naruto knew the older Uchiha was embarrassed when he lost the race. His mind was currently preoccupied with thoughts of what Itachi had told him. There were many things in his life which he was not in complete control of. However, he sensed something which made him freeze in shock. This chakra? Thought Kurama seriously, just who was this? His dark blue eyes spotted a person walking out of the shadows. Chapter 48. Meetings. Naruto slowly unsheathed his sword as his eyes picked up a person emerging from the forest, and it seemed this person was a ninja as his chakra level were clearly of Jounin level or even higher. But the alarming thing was that several other chakra of similar magnitude levels were converging on his position from all sides. It only meant one thing. Ambush. Naruto, there are 20 of them. And their chakra is evil, I can clearly feel it, warned Kurama quickly. I know. The Jinchuriki muttered only these 2 words before he stepped up into the center of the field as 20 shadows rose from the ground. However, what surprised Naruto was the fact that they were Konoha Anbu. Naruto was not able to contemplate the intent of his fellow shinobi, but he could clearly sense something was off about them. There was a foul stench in their chakra, just like Anko had due to her cursed seal. Bingo. His assumptions were proved correct when the Anbu around him started getting absorbed in black marks that were emerging from their necks. And Naruto was not surprised when their chakra levels skyrocketed instantly. While his opponents were undergoing their transformation, Naruto faintly sensed another chakra hiding in the shadows. It was so faint that even he had missed it despite being a sensor. If this person was not coming out, then there were 2 reasons. Either he was waiting for a chance to strike him from the back, or he was the one co-coordinating the ambush. Anyway, one thing was clear to him, that tonight his contact with Orochimaru's forces was now imminent. That leaves me without my Sharingan, thought Naruto seriously, as his enemy's ki increased greatly. Naruto, you will lift your sword against your comrades? Asked Kurama in shock. It pains my heart to fight my brothers, but they have already been lost to darkness. Look at them, Kurama, can you see anything besides an animal? I will free them from this curse. Kurama had to agree with his container's statement when the Anbu's bodies turned blue in color, their hair grew up to their back as their masks cracked to show their demonic faces. Their limbs turned into abnormal shapes resembling claws, swords, and all kinds of monstrosity. He was further surprised when a clone of Naruto popped beside him. Both of them shared a nod and the clone quickly transformed into a hard shield of steel. In all their times, Kurama had seen Naruto fight with a sword, but never had the boy used a shield as a weapon. Naruto sensed his Biju's question and pointed a finger towards his eyes. Without my Sharingan, it will be very difficult for me to predict their moves. Anko mentioned that when she used the cursed seal her power increased 10 times, and I don't want to expose my trump cards like Ryujin Jaka and my Mangekyo right now when someone is watching me from the shadows. I'm Captain Naruto Uchiha of 11th Squad, don't underestimate me. Kakashi trained me to fight even without my Sharingan, explained Naruto briefly. Ah! One of the beasts roared madly before jumping straight on top of Naruto, as the young Anbu captain quickly raised his shield. However, Kurama was astonished when in a blink of an eye the shield was twisted in Naruto's fingers, and instead of colliding head-on with the transformed Anbu, it cut clean through the man's right side of neck as a shower of blood erupted like a fountain. But Naruto was not done as he channeled wind chakra in his sword, and before the wounded beast could even hit the ground he sliced his head off in an instant. Thud. Kurama was stunned by such a display. For years he had thought that his partner was severely handicapped without his Sharingan, however the Anbu captain standing in front of the Biju was proving this assumption wrong. 3 other Anbu charged madly towards Naruto as the boy got into a fighting stance with his shield at front, and his sword ready to parry the incoming attacks. One of the enemies swinged his claws straight towards Naruto in order to shatter his shield, but the boy already ducked and rolled beneath his opponent as a slicing sound was heard in the entire area. The Anbu's entire body was cut clean in half as a bloodied Naruto emerged from beneath the sliced corpse. Naruto quickly blocked another tentacle with his shield, and in a quick motion he twisted his body and reached behind his 3 opponents. Slash. Rule 38, never attack an enemy without a firm footing, it will leave your back open to attacks. Naruto's swords efficiently sliced the 3 cursed seal warriors' neck in a blink of an eye. A single person hiding in the shadows was pleased with such a magnificent display. These were some of his best cursed seal warriors, and Naruto had eliminated them with pure skill. So, the rumors were true, this man's prowess in battle was indeed magnificent. After all, he was the son of the 4th Hokage. So, this was the boy's prowess in Kenjutsu. This person was surprised when Naruto made a hand seal as the entire sky became shrouded with dark clouds, and moments later rain fell down heavily from the sky. Amazing, he can convert water from the air. So, this is one of his special abilities. Another one of his beasts charged towards Naruto with great speed as the boy made another hand seal as his shield transformed into a spear. Naruto quickly grabbed his transformed weapon and channeled fire chakra into it. His dark blue eyes keenly watched his charging opponent, and in a flash he threw the burning spear towards the transformed Anbu. Slash! Kurama couldn't believe his eyes when the spear pierced clean through the beast's skull, and with such a force that sent it tumbling 30 feet away, where the weapon pierced the brains of another 4 beasts before lodging all the bodies in a straight line against a tree as the bodies were quickly engulfed in fire. Another beast charged towards Naruto, however the boy gave a devastating kick to his opponent, pinning him on the ground, as his sword pierced clean through the beast's head and engulfed it in fire. 11 of the transformed cursed seal's warriors were killed by Naruto, and the boy hadn't even used any ninjutsu. He fights as if he is the Hachiman reincarnated. Neither Minato or Kushina had such magnificent skills, thought Kurama proudly. Hachiman was considered to be the god of war and a protector of lands in the era before the Rikudo Sennin, a legend whose tales were even greater than the Rikudo Sennin. Kurama had heard how powerful Hachiman was, and now that he thought about it, the sage's mother never revealed who was the father of Rikudo Sennin. The people of the shinobi world still worshipped Hachiman as the greatest warrior of their world. And seeing Naruto's prowess in battle made Kurama question about the possibility of Hachiman being the sage's father. The Rikudo Sennin often told him and the other tailed beasts about the victorious tales of Hachiman. The most interesting thing was the Sage of Six Paths was considered to be the strongest human born in this world, and his descendants were the 3 famous clan, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. Each of these clans had produced numerous warriors who were considered to be the greatest ninja of their time. Madara and Izuna were legendary warriors of Uchiha clan, while Hashirama and Tobirama were warriors of equal prowess and skill rivaling that of the Uchiha brothers. Even Minato was a great warrior, he was claimed to be the fastest ninja of their world. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki were powerful enough to subdue Kurama himself, the strongest Biju of the world. And now there was Naruto Uchiha, who was the descendant of all these 3 clans, and if Kurama's hypothesis and all the glaring facts of history were proof enough, then Naruto was a son of Hachiman, the god of war himself. Kurama watched as Naruto jumped towards 3 of the cursed warriors and effortlessly severed their heads from their necks. One of the creatures grabbed Naruto from behind, but Naruto grabbed the beast by his hair and lifted him high in the air, followed by thrashing the beast on the ground, spilling his brains on the bloodied grass. The ground was stained with blood and flesh of the 15 dead cursed seal warriors, and the remaining 5 were scared of the boy in front of them. If this is his power in his weakened state, what kind of monster would he become at full strength? The Biju's concerns were proved correct when Naruto made a hand seal and thousands of water needles fell from the sky, quickly slaughtering the remaining enemies, as the rain falling from the sky cleansed Naruto's body from the blood and flesh of his deceased opponents. Naruto quickly performed a set of hand seals and slammed his fingers on the ground, as the disheveled bodies of the dead Anbu were engulfed in flames which quickly burnt them to ashes. Kurama watched silently as Naruto raised his sword towards a tree on the far end of his right side. "Show yourself, coward." The boy's thunderous voice echoed in the entire area as he leaked his enormous ki in order to prove how deadly serious he was. Moments later the sound of clapping reached his ears, as a person emerged from the shadows. This person was wearing a dark purple shirt with a high collar, and a white undershirt beneath it, followed by dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, with a white cloth waistband worn at an angle around his dark purple pants, while his feet were covered by blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. The person was a male who appeared to be in his early 20s, he had onyx eyes and light silver-colored hair that were neatly tied in a ponytail. He was also wearing a strange headband that Naruto had never seen before, while there were a pair of dark glasses through which the person was giving him a sinister look. "You have 10 seconds, talk or die," said Naruto sternly, as the person slowly lifted his hands as a signal for peace. "There is no point for any more bloodshed, I only wish to have a peaceful discussion," said the person slyly. However, Kurama could clearly feel the malicious intent behind his sweet and innocent voice. "By ambushing me in the forest, I fail to fathom how that would prove as a base for a discussion," said Naruto mockingly, as the person pointed his finger on his headband. "That was merely a test to witness your amazing battle prowess. You truly are a warrior of Kami-sama," complimented the person, but Naruto just increased his ki more and more. Both the men glared at each other for a few moments until a sly smile came on the man's face. "You win. My name is Kabuto Yakashi, and I'm a messenger from Orochimaru-sama, one of the 3 great Sannin. If I'm not mistaken, then you harbor a deep hatred for Konoha and he believes we can be of help to each other, said Kabuto smartly, as a small smile came beneath Naruto's face mask. So, the snake had finally made his move. After destruction of Gato and his army, Orochimaru must have suffered a major setback both financially and militarily. And when news of destruction of Sky Ninja would be discovered, then the man's desperation would be beyond limit. But it seemed the snake had become impatient. Itachi was going to take care of the renegade mercenary army of Iwa that Orochimaru wanted to use. Their plan was progressing perfectly, but still he had to act properly or the plan would fail. And what of it? I have no interest in any business with your kind, said Naruto arrogantly. He knew he had to appear difficult to convince or else he might get discovered or make his enemies suspicious. Try to understand, we share the same enemy. Orochimaru also hates Konoha like you, and would like to lend you a hand in getting your revenge for the mistreatment the village gave you, said Kabuto slyly, but he was shocked and angered when Naruto spitted on the ground and started walking away. Fuck off, I have no need for weaklings like you. Kurama was impressed with the boy's acting skills. He practically curb-stomped the proposal from Orochimaru. Now they would be able to know how desperate Orochimaru was. However, the Bijou suddenly felt very uneasy when a victorious look appeared in Kabuto's eyes. Too bad, Naruto-kun, we could have given you your mother Kushina and your daughter back, said Kabuto devilishly, and an excited grin spread across his face when he noticed the shock evident in Naruto's eyes. Kurama felt as if the ground beneath him had shaken. This was not supposed to happen. This was bad, really bad. Naruto had frozen in shock. Not a single part of his body was willing to move. His mind was overwhelmed with two thoughts only: his mother was alive? And he had a daughter too? Kabuto had to instantly duck as Naruto tried to slice his head off. The boy's anger had skyrocketed and the amount of ki he was leaking was making it difficult for Kabuto to breathe, a feat which only Orochimaru was capable of performing till now. I'll fucking kill you for sprouting such lies. My mother is dead and I never had a daughter, said Naruto furiously, as Kabuto shunshined far away from him and now stood on top of a tall tree. It is true that your mother died years ago, but Orochimaru-sama can bring her back. And you are mistaken, you had a daughter whom you never knew, said Kabuto firmly. More lies, nothing can bring the dead back except Edo-tensei. And I won't let my mother be controlled like a puppet, said Naruto vehemently, as Kabuto looked at him seriously. So, he knows about Edo-tensei. Which means he does have the Forbidden Scroll, and seeing his battle prowess and all the information we have obtained from our spies in Konoha, it is true that he is a traitor of Konoha. If I can just maneuver him to our cause, then Konoha would be in ruins. Besides, Orochimaru-sama can bring Kushina back without Edo-tensei, a small price in comparison to the benefit of having a warrior like him on our side. Plus, when Kushina finds out what Konoha did to her son, Kami knows how badly she would want to destroy the village. Thought Kabuto briefly. You underestimate Orochimaru-sama, he is the greatest scientist of this world. And he would like to reunite you with your beloved mother. Tell me, Naruto-kun, wouldn't you like to see your mother, to hold her, to embrace her, to be loved by her? I'm an orphan too, so I understand how you feel. Join Orochimaru-sama and we will help you get revenge on Konoha, and return your loved ones to you. Konoha even hid your daughter from you. Kabuto smiled when Naruto's sword fell down on the ground, as the boy couldn't digest such a shocking information. Now he just had to give the final blow. Konoha gave you nothing besides hatred. Orochimaru-sama understands how you feel, as Konoha did the same thing to him. Together, we can get revenge against all those who have done injustice to us. Join us, brother, and see all your wishes fulfilled, said Kabuto sympathetically. Naruto suddenly felt as if his entire world had turned upside down. Just what the hell should he do? What if Orochimaru could truly bring his mother back? He had suffered his entire life for a village who never loved him. He wanted to see his mother, to feel her touch, to hear her call his name. It was his dream, and he even had a daughter? When the hell did that happen? Kurenai was never pregnant with his child, plus the prostitute with whom he had sex years ago was dead. Flashes of a certain little girl started occurring in his mind, as his heartbeat increased to tremendous levels. Can you truly bring my mother back? Asked Naruto silently. His voice was so soft and gentle as a cornered child in comparison to that of a warrior moments ago. Naruto, you seriously cannot be thinking of joining Orochimaru? Asked Kurama angrily. Shut up. I don't know what to do. Here is a guy telling me that he can bring my mother back, and I even have a daughter? I don't know what to do. Obviously, he's lying. He works for Orochimaru. Listen to me, Kushina would never want you to work with such an evil man, said Kurama seriously. However, this just angered Naruto more and more. How dare everyone tried playing God in his life? Too bad, she doesn't get to decide. You killed my mother, she sealed you in me, making me a Jinchuriki without even asking for my consent. All my life, people have used me for their purposes and cast me aside when they are done, but not again, said Naruto furiously. No longer would he be controlled by anyone. But Kurama was not going to back down. The enemy had smartly lured the boy into an emotional trap. So, you would betray everyone for your selfish reasons. If you side with Orochimaru, then it will lead to the deaths of all the people you loved. Sai and Shin's sacrifice would be for nothing. I know you want to see your mother, but this is not the way. Don't fall for their lies, advised Kurama sagely. Realization dawned on Naruto. His friend's word brought him back to reality. The enemy was trying to lure him into a trap, but still. Kabuto noticed Naruto's hesitation for a few minutes, and decided to fulfill the task he came here for. Everything had gone according to plan. He had personally assessed Naruto's skills and confirmed he was a traitor. He also discovered Naruto indeed possessed the forbidden scroll if he knew of Edo Tensei. He gently adjusted his glasses. He was a damn good spy. We don't expect an answer from you now. Orochimaru-sama has a legion of warriors that can help you get your revenge. You won't be discriminated there. If you prove yourself, Orochimaru-sama will make you the leader of his armies in return for your aid in destroying Konoha. He will personally meet you at Hiraken Bridge. After 7 days, we hope you see reason, said Kabuto smartly and quickly shined away. Naruto was left all alone in the forest. What was the truth? What was he supposed to do? He really wanted to be with his mother. He deserved to be loved after every sacrifice he made. And did he really have a daughter? And if so, then why was he not told about her? Where was she? Ka-chan, what should I do? Asked Naruto tiredly to the skies, but no answer came. Fuck. Kurama cursed Kami again as Naruto angrily smashed the ground beneath him with his bare hands. Operation Ghost just got a lot more dangerous. Chapter 49. Ray of Hope. He silently sat on the shores of a beautiful lake. The bright moonlight was enlightening the water with its grace. The breeze was cool and relaxed his tensed muscles as he sat in the shade of a tree. He carefully removed his face mask as he looked at his reflection in the water. Naruto was actually surprised when he spotted faint shades of beard grown on his smooth cheeks. Kurama carefully watched as his friend chuckled a little. The boy had not uttered a single word during the entire journey. The Bijou could clearly feel the boy's rampant emotions. Naruto was a mess right now. A part of his mind was forcing him to disregard Kabuto's offer, while a small part of his heart wanted to get his family back again. Kurama knew who Naruto really was at heart. Behind the identity of the Anbu captain was a simple boy who yearned for family. In any other circumstances, the feelings Naruto had in his heart would not be termed as selfish, but they were dealing with Orochimaru. And even a simple civilian knew the man could not be trusted, and that Snake had put the Bijou in a great turmoil. Orochimaru had sown the seeds of doubts inside Naruto's fragile mind that he had a daughter. The boy had already started getting faint memories of his now deceased daughter. If he discovered she was dead, he would fall into a deep abyss of sorrow and guilt from where he would never rise again. But hiding this fact from him would be more dangerous now. Kurama cursed himself for accepting Itachi's plan and betraying Naruto. He had broken the boy's trust, the only human who gave him a chance and considered him a friend. Kurama knew there would be severe consequences, and someone was going to pay dearly. And in this case, that person was going to be him. He blamed himself. He could have stopped that atrocity. He could have trusted in Naruto's will. Kurama, why are you feeling guilty? Asked Naruto sternly. He could easily feel the Bijou was stressed about something. The accused person looked at Naruto. What was he supposed to say? Did he even have the courage to say the truth? I'm worried about you. What are you going to do now? Asked Kurama worriedly, and he was surprised when Naruto got a small smile on his face. Do you remember who I am? Asked Naruto silently, as Kurama wondered what his friend meant until realization dawned on him. Those of the Foundation have no names, no emotions. I have no past nor any future, the only thing that matters is the mission alone. His words were said with so much determination, and Kurama was surprised when a small smile came on Naruto's face. And yet, I could never control my emotions. Danzo was right, I was not fit for Anbu, said Naruto jokingly, as Kurama smiled a little. You were not fit for many things, my friend, but you did them regardless. You did the impossible. In my entire life I have never seen a human with so much conviction for his cause. You're a man of honor, said Kurama proudly, as Naruto shook his head bemusedly. You flatter me, old friend. I am many things, but not a man of honor, said Naruto seriously. I'm afraid you are such a man, said Kurama persuasively, as Naruto's eyes shifted to the moon in the sky. A man of honor would put duty above everything else. Shinobi have no honor. We kill, we betray, we lie, we murder, we do every single thing a man of honor wouldn't do. I thought you would have understood this by now, said Naruto flatly, as he picked up a small stone from the ground. Kurama was happy on seeing the boy's honesty. He knew what he was and had the power to say the truth. That itself made him a man of honor in the Biju's eyes. And yet I have seen shinobi protecting people, fighting for the weak, destroying the evil. Yes, there are rotten ninja, but there are good ones like you too. Naruto, you may not believe it, but this world is not so bad. It can change if you have the will to change it, suggested Kurama smartly, as Naruto threw the stone far away in the lake as the object made a splashing sound and disrupted the flow of water. Maybe. Naruto, what is it that you desire the most in this world? Fame, power, love. Family, I want to live with my family, that's the only thing I ever wanted. Tell me, Kurama, did my mother love me? Asked Naruto calmly. Of course, she loved you. Kushina was practically jumping with joy the whole 9 months, and she cried tears of joy when you were born, said Kurama truthfully. However, a frown came on his face when Naruto took out his cigarette and started smoking. A low growl escaped from the Biju's mouth in protest, but his partner casually ignored him for a few moments. Finally, Kurama had enough as he barked loudly, making Naruto sigh in defeat. Can't you just let me enjoy a little bit? Whined Naruto, as Kurama's glare intensified. You told me that you had quit this stupid habit of yours, said Kurama sternly, as a mischievous smile came on Naruto's face, and to further irk his partner he took another deep sip. I told you I would try to leave this habit of smoking, and I'm trying, really, said Naruto mockingly, as he continued his smoking. You're an asshole, said Kurama frustratedly, as Naruto nodded happily. A trait I inherited from my father, said Naruto nonchalantly, as Kurama got a little interested. Naruto rarely talked about Minato. He would sometimes dream about Kushina, but Kurama never saw him remembering his father. It was as if the boy just didn't care. Do you hate your father? Asked Kurama curiously, as a small tch escaped from his lips. Considering he made me a Jinchuriki, fucked up my life for eternity, chose my life as if he was fucking Kami, no, I don't like him very much. He can rot in the Shinigami's belly for all I care, said Naruto harshly, as a tired sigh escaped from the Biju's throat. Why do pretend that you don't care about him? Even your mother agreed to make you a Jinchuriki in the end. Don't you think you are a bit partial towards Kushina? Asked Kurama hesitantly. I owe my mother a debt for bringing me in this world. The only thing my father gave me was disgrace and his sperm. He may be a hero for the people, but for me he is a fucking piece of shit, and if I meet him again, I'll kill him myself, said Naruto distastefully. He quickly put his face mask back on. Only a few hours were left for morning and he had to reach the orphanage. His parents were dead, and he had an offer to consider. Kurama watched the boy getting ready for their journey. No matter how much he tried to show that he had no feelings for his parents, one way or another they always came out, and this was his way of stopping any discussion. How he wished that Kurenai was here. She was the only person who could reach his heart. The real Naruto that Kurama knew was in a state of denial. He had pretended to hate his parents for years in order to escape from the pain of being an orphan. If Naruto revealed his true feelings, then he would miss his parents more than ever, and he was doing everything in his power to prevent this from happening. However, there were bigger issues that needed their attention, and it seemed Naruto was aware of this fact. Don't worry, I know who we're dealing with, I'll think of something, said Naruto calmly. I'm sure you'll make the right choice. Konoha. What did you say? Her eyes widened in shock as her trembling lips desperately tried to re-establish themselves. Kurenai felt as if she was hit by the Kyuubi itself. How in the seven hells was this possible at all? This was just absurd, there was no way it was true. It can't be the truth. You're lying, said Kurenai shakingly. Not only Naruto had a daughter, but now she was dead? Just how many more secrets were kept hidden from her? She was a ninja too, but never in her wildest dreams had she seen such a treacherous world. It's the truth. Rei was the girl's code name. I know it's a lot to take in and I will explain everything. But you must calm down, requested Kakashi patiently. He sat calmly as she wiped the sweat that was formed on her forehead and quickly drank a cup of water in order to calm her nerves. She closed her eyes for a few more moments and took a few deep breaths in order to hear the truth. All right. Kakashi was relieved when she regained her composure and was now looking at him seriously with her dark red-colored eyes showing the strength she possessed, and her courage to hear the truth. He knew it was not going to be easy, but it had to be done. You said Rei was her code name? Don't they have real names in Root? Asked Kurenai seriously, as he disagreed. No, Root Anbu are only given code names. Sai, Shin, Rei, Kaino, Baro, these are various types of code names given to the ninja of Root. Kurenai, I have worked with Root Ninja in the past, it's a dark place and Danzo was one of the most dangerous and manipulative person I had the misfortune of knowing. Naruto's codename was Falcon, explained Kakashi briefly, as she nodded in agreement. Okay, so what's Rei? I mean, how is she his daughter? Did he? Asked Kurenai sadly, her broken voice clearly showed how desperately she didn't want to hear the answer. It took Kakashi a moment to realize what she meant, but he quickly put a comforting hand on her shoulder and looked her straight in the eye. Kurenai, you were the only one woman he ever loved. Naruto may have done some stupid things to you, he never cheated on you, said Kakashi reassuringly. Hi, I want to believe that, but it takes the power of both a man and a woman to bring a child in this world. And there is only one way to do that in this world, said Kurenai silently, she was not a fool. There was no way beside intercourse to conceive a child, however the look in Kakashi's eyes suggested something more devious. You're right, we cannot bring children in our world without sex. Although Rei was a clone made from Naruto's cells, clarified Kakashi honestly, as something started making sense to her. So, she's not his daughter, rather just a living breathing shadow clone of Naruto which Orochimaru created with Danzo's help? Asked Kurenai patiently, as Kakashi gave a hesitant nod. Technically, it is true that Rei is just a clone, but Naruto didn't consider her that. For him she was his daughter, a child whom he wanted to give a better future and provide every happiness that he didn't get for a part of his life, explained Kakashi proudly. There were some traits of Naruto that even Kakashi admired and respected him for that. Naruto may be a person who wanted to bear everything alone, but he was also a person who valued friendship and the bonds of family. He was an orphan just like Kakashi, and as such both of them could understand why he felt so strongly for Rei. Naruto begged the Hokage to spare Rei's life and even threatened to unleash the Kyuubi on Konoha if anything happened to her, said Kakashi gravely. The Kyuubi, said Kurenai in shock, just how much precious was this girl to him? Hi, as you can see, if anything happened to Rei, it could have caused Naruto to go berserk and put the village in danger. Kurenai, Naruto lost one of his childhood friends during his mission against Root. His name was Sai, and his death shook him to the core. He killed more than 300 of his comrades, people whom he grew up and fought beside with. He lost Sai during the mission. He was not in a right state of mind, and unfortunately Rei died of chakra overuse that night, said Kakashi gravely, making her understand the grave situation. He had to fight her too? Asked Kurenai sadly. Even if Rei was a clone, she did mean a lot to Naruto, on top of that she was just a child. Yes, it was unavoidable. From the start, Danzo brainwashed her as he does with every Root Anbu, but Naruto did defeat her, but she died of chakra overusage. The Anbu commander found her body in the base, and fooled Naruto into thinking she was alive, said Kakashi bitterly. So many lies, the more I discover about Anbu Black Ops the more I hate that outfit, said Kurenai distastefully. This just strengthened her resolve to make Naruto quit Anbu. That's why they are Black Ops, they perform dirty jobs that maintains the peace and we are not supposed to know about it. However, Hiruzen took this mission to another level. What did he do? He was scared about the consequences of what Naruto might do if he discovered the truth. So he wiped Rei's memories out from Naruto's mind and buried her body, explained Kakashi briefly, as she smashed her hand on the wooden table making it break into pieces. He had no right to do that, the village was not responsible for her death. Naruto would have understood that if he was given a chance to grieve. Hiruzen landed us in a shitstorm by doing this, said Kurenai angrily. Rei may not be his daughter, but she was Naruto's blood. At the very least he had the right to bury her. This just made her even more resentful towards the current shinobi world. Hiruzen was like a grandfather to Naruto, and even he did this to him? After everything Naruto sacrificed for Konoha. Was this his reward? Well, it's already done, but I won't stand by this. Moreover, you cannot be certain that deleted memories from a person's mind cannot come back, and if Naruto finds out he will feel betrayed, and that won't be good, said Kakashi carefully, as she looked at him sternly. Of course he would feel betrayed, Hiruzen did the wrong thing, and you will help me in making this right, stated Kakashi simply, and if her furrowed brows were any indication then Kurenai Yuhi was definitely confused. How? She watched curiously as he got up from her couch, put his hand inside his pockets, and out came a piece of paper, and that mischievous glint in his eyes made her a little uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" asked Kurenai suspiciously, as he gave her an eye smile. "Nothing, you are going on a vacation to Sasuke Island for 7 days. I hear it's quite a beautiful place," said Kakashi victoriously, and the gobsmacked expression on her face was so priceless. Sasuke Islands were one of the most beautiful and attractive tourist destinations in the entire Fire Country. Grand luxurious hotels, beautiful gardens, the best hot springs in the entire Fire Country, casinos, and it was the best place for shopping. There was not a single thing that was not available there. Clothes, diamonds, and every other thing a woman could ever wish for in her dreams. It was practically heaven for women. And watching the starry look in her eyes made Kakashi a little nervous, as he knew what was coming now. "Naruto, you better have deep pockets," thought Kakashi bemusedly. If this plan worked, then it would help bring them closer and she could help him deal with the loss. She was the only one who could do this. He gently coughed a little, bringing her back to reality, as her cheeks went bright red in embarrassment. "Well, if you are done daydreaming. You are on shore leave. I already convinced Hiruzen to let you have a small vacation in order to get your mind of things which have happened recently. And he approved it, and he personally gave me the funds to buy you a vacation at any place you wanted," explained Kakashi happily. "This is all good, and I'm thankful to you, but we are planning to help Naruto, right?" asked Kurenai curiously. "Ah, yes, it just so happens that he is in that region, and being the good kunoichi you are, I'm sure," said Kakashi happily, but was silenced when she jumped from her seat and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Kakashi," said Kurenai emotionally, as a small tear slipped from her eyes while the copy ninja just returned the hug respectfully. "No need for that, you are my family. I may have failed in understanding him, but I will do what I can to help both of you. Find him, spend some time together, and try to sort out your feelings. It has been a long time since he left. Remind that idiot to come back home soon," said Kakashi silently. His voice was a little low and choked, but it was enough to make her understand his feelings. "I will, and when the time's right I will reveal the truth to him." Early morning, orphanage. Naruto calmly walked through the doors of the orphanage, and he was quite surprised when he found Nono standing before him with a bright smile on her face. Kurama was even surprised when the woman came forward and hugged him tightly, as tears of joy ran down her face. Naruto quickly hugged her back and whispered comforting words in her ears. "I'm home. You don't know how much it lifts my heart to see you unharmed. I was so worried about you," said Nono tearfully, as he just smiled in return. "Well, you don't have to worry now. I'm finally here. Now how about having a good breakfast together?" asked Naruto happily, as she gently broke the hug and put her hand on his face affectionately. "We finally found a cure for your disease," said Nono happily. "Nani?" yelled Naruto in shock. Even Kurama was overjoyed on hearing this. Things had finally started to turn in their favor now. "It's true, and very soon we shall be ready with all the preparations for your eye transplant," stated Nono happily, and the relived look in his eyes brought a smile on her face. "Thank you, you don't know how much you have done for me. But what do you mean by, we?" "I mean I never helped in you in finding the cure," said Naruto confusedly, however his sharp ears picked up the sound of sandals approaching from the shadows. "You're right, she helped in finding a cure for you," said Nono proudly, as the person came in front of Naruto. His eyes went wide as saucers when he saw that person, who was flashing him a wide happy smile in return. "Fuck me," said Naruto in shock, as Kurama laughed loudly on seeing the boy's gobsmacked expression. "It's been a long time, Naru-chan," said the person happily. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that face, those loving eyes. Was this reality or a dream? Cause. Tsunade Senju had finally arrived. Chapter 50. Reunions and Prophecy. Jiraiya sat nervously in his chair observing the vast green fields of Mount Myaboko. For the past few weeks, he had been investigating about the military activities of Suna, and he did find some very interesting facts which were quickly reported to Sarutobi, who just said that Suna won't be a problem for long. The Toad Sage was still thinking about those words. Just what was Hiruzen planning to do? Was he going to attack Suna? Not likely. Hiruzen was not a person who started a war. It had to be something else. Despite being known as a kind and soft leader, Hiruzen was a veteran Kage. He knew the dynamics of politics better than anyone else in the world. He practically led Konoha to victories in 2 great ninja wars, stopped 2 coups that could have destroyed Konoha. However, he also performed some inhuman acts, leaving Jiraiya confused. As a shinobi who had been through wars and had practically experienced the shinobi world, Jiraiya knew that Hiruzen's actions were extremely right as the leader of a village, but as a person he had failed on many aspects. The only thing Jiraiya was worried about were the repercussions that the future generations will have to face due to their mistakes. And being urgently summoned to the Toad Realm was extremely alarming. In all the years he had known the Toad Sage, never had he called for him so urgently, which only meant something drastic was going to happen. A light cough brought him out of his thoughts as he spotted his teacher standing beside him. The tiny green little toad with a faint amount of white hair on his head would look amusing to many people, but only Jiraiya knew how knowledgeable and powerful the entity beside him was. Fukasaku was one of the two great sages of the Toad clan, and was the person who had made Jiraiya a sage by teaching him various sage arts. "Why have you summoned me here, sensei?" asked Jiraiya seriously, as the toad took in a deep breath. "The great elder toad has a prophecy for you," said Fukasaku gravely, and judging from the dark and worried tone of his voice made Jiraiya nervous. "But I already have a prophecy to fulfill, finding the one who shall bring peace to this world," said Jiraiya in confusion, as his teacher shook his head lightly. "I'm afraid we were mistaken, that prophecy died the day Minato fell in battle against the Kyuubi. The elder told you there would be a person who would lead the people of this world to prosperity, and Minato did that. He improved the relations between villages and the world was heading towards peace, but everything fell apart the day he died," explained Fukasaku briefly. "But I have his son, Naruto. He is the child of prophecy, Minato believed in him and I shall believe in his power too," said Jiraiya stubbornly, as Fukasaku shot him one of his most dangerous glares. "Jiraiya, if you believe that, then there is no bigger fool than you," said Fukasaku harshly, as an uneasy feeling surfaced in Jiraiya's heart. "Why?" "Because that boy is the destroyer." Time seemed to have frozen as a look of shock, disbelief and horror spread across every inch of Jiraiya's face. His analytical mind simply could not accept this overwhelming fact and was desperately hoping that his ears had fooled him. "Impossible," said Jiraiya in disbelief, as Fukasaku looked at him sympathetically. Even he had a hard time believing this fact. "It's the truth, in the very near future two destroyers will rise who will shake the entire world. It would be a bloodbath which humanity has never seen in its entire existence," said Fukasaku darkly. "Two? You just said there was one. And what do you mean by bloodbath? How can I stop it?" asked Jiraiya haphazardly. "You can't stop it, the cards have already been played. It won't be long before you will meet the first one, the boy who shall destroy the ninja world," said Fukasaku seriously, as Jiraiya looked at his teacher pleadingly. "There must be a way to stop it, I will do anything to stop it." "Did the elder say anything else?" asked Jiraiya flatly. "No, he only told you to follow your heart no matter what. It's out of our hands now, boy. The sins of our ancestors and ours too have finally brought us to this day, and now the fate of the entire world will depend upon the choices these two boys will make," said Fukasaku worriedly. Jiraiya's eyes shifted towards the rising sun in the sky, however instead of being totally yellow in color this one had dark shades of red on its edges. "Let's hope they make the right choices." Orphanage. "It's been a long time, Naru-chan." Tsunade watched curiously as her nephew just stood there with a strange expression in his eyes. His face was hidden by a face mask so she couldn't guess what he was feeling in reality. "I'm so gonna pay you back, Itachi, you made my Naru-chan your clone," thought Tsunade viciously. "Konoha." Cough, cough. Anko watched curiously as Kakashi started coughing as a small smile came on her face. Both of them were currently sitting in a small local shop which just happened to be her favorite dengo shop. "Oh, Kakashi-kun, seems like you don't like my dengo, do you?" asked Anko dangerously, as a small snake peeked through the sleeves of her trench coat as Kakashi got even more nervous when he spotted the creature's predator eyes on him. "I think I might have just pissed someone off," said Kakashi shyly, as he scratched the back of his head in a silly manner. "Oh, Naruto, sometimes he acts just like you," thought Anko nostalgically. Back at the orphanage. Nono watched curiously as Naruto just stared at Tsunade, even she couldn't understand what he was feeling right now. Was he happy, surprised, angry, just what was that strange glint in his eyes as he was seeing his only alive family relative? Suddenly, she realized just what the boy was going through. She saw Tsunade looking at him expectantly wishing he would say something or react in some way. However, the Senju woman or any other person in the world could never understanding just how historic this moment was for Naruto. For a person who had longed for his real family his entire life, this could be one of the most emotional moments of his life. Both the ladies watched patiently as he tried to say something, But words were not coming out of his mouth nor the faint tear that was waiting to slip from his eyes, begging him to let it go. So, he did the only thing he had done his entire life. Tsunade was a little surprised when he just said those two words before storming out of the front door. His voice was so low and weak, and that faint tear which she saw in his eyes broke her heart. She felt someone putting a gentle hand on her shoulder, and she found it was none other than Nono, who was giving her a knowing look. "It's okay, go," said Nono suggestively, as the blonde Sanin looked at her hesitantly. "He's angry, and with proper reason," I said Tsunade sadly, as Nono just smiled in return. "Trust me, he's far from angry, it's his habit of running away when faced with an emotional situation. He has been like this since childhood," said Nono reassuringly. Tsunade looked at Nono for a few moments, but eventually she relaxed a little as Nono gave her a reassuring smile. She had waited for this moment for years, and now when Nono explained why Naruto ran away, she could understand him a little bit more. He was so much like her with his emotional traumas. "And that's why I will make sure you don't go through what I had to undergo," thought Tsunade with determination. Nono was relieved when Tsunade regained her confidence as her eyes shifted towards the door through which Naruto had went out. "He'll be near the lake," said Nono calmly, as she knew that was the place where Naruto used to spend most of his time. And watching Tsunade go through that door gave her hope. Finally something good had happened in Naruto's life, and she was thankful to Kami for that. Lake. The sound of footsteps could be heard heading towards his position. His eyes were currently fixed on the reflection of the shining sun in the lake. The water was so calm and peaceful, and the cool breeze that occasionally ruffled his silky blonde hair brought him a sense of comfort. Another person gently sat beside him as both of them stared at the peaceful lake in front of them. He hesitantly glanced at her, and he wouldn't deny the fact that she was one of the most beautiful women he had seen in his entire life, not to mention his only blood relative left alive in the world. But more than that, she was one of the legendary Sannin and the greatest medic ninja of their world. She was a legend. "You can look as much as you want," said Tsunade teasingly, and she smirked a little when his cheeks went bright red in embarrassment. "It's not like that," said Naruto shyly. Even Kurama was surprised with Naruto's reaction. In his entire existence he had considered humans to be stupid animals who loved violence. But now that he had lived with Naruto, he had seen what were the factors that determine the path of a person. Every day he learned more and more about humanity, and could understand what his creator had said that day. Humans were not creatures of violence, rather they were creatures of emotions. And there was not a single human in the world who was not driven by emotions. It was Madara who changed his views about humanity, but this boy had showed him another side of humanity. The Bijou watched as both aunt and nephew sat peacefully at the shore. None of them said a word and were trying to give each other time. "Tsunade-sama," said Naruto slowly, he just didn't know where to start the conversation. "You can call me Obasan," Naru-chan said Tsunade encouragingly, and it surprised the boy a little. Yeah, look, I'm not good at this," said Naruto hesitantly. I'm not good at being attached. I am grateful to you for coming here, but I don't know where to start." "I don't know what we are," said Naruto politely. He chose each and every word carefully as he did not want to hurt her feelings. Tsunade looked at her nephew for a few moments. His eyes showed sincerity and confusion. And given the circumstances, what he was feeling was true. "Guess I'll have to take things slowly. I can't just barge in his life and act like his mother. I may have known him for years, but he has met me for the first time. What should I do?" thought Tsunade briefly. She was not good at taking care of children. Hell, she never even had any kids of her own after Dan died. Naruto was probably the closest person she could claim as her child, and pressuring him on their very first meeting would not bode well for their relationship. Kurama watched silently as the Senju woman put a hand on his friend's shoulder and gave him a warm smile. "Then we'll just have to get to know each other. I'm Senju Tsunade, nice to meet you," introduced Tsunade happily, as Naruto gave her a warm eye smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Naruto Uchiha," said Naruto respectfully, as one of Tsunade's eyebrows raised up a little in curiosity. "Uchiha?" asked Tsunade curiously, as he gave her a firm nod. "He's registered as Naruto Hatake in Konoha, with Naruto Uzumaki being his original name." "Then why does he call himself Uchiha, instead of being called an Uzumaki or Hatake?" thought Tsunade curiously. Well, she just had one more mystery to uncover. "Let's go have some breakfast in town. I hear they have quite good food, and it will be my treat," said Tsunade cheerfully, as he tried to deny it. "There's no need for that. No ifs and no excuses, Naru-chan. We have a lot of catching up to do, said Tsunade happily, and from the way she was speaking he didn't have any choice. Naruto, I know you have screwed up most your relationships, but give this woman a chance, she does mean well. Trust your heart for once, she's your only living family. Suggested Kurama patiently, as Naruto agreed with his partner, albeit a bit hesitantly. I'll be happy to go with you, said Naruto truthfully. And the bright smile that came on Tsunade's face eased his heart and made him happy. A feeling which he had not experienced much in a long time. Saizukuma Town. Naruto and Tsunade slowly walked through the streets. He was hinged into a young 16-year-old boy, with brown hair and an average face, while Tsunade had transformed into a beautiful woman in her mid-30s, who happened to be this boy's mother. Naruto had suggested her to avoid transforming her face into someone who could attract attention, but she had said that she couldn't imagine herself not being beautiful. In the end, Naruto had to just assume that it was a woman's trait and let it go. Besides, there were no shinobi in this town. He had been to this place a few times during his time at the orphanage and as such was well aware of the security measures of this town. This town only had local civilian police force in order to deal with thugs or murderers. Tsunade pointed her finger at a fancy restaurant, and after glancing it for a few moments Naruto gave her a curt nod indicating his consent. As he walked ahead of her, Tsunade couldn't admire the fact that he was so different. Admittedly, she had only seen him during the early years of his life, but frankly she did not expect Kushina Uzumaki's son to be so quiet and reserved. He had been respectful to her, but at the same time he was also withdrawn. It was as if he was afraid of relationships of any nature, and considering his past and what he had been through she would not be surprised if he wanted to be a loner. But loneliness brought only more misery and grief. A fact well known to her. If not for Shizune, I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago. Thought Tsunade nostalgically. These were one of the few things she had learned from her life. It was too late for her, but he still had a long way ahead of him. She still regretted not being there for him all this time, and a part of her heart blamed herself, thinking that if only she had stayed with him or took him away, then he wouldn't have to join Root and the dominoes of disaster would not have fallen in his life. You coming? Asked Naruto casually, as he spotted her standing in the same position for a few moments. His voice brought her out of her thoughts, as she gave him a quick nod and followed him inside the restaurant. The place was a little crowded, even though if it was early morning. It's better to stay in the crowd than sitting alone. We can avoid suspicion this way. I'll place silencing seals just to be safe, assured Naruto calmly. I understand, you thought this through the moment I showed you this place, didn't you? Asked Tsunade proudly, so what Hiruzen had told him was indeed right. He truly had the skills to be an Anbu. You are too kind, said Naruto modestly, and quickly signaled her to follow him. Both of them sat on a table towards the far end of the room. It provided quite an exotic view of the town as the restaurant was located on the 7th floor of the building. She watched curiously as he placed 5 silencing seals around their table after giving their order to the waiter. As she glanced hesitantly, he realized just what doubts were going through her mind. I'm a censor, so if anyone is heading towards our direction, I'll be aware of that fact. This place is secure, said Naruto reassuringly. A censor? Asked Tsunade in surprise. Her granduncle Tobirama was also a censor, and finding out that her nephew was also one surprised her a little. Yes. Silence fell between the couple again as both of them tried to think of a topic in order to continue the conversation. Naruto didn't want to hurt her feelings and didn't know her very well, and as such was keeping his distance. Meanwhile Tsunade did not want to be seen as an intruder in his life, and was trying to find a common ground through which she could build an emotional rapport with the boy. So, the Hokage made you aware about my situation? Asked Naruto carefully, and he was intrigued when she scoffed on hearing the word Hokage. Yes, that senile old geezer told me you were suffering from a strange disease. If not for Jiraiya, I would have killed that bastard for sending you on this mission, said Tsunade frustratedly. She watched in annoyance as he just freezed in shock. Did she just say what he was thinking? What? Asked Tsunade impatiently. Did you beat Gigi? Asked Naruto in shock, and he was even more surprised when she didn't even flinch. Instead she was proud. He deserved it for breaking the promise, said Tsunade without any remorse in her voice, as he rubbed his forehead slowly. That is probably one of the most insane things I have ever heard. You didn't beat him too much, did you? Asked Naruto hesitantly, as even he was aware of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Ah, nothing much, a few teeth, some ribs and few of his bones. That's it, said Tsunade nonchalantly, and the gobsmacked expression on his face annoyed her a little. And you were not imprisoned or killed for attacking the Hokage? asked Naruto in surprise, as she gave him a victorious look. Perks of being a Sannin, besides they know better than to attack me, said Tsunade passionately, as she cracked her knuckles in order to emphasize her point. Women are crazy, thought Naruto nervously. On that we can agree, said Kurama bemusedly. In truth, he was really enjoying this conversation. Naruto took in a deep breath in order to digest this shocking information. Just what crazy things happened in Konoha ever since he left? Look, I know you feel Gigi forced me to do this, but you are mistaken. I chose to do this, it was all me, explained Naruto truthfully, as she shook her head in disapproval. It still doesn't change the fact that he broke the promise which he made to me, before I left the village few years ago, said Tsunade seriously. What promise? Asked Naruto curiously, as her eyes averted to the ground. He promised to look after you. This was the condition which I had laid before I left the village. A choice which I regret deeply now. I'm sorry, Naruto said Tsunade sadly. She felt a soft pair of hands being laid on her own hands, and when she looked up only to find him giving her a warm smile. You don't need to apologize, I know the truth, I know why you left, I know that you wanted to take you with me but were denied due to the QB being sealed in me, said Naruto truthfully, as she was a little startled with this revelation. You know? Asked Tsunade in shock. For a long time, but that's a story for another time. The point is that I don't blame you for leaving, every one of us has our own pain, I don't want to relive the past, so let's just make a fresh start, Oba-san? Asked Naruto happily, and the smile which he saw on her face warmed his heart. Your parents would be so proud of you, Naruto, you've become a great man, said Tsunade proudly, as a faint blush came on his face but it was hidden behind his face mask. I'll take your word for it, said Naruto curtly, as he just didn't want to talk about his parents right now. I must admit, you grew up into quite a handsome young man, the last time when I saw you, you were a chibi who used to love playing with his toys, said Tsunade nostalgically. Really? Asked Naruto curiously. You really were a naughty child, I remember once you hid my sake bottles and I wrecked up the entire house but I never found them, said Tsunade cluelessly. Maybe, it's better you ended up with Kakashi, said Kurama sarcastically, as Naruto smirked a little on the comment. It must be pretty weird for you to see me like this, the last time you saw me as an innocent child and now as a mass murderer, said Naruto silently. Bam! He was a little startled as she banged her fist on the table making some serious cracks, and one look in her fierce hazel eyes made him step back a little in caution. You did your duty as a Anbu captain. Even I'm no saint, I have killed people too and it's never easy because you can never forget it. But I also remember those lives that I saved, just as you saved the entire village and fire country by stopping the coup. Can you imagine the consequences if Danzo had rose to power? Asked Tsunade fiercely. She squeezed his hand gently in order to provide him some comfort. It was true that she had killed but none of them had been her own comrades or friends, and not as many as 300. She was a medic and as such she was slowly able to understand why he was so reserved, why he was not good at relationships. Everything was connected to his past, the events that made him the person that was sitting in front of her. And in her eyes, he was still a child. The boy was barely 15, and no other person except Itachi Uchiha had done such a massive massacre of his own people. The shinobi world was really rotten to the core. She was relieved when he too squeezed her hand and gave her a small thankful nod. It was a start at least. Thanks, said Naruto gratefully. Anytime, now can I see your Sharingan? No said you had a Mangekyo too? Asked Tsunade cautiously. She had to take a deep analysis about the current state of his eyes before they went ahead with the replacement operation. Hi. She was amazed when a dark red-colored 3 Tomoe Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and before she could even relish the moment it quickly morphed into one of shock when his Sharingan started spinning until it transformed into a shuriken with its 3 ends sticking to different corners of his eyes. Amazing, said Tsunade in awe. She had heard the tales of Madara with his Mangekyo, but this was the first time she had ever seen such eyes. Well, they are quite deadly, but I also cannot deny the fact that Mangekyo is a double-edged sword. It does grant me great powers, but also reduces my eyesight with every passing day. I have already lost more than 40% vision in my right eye, and 50% in my left eye. At this rate, I only have a few months before I become totally blind, explained Naruto briefly. That bad, huh? Asked Tsunade sympathetically. Naruto watched silently as she put her right hand on his forehead as a strange green aura glowed brightly. It spread across his entire forehead and his eyes, and he was startled when his vision improved a little. He could see a little more clearly even with his Mangekyo being active. She continued the process for a few more moments, before removing her hand from his forehead only to come face to face with an astonished Naruto. "How did you do that?" "My vision is slightly better than before," said Naruto happily, as a small grin came on Tsunade's face. "Well, you do have an awesome aunt like me, so don't worry, I will save your life little Naru-chan," said Tsunade teasingly, as Naruto's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Sensing his anxiousness for an explanation, Tsunade decided to come clear, but she wouldn't deny the fact that it was highly entertaining to rile him up. "Okay, I healed a little portion of your eyes. It's not permanent, but it will help you for some time until we prepare the clone cornea for one of your eyes, though we must be thankful to my grandfather for that," said Tsunade proudly. "How so?" asked Naruto intriguingly. "Nono told me that the virus that Danzo injected you with was destroying your body at a cellular level. When I arrived at the orphanage yesterday, she discussed your situation with me and the Hokage had already provided me a detailed report about your situation, so I came prepared," said Tsunade seriously. "What do you have in mind? And how does it involve your grandfather?" asked Naruto curiously. "Hiruzen provided me a few reports of Konoha's attempts to infuse my grandfather's DNA into young children to recreate the Makuten. It was a despicable act, but I also found interesting information that proved to be vital in finding a cure for you," said Tsunade briefly. "I'm listening." "Your body is being currently destroyed by a poison which Danzo released through his curse mark. I was able to synthesize a few of my grandfather's DNA portion from the Mangekyo Sharingan you brought, but it is not enough to heal you, and it is also too dangerous to implant a large amount of Senju DNA in your body as the after effects could prove to be more fatal," said Tsunade suggestively. "So, you're saying there is no cure?" asked Naruto flatly, as she disagreed with him. "I didn't say that. While we don't have enough of Hashirama's DNA to completely heal you, nor is it advisable, I do have another solution. As I am a direct descendant of Hashirama Senju, I too possess a portion of his power and my cells have amazing regeneration abilities. Both of us have the same blood group, and as such I can arrange blood transfusions in your body replacing your tainted blood with my own," explained Tsunade briefly, as a little hope was born in his heart. "But it would only replace the tainted blood, my cells would still be destroyed and I will die," said Naruto accurately. "It's not like that, my cells may not be as strong as my grandfather, they do have great power in them. We tested this fact, when we attacked the virus in your blood sample with my cells. More than 60% of the virus was destroyed in the first transfusion, and as the number of transfusions increased my cells slowed contained the virus and stopped it from spreading further, and when we implanted a few DNA tissue of my grandfather, the virus was destroyed totally and within a few hours your body cells were back to full strength," explained Tsunade briefly. Naruto was literally flabbergasted with such a discovery, it totally changed the entire outlook. "So, your cells would act as the attacking force that will corner the virus, while your grandfather's cells will destroy the virus as well as restore my body back to full strength?" asked Naruto silently, as she gave him an encouraging smile. "Precisely, you are going to live," said Tsunade encouragingly, and what happened next surprised her a little. "He cried." She quickly got up from her seat and went towards his side, and the tears that were falling from his eyes were certainly not of happiness. They were currently sitting in an isolated corner of the restaurant and as such no one could see or hear them, but it didn't matter to her. Naruto had one of his hands placed on his forehead as tears slipped from his eyes. She gently rubbed his back while whispering comforting words in his ear, but something was off. "He should be happy that we found the cure, it's as if," thought Tsunade curiously, "until." "You didn't want a cure to be found, did you?" asked Tsunade sadly, and she had a pretty good idea why. "I'll never forgive myself," said Naruto remorsefully. "For what?" "You did the right thing," said Tsunade soothingly, as he shot her a harsh glare, and that was the moment she realized the pain behind those eyes, and the horrific events of that night which no one could describe in words. "By killing my friends? My comrades? My teachers? Every day I try to convince myself that this lie is the truth, but it's not." "It's not," said Naruto painfully. "But Root would have taken over the village. You know what kind of man Danzo was, you had no choice," said Tsunade comfortingly, as he shook his head vehemently. "I joined Root to stop that man, to stop the madness from hurting the people I care about. Those people that I killed that night were not monsters, they were innocent human beings forced into a world of darkness with no way of getting out. Danzo was not totally responsible for everything, Konoha and Hiruzen knew about him in the past and they were the ones who started Root. They knowingly put innocent kids through that torture, they experimented on young children leading them to their deaths just so they could have a Makuten user?" asked Naruto angrily. "Konoha has done some bad things, But you must, said Tsunade calmly, as he banged his fist on the table. It is you who don't understand. I couldn't stop the coup and ended up killing my comrades, and there is nothing in this world that can take that pain away. A part of me wishes I died that night. Why do I get to live while my comrades died? And the irony is that if I succeed in my mission, and make it back alive, I'll be hailed as Konoha's greatest hero, a hero? So, you're damn right it doesn't make me happy, it makes me sick, said Naruto passionately. Tsunade just didn't know what to say to the boy. Everything he said was the truth. She could claim to understand what he was going through, but the truth was she had no damn idea what hell he had been through. It was as if both of them were caught up in different dimensions. The world is not divided into just the light and dark side, there is another side too. The gray side, where people like me exist, and every time a conflict arises we get caught in the middle of it, and the most painful part is that this nightmare never ends for us. Sasuke, me, my root comrades and millions of people of this rotten ninja world have been trapped in the middle of this endless fighting with no way of getting out. The only way this nightmare can stop is by our death, explained Naruto briefly. She squeezed his hand gently, as she now realized just how horrible he felt. This is the ninja world, son. The 5 great ninja villages are always at war. They fight for money, land, resources, power, fame, and revenge. The smaller villages and millions of innocent people suffer every day. Even after 3 great wars, this fighting has not stopped. I cannot understand what you are going through, but I do know what it feels to lose someone you love and care about, said Tsunade sadly, as memories of her brother and Dan came flooding back in her mind. Tsunade watched silently as he wiped the tears from her face, and without another word he enwrapped her in a warm hug. It hurts, doesn't it? Asked Naruto knowingly, as he gently rubbed her back. Every day. How do you deal with it? How can you make yourself let go? Asked Naruto silently, as she snuggled deeper in his chest with her tears falling on his shirt. I'm still searching for that answer, said Tsunade sadly. Naruto's eyes shifted towards the town and the people living in it. This had to stop, this madness had to stop. Then perhaps it's time to change this rotten world. Chapter 51. I am free. Itachi was a little intrigued when he found his partner sitting on a tree top. His eyes shifted towards the dark sky waiting to be illuminated by the sun, which was about to arise in a few minutes. In the few weeks that he had known Naruto, the boy usually didn't get up so early, and this intrigued Itachi. Which even for him was a rare thing. As the man slowly started to climb the tall tree, he wondered just how much interest he was regaining in life and the world. A month ago, he was a shell. A body without a soul waiting to be freed by Sasuke, and atone for his sins. And he still wanted to atone for them, but something was changing inside of him. He was still willing to die by his little brother's hands, yet at the same time his heart was urging him to look at life from a different perspective. To see the world from the eyes of just Itachi, a young simple boy, and not an Anbu captain, an Uchiha, or anything like that. And for the first time in his long miserable life, it made him happy, and it all happened due to the young boy who changed Itachi's entire life. Naruto, said Itachi in a very hushed voice, as he reached the top of the tree and slowly sat beside the boy. And surprisingly, Naruto had a peaceful smile on his face, a very beautiful smile. Shh, just look. Feel it, Itachi. Replied Naruto in a very peaceful voice. Feel what? Asked Itachi curiously, as Naruto pointed his finger at the far end of the sky where the sun slowly stared to rise. Before Itachi could ask another question, a wild cool breeze flew past him, sending sparkling sensations across his entire body. Minute tremors passed through the lake, making the water move slowly, and the sky that was dark before slowly started to become bright as the magnificent sun slowly started to rise up in the sky. It's beautiful, said an amazed Itachi, and Naruto chuckled when he saw a small smile on the Uchiha's face. Maybe life is not so dark as we imagine it to be, Itachi, said Naruto in a very happy tone, and slowly inhaled the fresh air which nature was showering over him as a nectar, which was slowly rejuvenating his dull life. What do you mean? Asked Itachi curiously, even he was a little pleased on seeing the improvement in Naruto's morale. Maybe the arrival of the Senju woman had sparked some hope in the boy, or maybe Naruto had finally found his peace, or something else? Whatever it was, Naruto looked to be very happy and hopeful in a very long time. We spend our entire lives not saying the things we want to say. Things which should say, always hiding behind signals, perceptions and all such things. You once asked me what I wanted to do if I survived this mission? Asked Naruto quietly. Yes. I've done some terrible things in life, things which I'm not proud of. But I also did things that protected people. I can't change my past and the actions that I have performed. All my life, I lived by the Anbu code and put the village above everything else, even above my family. I don't know if it was right or wrong, I don't know how this world would change after all this. The only thing I know, and the only thing I am gonna do is tell Kakashi, Anko, Sasuke, Sakura, Konohamaru, Emiko, Nono, Tsunade, Hiruzen, my rookie classmates, and Kurenai in plain and simple words, that I love all of them very much. And I will dedicate my entire life to love and protect them, and atone for my sins in this way. This is what I want if I survive this mission. Explained Naruto proudly, as the rays of the morning sun hit the boy's face and showed Itachi the feelings in his eyes. Is this your final choice? Asked Itachi curiously, only to receive a bright smile from Naruto. I'm going to take Nono's advice and retire from Anbu. I have lived in the shadows for too long. I want to go back to my family, go back to my home, no matter what darkness awaits me, I am going back to my family, said Naruto in a very happy voice. So, have you forgiven yourself for the things that happened in your past? Asked Itachi in a very straightforward manner, as he too wanted to know the answer which might change his outlook towards life. No, I can't forgive myself ever. My best friends Shin and Sai are still dead, the blood of innocence is still on my hands and there is nothing I can say that can justify it. But I'm tired, Itachi, tired of this life, all these lies that I've said to my family. But not anymore. If I survive this mission I will live my life on own terms as Naruto Hatake, the person who I was before all this shit happened, explained Naruto. He was surprised when Itachi averted his eyes from him, and became silent for the next few minutes. Though Naruto knew what his partner was going through, because Itachi was the only person in the world who had been through that hellish life. I'm happy for you, Naruto congratulated Itachi, and offered his hand to Naruto, which the boy shook happily. It's never too late, Itachi, maybe you should do the same thing with Sasuke. It will give him peace, it'll give you peace in a lifetime of war. Advised Naruto, and he didn't back down when Itachi glared at him. Hokage-sama has ordered you to go to Suna, find out what's happening there and report back to me, said Itachi quickly, making Naruto laugh as the boy could clearly see how insecure Itachi was about his actions with Sasuke. I'll do that, but think about what I said, requested Naruto. And what will happen if I do that? Huh? Asked Itachi in an angry voice. It's the right thing to do. It's easy for you to say, you can still go back. But what about me? What grand prize do I get if I do this? Asked Itachi in a frustrated voice. You got what you asked for, brother. No paradise, no hell, just more of the same. I can still pull a few strings and give you a life with Sasuke if you want, said Naruto honestly, and the shocked look on Itachi's face was priceless. Naruto, you. Naruto slowly stood up and put on his face mask, and casted a small glance towards his confused partner who was remorsefully avoiding eye contact and just staring at the lake. I mean it, Itachi. What would you rather have, peace or freedom? Asked Naruto sagely. Itachi hesitantly looked up to answer the question, but alas, Naruto was gone, making a tired sigh escape from Itachi's lips. Well, you really suck at goodbyes, you know that? Konoha. Hinata Hyuga aimlessly walked through the streets of Konoha. She idly wondered how things were finally settling down in her troubled village. Things had been quite messy in the last few months. The man she loved had been named a traitor and murderer, and only Kami knew where he was now. Her classmate and good friend, Kuji, was buried in the ground. Sakura was moving on with her life and was busy training under Shizune Kato. While Anko and Kurenai were looking after the task force with Kakashi and Guy assisting them sometimes. The rest of the rookies were just trying to overcome their grief of losing a good friend. This was the first time they were going through such a thing. Particularly Shikamaru and Ino. Sasuke was reverting back to his old self, and was becoming a big A. Before she could finish her thoughts, she was suddenly pulled inside a nearby alley. Her Byakugan instantly activated as she looked at her assailant. What the, Sasuke? Asked Hinata in shock. But the poor girl was shocked when she saw the state the boy was in. His eyelids were completely dark, showing he had cried or didn't sleep for a few days, his clothes were shaggy and his hair were a mess. Hinata. What happened to you? Asked Hinata worriedly. Even if the boy was a jackass, he was still a person. I'm sorry. Danger bells rang in Hinata's heart when Sasuke collapsed on his knees and tears freely slipped from his eyes. Acting on her female instincts, she rushed towards the boy and enveloped him in a warm hug. Shh, it's going to be all right, comforted Hinata, and gently rubbed the boy's back. I killed them. What? As soon as those words left Sasuke's mouth, he came face to face with a shocked Hinata who had a clear look of disbelief on her face. I fucked up and got Tokuma Hyuga and Shinji Hyuga killed. It was madness back there, and I tried to fire an explosive tag towards the enemy forces, but it slipped from my hands, said Sasuke in a regretful voice. Oh Kami, replied Hinata in shock. I was scared, it was madness and I just jumped away while they got caught in the explosion. The blast was at point blank range which destroyed them completely, they died because of me, said Sasuke sadly. Why are you telling me this? Why did you lie to everyone? Asked Hinata in harsh tone. I didn't know what to do, they would have locked me in a cell for this. Naruto was the only one I trusted and relied on, but he's gone and I'm all alone now. Hinata, I didn't want to kill them, I didn't, said Sasuke regretfully, as more tears slipped from his eyes. Hinata couldn't understand how to interpret the situation. On one hand she felt extremely sorry for Sasuke. If this was the truth, then he was not a murderer like she thought, he was just a scared boy. Wave Mission was a madness, a horror story for new Jinan like them. They lost Kuji there, Sakura barely made it back, Shino got fucked up badly. And Sasuke, he was just a broken boy who lost his best friend a few weeks ago. I am sorry for being rude to you, before. I just didn't know what to do, I didn't kill your family members Hinata, I just. Before Sasuke could further testify he was silenced when Hinata enwrapped him in a warm, tight hug. Hinata. I'm glad you told me the truth, said Hinata sadly, as Sasuke returned the hug. I can't lie anymore, Hinata. You can report this to the Hokage, replied Sasuke, but she cut him off by tightening the embrace. It won't do any good, you didn't kill them. But I doubt that the Hokage would see it that way, I just don't want to see one of my friends getting hurt anymore. Explained Hinata patiently. You forgive me? Asked Sasuke hesitantly. Hi, I'm your friend, Sasuke. You don't have to bear everything all alone, comforted Hinata. Why are you doing this? Asked Sasuke sadly. You trusted me enough to tell the truth, and I believe you were innocent and it was just an accident which no one else needs to know. Besides, this is what Naruto would have done, said Hinata happily, and embraced Sasuke tightly. But the poor girl was unaware of the devious look that appeared on the boy's face as he returned the hug, his mangekyo quickly came to life and an evil smile appeared on his face. I thought it was impossible for one person to change the world, it was unrealistic. But now, I see the truth of this evil world. My hands are already stained with blood, before creation there must be destruction. Before peace there must be war, and if my soul stands in the way, I'll just toss it aside, thought Sasuke darkly. His eyes shifted towards the girl in his arms, she was just going to be another one of his pawns in his holy war. And he had to admit, he was enjoying this. Naruto, I finally realized the reality of this evil world. That's why I'm going to purify it, and if you two fight against me, I'll welcome you with open arms. After all, we are brothers. Ha 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 ha. Suna. In the middle of the chaotic desert, a young boy could be seen. His dark red eyes were attentively observing the large walls that were in front of him. The weather was extremely hot and the continuous sand waves were annoying as hell. However, it didn't stop him. After all, he had a job to do. Naruto slowly lifted up his hood as his blonde hair freely flowed in the air and he just looked at the vast village of Sunagakure. He knew his mission had to be accomplished within 3 days, as he had to meet Orochimaru at the end of the week. His mind could still remember everything that Kabuto had said that day, about how Orochimaru could bring his mother back and his daughter. He didn't know what the truth was, but it would be a disaster if he trusted those monsters. Orochimaru was a murderer, liar, and a monster who betrayed his own people, his teacher, and his countrymen. He could not be trusted. I'm sorry, Kurama. It's never too late, I'm glad you saw reason, said the Bijou in relief. I was troubled that day, I was not thinking straight. Replied Naruto in a guilty voice. It's okay, it happens. Just focus on finishing this mission and getting back to Kurenai. Okay? Asked Kurama patiently. Hi. You are a good person, Naruto complimented Kurama, bringing a smile on Naruto's face. And you are a good friend on whom I can depend. Kurama, from now I'll be honest with everyone and will not tell any lies. You'll do the same for me, won't you? Asked Naruto curiously. He didn't know what those simple words meant to Kurama. The Bijou felt extremely guilty, here was the man who trusted him immensely. How could he just say to Naruto that he had betrayed him? No, He couldn't do that. Naruto was finally moving on in his life, towards a better future with Kurenai. If he told him the truth about Rei, about what he and Itachi had done on Hiruzen's orders, then everything would fall apart. He couldn't watch Naruto suffering from that feeling again, but at the same time he knew he couldn't hide the truth forever. I'll tell you everything after Operation Ghost, and once you return to Konoha with Kurenai. I'll tell you everything, no matter how much you may hate me after that. Thought Kurama seriously. Kurama. The Bijou gave a false smile to Naruto. He had to bear this sin a little longer. Yeah, no more secrets. Chapter 52. Sunagakur and the Desert Monster. In the vast desert of Sunagakur, a young boy was currently hiding within a small earth dome. His dark Sharingan was briefly observing the small notes that were in his hands. With the evening sun about to disappear, the light in the desert was slowly getting reduced. Kurama couldn't understand why his container had stayed in the same position since the past 4 hours. And they were in a damn desert. Naruto, why are you not infiltrating the village? Asked Kurama in an irritated voice, making a tired sigh escape from Naruto's lips. His Bijou friend was indeed an impatient entity. I can't just barge into a hidden village. Despite being the weakest village among the 5 great villages, Suna does have security measures. The reason I have been waiting is because they have a barrier around the village. If a person with even a good amount of chakra crosses their border, the Suna ninja are alerted and they bring him/her into custody for interrogation. Explained Naruto patiently. So we can't enter into Suna? Asked Kurama disappointedly with a small frown on his gigantic face. I didn't say that. There is a time period of 20 seconds when the barrier teams are changed. In that time frame, the barrier is down and we can infiltrate into the village, but every checkpoint will be well guarded so there is only one way to get in, said Naruto seriously, as he quickly destroyed the notes in his hand. He had memorized each and every route, district name, important locations of the Sand Village. And was now ready for his recon mission. How did you even get such vital information? Asked Kurama curiously, getting a small smirk on the boy's face. Hiruzen has the best spy master in the world. The information which Jiraiya supplied indeed proves his ability, said Naruto in a respectful tone, but Kurama just gave a nod. If you say so. This is a recon mission, Kurama. Hiruzen has ordered me to avoid any kind of battles until necessary. We go in, scout the enemy's forces, their weapons and formations along with every other important information. Now let's get going, said Naruto in an excited voice, and a small grin came on the Bijou's face when Naruto performed a very familiar set of hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Few minutes later. Naruto currently stood on top of his crow. His eyes were keenly observing the small watch on his hand as well as the sand village that was hundreds of feet beneath him. This may be the first time when he would be making aerial drop from such a height. But it was the only way of getting into Suna, and he had just 20 seconds to make it happen. As soon as the timer on his wristwatch changed to 0, he quickly jumped of his summon as the animal disappeared in a puff of smoke. 19, 18, 17, 16. Counted Naruto, as he neared towards one of the rooftops. He activated his Sharingan and saw the barrier around Suna disappearing right on time. As he neared towards the rooftop he fired several kunai that hit various points in the alley between 2 rooftops. Instantly the ninja wires strapped to the kunais got stretched due to the distance between the weapons, effectively creating a tough webbing. 7, 6, 5, 4. On the last second he crossed through the open barrier and quickly twisted himself while balancing his body on top of the ninja wire webbing which acted as his landing pad. And when he looked up, the barrier was back up once again. Damn, that was close, said Naruto in a relieved voice. Naruto didn't waste any more time, and removed all the kunai and ninja wires followed by sealing them into a small scroll. Performing a single hand seal, he created 4 shadow clones. All of you scout 1 district respectively. Try to find out the strength of enemy forces, their weapons, and battle plans if you can. Avoid any battles at all costs, this is strictly a recon mission only. If things get too hot, then evade the enemy troops and quickly disperse yourself. Are we clear? Asked Naruto seriously. Hi, whispered all the clones in unison. Scatter. Kurama watched as the shadow clones transformed themselves into normal civilians and went in different directions, while the original Naruto transformed himself into a middle-aged man with spiky brown-colored hair. He had dark black-colored eyes and an oval-shaped face. His clothes were ordinary too, with a simple blue-colored shirt and dark black pants along with a pair of sandals covering his feet. Without another word, Naruto hopped down into the corner of the street, and after a few moments started walking through the dirty road. His veteran eyes were attentively observing the average-looking buildings of the sand village. There were very less number on windows on the houses, and the shops and restaurants alongside the road looked to be quite old. From what he had seen so far, Suna was definitely not having a great economy during these past few years. Maybe this reason combined with the decreasing missions from the daimyo of their nation were harming the village and raising doubts over its survival in the longer run. He spotted a bar on the right-hand side of the road, and decided to visit it in order to gather some information before starting the next phase of his mission. Naruto knew he could not afford a fight. He was barely carrying any weapons in order to prevent himself from looking suspicious. Apart from 3 kunai and a medkit, he was not carrying any other supplies. Everything was sealed in a small scroll which he had hidden inside a dark corner of the village, away from the prying eyes of shinobi or curious little children. Let's go and get some information. Konoha. Hinata smiled a little when she found Sasuke sitting idly on the banks of Naka River. These past few days had been some of the best days of their lives. Contrary to popular beliefs, Sasuke was not an arrogant person, he was just a boy who was lost like her. Sasuke had no clan, no family left. And with Naruto gone, he barely had any best friends left. While she still had a clan and family, but still she felt all alone. Hinata knew the people of her clan considered her a failure, and since she got the caged bird seal, all that was left for her was to become a proper member of the branch family. Within a few months, her younger sister Hanabi was going to be announced the next heir of the clan. In a way, she didn't have anything left. Are you just going to stand there, Hinata? Asked Sasuke in an annoyed voice, making her smile. Go men, said Hinata shyly, and came forward. You seem awfully quiet, said Hinata curiously, as Sasuke rested his chin on his knees. Hinata, is there anything left for you to protect? A reason for your existence in this cursed shinobi world? Asked Sasuke seriously, and Hinata was instantly going to say a yes, but then the memories of the past few months came flooding back in her mind. Her banishment from the main branch, Naruto's defection, Kuji's death, and so many more tragedies. I don't think so, Sasuke said Hinata sadly. Me too. I'm tired of losing the people I love, tired of the constant problems of the ninja world. I'm fed up of being a shinobi, said Sasuke bitterly, and clenched his fists tightly. But this is the world we live in, there is nothing we can do. Argued Hinata in a defeated voice, but was silenced when he gave her a defiant look. There is always a way, I hate this world. It doesn't matter if you are strong or weak, the only thing you feel every time is pain, said Sasuke angrily. Sasuke. Despite being an Uchiha, I couldn't protect Naruto. Konoha made him suffer in ways I could have never imagined, and yet he always tried to make me happy. He was just a child and yet the villagers treated him like trash. I said Sasuke regretfully, and Hinata was surprised on seeing the affection the boy had for Naruto. Looking at him now, convinced Hinata that even if Naruto was now an enemy of Konoha, Sasuke still considered him a brother and deeply cared for him. But when he looked into her eyes, he was surprised when he saw some deep affections for Naruto. You love him, don't you? Asked Sasuke kindly, and smirked when her cheeks became bright red. I care about him, but now I just don't know what I feel, said Hinata honestly. Hinata, I want to stop the hatred in this world. To stop this curse so that more Narutos don't suffer, so that people like Kuji don't die in vain. This world is full of chaos and violence, I want to put an end to it, so that our friends and family can live peacefully, declared Sasuke passionately. But how can we do that? The shinobi world, said Hinata, but was cut off when his Sharingan came alive. What if there are no more shinobi? With Naruto. The young Anbu captain had just finished inspecting another district of the village. So far, everything looked ordinary except for the fact that there were a high number of genin roaming around the village. One of his clones had also dispersed itself and passed on some information about a large weapons cache in the northern district, while his other 3 clones were still busy with their tasks. From his little visit to the bar, he had discovered the people of Suna were definitely on edge. The Kazekage was increasing military supplies and combat drills, and such activities only increased before the start of a war. Suna was desperate, that much was certain. He turned around and started walking into a small alley, but his danger instincts kicked in when he didn't see a single person in the area. He used his sensory abilities and discovered a few faint chakra signatures hiding in the nearby houses. Civilians, thought Naruto. But he became very alert when wild gusts of sand started flowing in the entire street and a person could be seen walking towards him. Naruto narrowed his eyes and saw a boy with fair skin and short, spiky, auburn hair and pale blue-green colored eyes. He was wearing a black full-body suit with t-shirt-like sleeves, 3/4 length legs, and an open neck. With this, he also wore a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips, and a wide leather band system over the left shoulder and right side of his hips. With this leather band, he carried around a large gourd around which sand was swirling magically. His black-colored forehead protector was wrapped around his band, and he had the kanji of love embedded on his forehead. Naruto, he's the Ichibi's one tail, Jinchuriki warned Kurama, but alas it was too late. A maniacal grin came on the young boy's face as he glared at Naruto. Mother wants your blood. Chapter 53. Gara. Otogakure in a dark corner of a secret base. A person was attentively operating on a body on his table. He was a tall man with extremely pale skin and waist-length black hair, but the most intimidating thing about him were his slit golden eyes that could generate fear in even the strongest warriors. It was fair to say that Orochimaru was perhaps one of the most dangerous criminals of the ninja world. A former Sannin and a ninja of Konohagakure. Infamously known through the titles of Butcher and Mad Scientist. And titles well deserved, in fact. The attainment of knowledge requires sacrifice and dedication. It requires a will to cross boundaries which humans often confine themselves into. And he was happily breaking all the boundaries in order to become that supreme being. That thought alone sent tickling sensations across his body, making him chuckle lightly. I see, you're still busy with your experiments, said Kabuto slyly, making his mentor smile. How was your meeting with Uzumaki Naruto? Asked Orochimaru curiously, and watched as Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He always wondered why his student had the strange habit of adjusting his glasses before starting a conversation. Then again, Kabuto was a weird genius. Talented boy, but indeed weird. So far, the reports about him seem accurate. He has indeed betrayed Konoha, and is strong enough to dispose all my test subjects like they were flies. He is extremely strong, even without his Bijuu's powers. Was Kabuto's swift and honest reply. Interesting, very interesting. Orochimaru-sama, I still doubt his intentions. The Hokage has indeed sent Hunter Ninja and Anbu squads after Naruto, but I sense a conspiracy here. All of this seems very easy, suggested Kabuto, but Orochimaru shook his head. You're right and wrong at the same time, said Orochimaru mysteriously, and chuckled when a frown came on Kabuto's face. What do you mean? I have seen from time to time that rebellion is in mankind's nature, said Orochimaru confidently. Meaning? Before the shinobi and ninja village system existed, there was the clan wars era. It was an era of constant warfare, and yet humanity was surviving and constantly developing. You might even say people were happy in that system, except for a few, said Orochimaru seriously. You mean Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konoha and the shinobi world? Asked Kabuto smartly, getting a nod from his mentor. Accurate, there will always be people who can never fit into the system. No matter how hard they try, they are either unfit to live in the system or the system rejects them itself. And those selected few humans always become the ones who change the world, for better or for worse, said Orochimaru confidently. And where does Naruto fit into this? Questioned Kabuto curiously. He doesn't fit at all, he's an outcast who was rejected from the system. It was not his fault, yet his own people threw him away, but he still tried to adjust himself in the system until now. And what about Uchiha Sasuke? Opposite but yet the same, he was accepted into the system but is unable to adjust himself in it. If he ever realized the injustice done to his clan, and to his best friend, he will become quite a threat. These two along with a few others are prime examples of how unbalanced and hypocritical the ninja world is. It speaks of peace yet starts wars, it promotes equality yet discriminates at the same time, preaches love yet plants hatred inside people's heart by making them fight for power, vengeance, grudges. In a way, the ninja world is perhaps the most flawed system ever created in human history. Explained Orochimaru briefly. Kabuto was quite surprised by the depth of his mentor's knowledge. Not only did Orochimaru understand science, but he understood the world itself. Yes, he was a Sannin in every aspect. And you plan to use these too? Asked Kabuto knowingly, but frowned when Orochimaru shook his head again. I have no interest in the petty affairs of the ninja world, although I do have a grudge against Konoha. That village rejected the knowledge which I accumulated through years of sacrifice by saying I broke human morals and emotions. I have never seen such hypocrites in my entire life, those fools can gladly suppress and destroy other people of the world for their comfort and yet speak of peace. That's why it has to be destroyed for attainment of knowledge. Besides, it would be fun watching those hypocritic fools die painfully. Maybe some of them can become useful samples," mused Orochimaru, and Kabuto smirked on seeing the excitement in the man's eyes. "So, you have no interest in Sasuke-kun's powers?" asked Kabuto. "I never said that, Kabuto. Although, Naruto is a totally different case, he is free to take his revenge as long as he doesn't get in my way. I actually find the boy very interesting. Despite the odds against him, he became this powerful and fighting against the entire Fire Nation all alone," stated Orochimaru in an impressed voice. "Do you really think Naruto will join us?" questioned Kabuto doubtfully, as Orochimaru wiped a small blood stain from his coat. Hiruzen not only dug his own grave but also that of the ninja world when he decided to hide the mysterious existence and death of Naruto's clone daughter. Being the emotional human, the betrayal Naruto will feel will be much more in comparison to the treatment Konoha gave him all these years. Rei was the closest thing to what Naruto could call a family, and to realize Konoha and the ninja world even took that away from him, and even went as far as to eliminate all trace of her existence would be the ultimate betrayal. With the power of Kyuubi and his thirst for vengeance against the ninja world, Naruto can very well become the destroyer of the ninja world. All it takes to start a giant fire is a mere spark. And all it takes to change the course of history is the will of a single man, and Naruto Uzumaki is that person. Sunagakur. Looking into Gaara's bloodthirsty eyes brought a smile on Naruto's face, which completely surprised his partner. "Naruto, you're smiling? He wants to kill you, moron," scolded Kurama, but the mysterious smile still remained on Naruto's face. "While you are seeing hatred in this Jinchuriki's eyes, I can only see pain. If the Bijuu were mistreated by humans, then the Jinchuriki received far worse treatment. Being considered as weapons of mass destruction, to be used and thrown aside on the village's whims. If not for Kakashi, I would have turned out like him or worse, joined Danzo's revolt. The longer I live in this ninja world, the more atrocities I and people of my kind suffer. What was our crime? You asked me why I never talk about my parents? Yes. Not only did they give me a life of pain, but left me all alone. And for what? Protecting Konoha? The very village spat on me, and what right did they even have to make me a Jinchuriki? I was a human being and not some property which they could freely use for their own ambitions. People of this world have forgotten the meaning of being human. They think all of them are kami, God. If they can judge and discriminate people like me, then why can't I do the same? I don't hate my parents, but I don't like them either. As for this boy, I understand his pain and that's why I will not kill him even if he is Konoha's enemy," explained Naruto seriously. "Then why are you even protecting Konoha?" questioned Kurama, and frowned when Naruto became extremely silent. Answer me, Naruto. I'm just tired of this ninja world. The only reason I'm still fighting for Konoha is due to the few people in the village who showed me kindness and love. And as far as the village is concerned, let's just say they are receiving my allegiance only due to Shin and Sai. But then again, it's not enough, and I might just retire from this ninja life after this mission," said Naruto honestly. "I understand," said Kurama nervously, and Naruto sensed the hesitation in his partner's voice. "Are you hiding something from me, Kurama?" asked Naruto sharply, and his suspicions were proved correct when he saw a flicker of panic cross through Kurama's eyes, but it quickly disappeared as the Bijuu schooled his features. "No, and I think you need to concentrate on your opponent. The Kazekage and Suna ninja would be alerted soon," warned Kurama, and sighed in relief when Naruto gave a nod. Unknown to the Bijuu, Naruto had completely understood his partner's intention of diverting the question. He had noticed Kurama's strange behavior during the past few days, and his years of training as an Anbu captain suggested only one thing. Kurama was lying to him. And he had to know why. "All right, Kurama. I see your point," said Naruto slyly, pretending to be unaware of his partner's deceitful actions. Activating his Mangekyo, Naruto put his finger on his communication device. He needed time to subdue his opponent, and it could only be achieved through this way. Clone teams, change of plans. Shift to condition Scarecrow, now. With clones. As soon as the command was received, the first shadow clone edged closer to the entrance gate of a nearby restaurant. He also sensed his clone brothers moving into similar important targets, while one clone stationed himself inside a weapons cache center of Suna. Clone 1, in position inside the weapons depot. Clone 2, in position near the communications station. Clone 3, in position near the hospital. Clone 4, in position near a large restaurant. All the clones passed on their status updates to their maker, as the communication devices on their ears blinked again. Initiate Code R, minimize civilian casualties, said Naruto coldly. And the next second, 4 giant explosions rocked the entire village of Sunagakure. With Naruto. The Anbu captain observed closely as 4 giant explosions occurred simultaneously across the entire village. The very next second loud sirens started ringing, and hundreds of chakra signatures started rushing towards the site of explosions, along with a cage-level ninja's chakra signature. That will keep the Kazekage and his forces occupied. Now I only need to stop this guy before he transforms into his full Bijou state. If he can even do that. Thought Naruto analytically. His assumptions were proved correct when Gara jumped towards him. The boy did not care about the explosions inside his own village. Rather, he seemed more interested in killing Naruto. Very well, said Naruto calmly, and focused his eyes on Gara. The Ichibi Jinchuriki was rather surprised when Naruto easily sidestepped the incoming punch aimed at him. Before Gara could counterattack, a solid kick to his back sent him sailing away. Not wasting any time, Naruto took out 4 hidden seals from his pants and threw them in different directions. What are those things? Questioned Kurama curiously. Silencer seals. It will prevent any ninja from sensing our chakras, or even any type of sound. It will buy me some time to subdue him. Explained Naruto quickly, while looking at a furious Gara. But you said that you didn't have many weapons? Asked Kurama suspiciously, and got a bad feeling when a mischievous smirk came on Naruto's face. There are certain places in my uniform where I can easily hide some surprises. Suggested Naruto, and laughed when Kurama's face faulted on understanding the hidden meaning behind those words. Too much information. Retorted Kurama in an irritated tone, adding further amusement to his smirking partner. Naruto made the first move. Within a blink of an eye the blonde disappeared and reappeared right in front of the Sunajinan and delivered a supercharged punch to his face, sending the red-headed boy flying backwards. Fast. Was all Kurama could think. His surprise didn't end there as Naruto appeared on Gaara's right side, while he was still in mid-air, and sent his crashing opponent through a nearby wall with powerful kick. As Gaara was smashed through the wall, Naruto reappeared behind Gaara in mid-air, and once again hit him with another powerful kick that sent the boy flying in the opposite direction. How is this possible? Gaara is actually being overpowered. Thought Shukaku in shock. This boy is overpowering Gaara's defense with pure speed. Damn you, Kurama. Let's take it up a notch. What's wrong, Gaara? Had enough already, because I'm only getting warmed up, Naruto taunted, as he landed on a rooftop directly in front of Gaara, who was slowly getting back up on his feet and glaring angrily at Naruto. Get up. The blonde scolded. You want my blood, then fucking fight for it. Whose side are you actually on? Yelled Kurama angrily, making Naruto smack his own forehead. Damn him, my sand can barely protect me from his attacks, Gaara thought angrily as his sand slowly reformed itself. He was surprised when Naruto created a shadow clone which soon transformed itself into a long, sharp sword. Quickly landing back on the ground, Naruto tightly gripped his sword and pointed it straight at Gaara. Not willing to let Naruto hammer away at his defense with his super speed, Gaara quickly opened his mouth and fired a massive blast of wind at Naruto. Sensing the danger, Naruto quickly drew his sword and channeled wind chakra through the weapon. Sarashu Fu, Wind Slash. The attack cut right through Gaara's wind attack, causing it to dissipate and fly straight towards Gaara. But before the fast-moving attack could hit the Suna boy, Gaara jumped into the air, causing the wind blade to slice right through a nearby house, shattering its wall to pieces. After avoiding the attack, Gaara then extended his demonic sand arm forward at Naruto in an attempt to grab him. Seeing this, Naruto immediately resheathed his sword and sidestepped Gaara's arm and grabbed hold of it with both his arms and used all his strength to swing the Sunajin Churiki around and into a nearby dustbin. After slamming Gaara into the dustbin, Naruto then formed a single-hand seal in quick succession. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Several Narutos were instantly formed which went straight towards the recovering Gaara, as a small dust cloud formed around the Sunajinan. As the clones leapt forward and flew towards the large dust cloud that formed around Gaara, after he was slammed into the dustbin, they suddenly heard Gaara yell from within the dust cloud. Futon, Mugen Sajin Daitapa, Wind Style, Infinite Sand Cloud Great Breakthrough. After which a massive blast of sand and wind erupted, blowing away the dust cloud and destroying the clones in one single strike. Once all the shadow clones were destroyed, Gaara jumped on top of a nearby wall and shifted his murderous gaze towards the original Naruto. The young Genin swung his arms and fired dozens of sand-shaped shurikens straight towards his opponent. Suna Shuriken, Sand Shuriken. Acting fast, Naruto quickly redrew his sword again. Hien no Jutsu, Flying Swallow Technique. The weapon got covered with wind chakra as Naruto used it to destroy the sand shuriken as they were about to hit him. When all the sand shuriken were dealt with, Naruto then jumped towards Gaara, who unleashed yet another massive blast of wind from his mouth and fired it at his opponent. Reacting on his instincts, Naruto used his wind chakra-laced sword to cut through the wind attack again, and slice through the large wall on which Gaara was standing, causing him to fall to the ground. Danger bells rang in Naruto's mind, as he saw a large sand tail forming behind Gaara. He quickly threw the 3 shuriken he had towards the boy, but the attacks were easily evaded by the smirking Jinchuriki. Seeing Gaara evade his attack, Naruto then quickly created another clone of himself and used it to throw himself at Gaara. The Suna Genin tried to attack Naruto, but, thanks to his Sharingan, Naruto was able to evade the strikes and reached behind Gaara. The piercing sound Naruto's sword slash echoed through the street, which severed Gaara's tail from him, causing it to revert into sand and fall to the ground. After cutting Gaara's tail off, Naruto then quickly propelled himself off the side of a nearby wall and delivered a powerful spinning kick into Gaara's back, damaging his Jinchuriki form again and smashing him through 2 small houses. Ga cried Gaara in pain as he was sent sailing across several walls of the houses. Naruto was quite intrigued when he didn't see any people in the houses. Focusing his chakra, he realized all of them were hiding in the basements. So, this is not the first time this Jinchuriki has gone on a rampage, thought Naruto seriously. Naruto saw a badly injured Gaara slowly getting back onto his feet. His Jinchuriki form was already in a sorry state and the boy was struggling to reform it due to all the damage he took. Had the sand not absorbed the majority of Naruto's attack, Gaara was certain his body would be in shambles. Just as his Jinchuriki form got reformed, he sensed Naruto's presence above him. Suten, Mizurappa, Water Style, Wild Water Wave. When Gaara looked up, he saw Naruto spewing out a large stream of water at him. At the same time, a second Naruto appeared on Gaara's left and fired several large blasts of water at him from his mouth. When the attacks hit, Gaara was able to withstand them, thanks to the sand that covered his body. But when the attacks ended, the Suna Genin could not help but wonder what his opponent was up to. Since water attacks of those levels would not hurt him in his current form, the most they could do was wet his sand. He of course soon got his answer when a third Naruto appeared in front of him and hit him right in the stomach with a chakra-enhanced punch. But the big difference in this punch was the effect it had, where it not only sent Gaara flying through 3 giant walls this time, but it also destroyed most of the sand around his body and crippled him. "Fuck," cried Gaara in pain from the devastating punch. "What's going on? What's happening? How did he break through my sand so easily? Why didn't it absorb the force of the punch?" thought Gaara in panic. Just what kind of ninja was this blonde boy? "Your sand is fast and strong, especially when it is compressed. But that's only when it's dry. When it's wet, it's no better than mud," explained Naruto briefly, shocking Gaara completely. "Impossible, he actually found a way to defeat Gaara's sand defense and make it worthless," thought a stunned Shukaku. "Take that, you stupid raccoon," yelled Kurama proudly. "Now I'm going to end this," Naruto said, and he started to form a long series of various hand seals, which Kurama recognized easily. The Bijou sensed Naruto gathering a large amount of moisture from the air. The attack won't be at its full destructive capacity due to the limited amount of water in the desert-like atmosphere, but the Bijou was confident Naruto could make do with the resources available to him. He was proven correct when Naruto finished the hand seals, and looked straight at Gaara. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A dangerous dragon made out of water formed around him and then headed straight for the injured Gaara. Not finished, Naruto quickly performed another set of hand seals and directed his fingers straight towards the charging water dragon. Razoryudan, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Gaara's eyes widened in terror, when the dragon was completely electrified with lightning and was just about to crush him. The helpless boy tried to move from his position, but could only limp a few steps thanks to his injuries. Turning around, he could only watch in horror as the massive lightning-enhanced water dragon flew towards him at immense speed, and struck him with tremendous force. That sent him sailing through the walls of several houses and crashing into the ground with incredible force, causing a large explosion that covered much of the ground below in dust. Kurama was quite impressed with the battle. It was one of those times when he was reminded of the fact that despite being 15 years old, Naruto was one of the most powerful ninjas of the shinobi world. The Bijou was intrigued when Naruto walked towards the injured Gara, who was lying on the ground. Despite not being severely injured, the boy had indeed lost the fight due to sand getting all wet and electrified. It was quite ironic. Gaara's greatest strength had become his biggest weakness. "What are you going to do?" questioned Kurama, as Naruto stepped beside Gara. "A little housecleaning," replied Naruto calmly, and glared his Mangekyo straight at Gara. The Sunagenon was quite mesmerized by those red eyes, but was surprised when he found himself standing in a dark landscape. He looked around and saw Naruto standing beside him, although the boy's eyes were not fixed on Gara, but on a certain giant raccoon. Slowly stepping forward, Naruto's mysterious dark red eyes passively looked at the Bijou standing in front of him. Hello, Shukaku. Chapter 54. Feelings of the Heart. Konoha Cemetery. It was a silent night in Konoha, as Sakura Haruno stood all alone in the cemetery. Her sad eyes fixed on one name. Kuji Akimichi. She was not close to the boy, but nonetheless he was a friend. A classmate and a member of the infamous Nine. That thought alone made her chuckle sadly as she looked at the picture in her hand. It was a group photo of her class. Everyone looked so happy. Kuji was happily munching on his chips, while a bored Shikamaru stood beside him. Ino gave the best pose she could muster. On the left side, Shino was stoic as ever while Kiba had a cocky grin on his face. Hinata was her usual self, giving an extremely shy smile for the photo. And there they were, the magnificent three. She stood in between Naruto and Sasuke, with a happy smile on her face. Naruto was also giving a small eye smile, making him look like a mini Kakashi clone with the face mask covering his face. While Sasuke didn't smile, but she could understand he seemed content with the people around him. Those days. Still hanging in the past, Sakura? Asked a very familiar voice. She didn't even have to turn around as she knew who he was. Yeah, it may sound naive, but I really wish to go back to these days, confessed Sakura sadly, as Sasuke came beside her. To her surprise, he kneeled down and placed a hand over Kuji's grave. No words were said, yet she could feel the sadness in his heart. No, it's fine. It's a genuine wish, reassured Sasuke, completely surprising his teammate. She had expected a rude remark from him, and yet he did the opposite. And just like that, he tucked his hands inside the pockets of his pants and started walking away. Sakura wanted to say something, but no words came in her mouth. Her breath hitched in her throat, when he suddenly stopped. Maybe one day I can make a peaceful world for all of us. A world where you won't have to see your friends getting killed, families getting murdered, said Sasuke honestly. He couldn't say anything more, even if he wanted to. Sasuke could not understand why he was giving such a promise, why he felt his chest tighten on seeing her pain. Despite deciding to abandon all feelings for every person in Konoha, he could not stop himself from helping her. Granted, she was a teammate, and the closest thing to a friend after Naruto. In the past, he found her annoying due to her swooning over him, but in time, she grew up. Sakura changed and became a kunoichi whom he respected. He had killed people, was using Hinata for his own plans, and yet he did not feel a pang of guilt. But just seeing her standing at Kuji's grave made him feel this intense emotion? Why? He froze like a rock, when she embraced him from behind. Her hands tightly covering his chest, the warmth of her body hitting him. The feeling of her breast tightly pressed against his back. Sakura, just stay with me. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, those simple words combined with this feeling in his heart was breaking through all his barriers. Every part of his body and heart was screaming at him, to let go of everything and just kiss the girl embracing him. Maybe, he really liked her. A bittersweet smile came on his lips. This feeling in his heart was more the reason he had to let her go. After all, darkness and light could not exist together. And if they tried, the light would be overwhelmed by the darkness. He could live with the regret of not reciprocating these feelings, but could not live in a world where Sakura and Naruto were constantly suffering. Maybe, the world will remember him as a monster after his plan was accomplished, but he would at least be successful in creating a peaceful world for her. Total destruction of the ninja world, this was the only dream he was living for. Yet he knew he was just one man, he was a strong warrior and an adept tactician. While Naruto had charisma and power, together they could. No, I won't put him through this, he has suffered more than enough. This burden is mine, thought Sasuke vehemently, and grabbed Sakura's hands that were around his chest and gently removed them. A confused frown came on Sakura's beautiful face, as she patiently waited for him to explain this action. "Sakura, I have to go," said Sasuke evasively, but she sensed the hesitation in his voice. "You sure?" asked Sakura calmly, and just received a nod from him. A small smile came on her face as he started walking away from her. It was short, but she felt something which none of them thought was possible. "I'm really glad I met you." Those silent words shocked her to the core, freezing her completely in the cold night. The voice was so low, yet it broke through all her barriers and touched her heart. Did he really say that? He gave her a hesitant glance, and she saw a true smile on his face. But the moment was short-lived, as Sasuke disappeared with a sunshine. "I'm sorry, but the path of happiness is just not meant for me." Suna. Gara could not understand what was happening. Standing in this dark place and looking at the person standing beside him made him feel something, a feeling which never existed in his heart till this day. This blonde boy not only defeated him, but was now fearlessly standing in front of the giant Shukaku. Naruto noticed how Gara flinched when Shukaku glared at him. Disappointment and murder was clearly evident on the Bijuu's face. It was as if he held Gara responsible for its own defeat, despite being the weakest Bijuu of the world. Such hypocrisy, thought Naruto angrily. Gara flinched when Shukaku raised its giant tail. Knowing what was coming, he quickly shut his eyes. After all, resistance was futile against Shukaku. He waited for that incoming attack to strike him. It was just like Shukaku to vent out his anger on Gara. Not allowing him to sleep, driving him mad with blood rage, driving people away from him. It was as if the Bijuu had pledged to torture his container until he died or committed suicide. Moments passed and yet nothing hit him. He slowly opened one of his eyes and was shocked when Shukaku had freezed and Naruto was standing in front of him. "Silence, beast!" shouted Naruto, his voice full of hatred and malice that even stopped Shukaku. "Naruto, maybe you. Kurama, stay out of this. I sympathize with the Bijuu, but you have no right to torture your Jinchuriki. We were just as unlucky as you were, and that does not grant you the right to torture us. I am going to teach this animal a lesson," warned Naruto, and leaked some of his ki to make his point clear to Giant Fox. The Bijuu tried to say something, but a murderous glare from Naruto was all that was needed to silence him. Not that Shukaku deserved any mercy, but still it was a matter of concern that Naruto's anger was greatly increasing these days. And Kami forbid, if a hypocrite person or a Bijuu came before him, then they would wish they would have died sooner, rather than face Naruto. And it seemed Shukaku was not so lucky. "Human, I will devour your soul. Here I come," declared Shukaku excitedly. And the very next second Shukaku found himself being glared by a dark pair of Mangekyo eyes. Gara was stunned when his Bijuu's tail that was about to strike them collapsed on the ground. The pressure Shukaku was releasing vanished instantly. He even noticed shock on the Bijuu's face. "What's the matter? Can't attack? You're up against a little human," Ichibi taunted Naruto. "Bastard, what did you do to me?" asked Shukaku roughly, trying his best to break out of this power but only felt himself being subdued more and more. "Or have you finally learned that only those willing to be killed should think about killing others?" asked Naruto darkly, and raised one of his fingers at the giant Bijuu. Kurama and even Gara watched intently as Shukaku's eyes changed and were not totally red in color instead of its original yellow color. "Naruto Uchiha commands you, kneel." "Yes, your majesty." Gara was sure it was a dream, when the very next second Shukaku kneeled faithfully before Naruto. Gone was the giant beast, the only thing that remained now was a faithful dog waiting for a command from his master. Kurama saw Naruto panting harshly and blood leaking from his eyes. But even then, to think his eyes are strong enough to subdue Shukaku so easily, thought Kurama in shock. "What are you?" asked Gara nervously. If this boy could so easily destroy Shukaku who had tormented him for years, then what would he do someone like himself? His breath freezed in his throat when Naruto turned around and removed his face mask. Blood leaked like a river from his eyes, while his shiny blonde hair were falling over his face, and yet those dark red eyes sent shivers down Gara's spine. If there was a demon in this world, then he surely would look the same as this boy. His very presence leaked sinister and evil. The scared Sunajinon haphazardly took a few steps back when Naruto started walking towards him. "Is this how I'll meet my end? Helpless and tortured to the very end?" thought Gara sadly, as his mother's face flashed in front of his eyes. "You don't want it to end, do you?" asked Naruto knowingly with a small grin on his face, but instead of making him look welcoming it made him look more sinister. Stay away from me, warned Gaara, but his fearful voice made Naruto chuckle. It seems you still have some reason to live, said Naruto calmly, and stepped in front of Gaara. What did you do to Shukaku? Asked Gaara nervously, watching that giant raccoon kneeling like a dog still surprised him. That creature won't trouble you anymore, he'll be your pet from now on, offered Naruto proudly, as Gaara narrowed his gaze in suspicion. What do you want from me? Questioned Gaara, and was surprised when Naruto looked in his eyes with his mangekyo. For a few moments, nothing was said as the dangerous boy just continued to stare in his eyes until a sad look appeared on his face. So, they did the same thing to you just as my people did to me. Such hypocrites, said Naruto bitterly, his mangekyo spinning dangerously due to his rise in chakra. We're Jinchuriki, this is our destiny, said Gaara sadly. He knew fighting against this boy was useless. If he could defeat him in combat, subdue Shukaku like a street dog, then there was nothing left for him to fight against this boy. No. What? If you had the strength, then you could have prevented this. If you had power, then you could have opposed this atrocity? Questioned Naruto, as he slowly walked back towards Shukaku. Gaara watched curiously as Naruto stepped in front of Shukaku. Are you going to kill me? Asked Gaara calmly, but just heard a small HN from the other boy. You have yearned for a family, haven't you? Searched for that one person who could understand you, who could accept you as a human instead of a monster or a weapon. Said Naruto seriously. How do you? His question was cut short as Naruto turned towards him. I am Naruto Uchiha, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I am like you, Gaara introduced Naruto with a small sad smile on his face. The Kyuubi? I see, said Gaara calmly, as some of the tension vanished from his mind, bringing a smile on Naruto's face. I am not going to kill you, Gaara. Unlike the others, I can understand your pain. And yet I didn't have to go through this much pain. I found some precious people who loved me despite my identity as a Jinchuriki. They became my friend, my brother, said Naruto happily, and smiled sadly when the shock and disbelief was clearly evident on Gaara's face. No, it's not impossible. There is no such things as friends, there is no such thing as a brother, yelled Gaara in disbelief, his choked voice full of sadness and anger, while tears came to his eyes. The next second he saw various flashes of Naruto's own life, the scene with the mob, Kakashi's entry into his life. The glares and curses thrown at him every day, how he eventually found some friends at the academy. But still the pain and hate continued to be thrown at him, until he snapped. Before Gaara could see more, the flashback stopped and he found Naruto standing beside him, his hand resting peacefully on Gaara's shoulder. I can give you everything you desire. I will be your family, your brother. Offered Naruto with a true smile on his face, and despite his blood-stained face Gaara could not help but be touched by the genuine feelings in the boy's heart. Or you could continue to serve people who hate your very existence and will always consider you a monster? Just like my parents, your father sealed this animal in you who enjoyed tormenting you for years. With me, you won't have to face such pain. A small tear slipped from Gaara's eyes when Naruto touched his cheek. The feeling of his touch and that understanding look in his eye tore apart all the barriers in his heart. Father, brother, friend, I will be everything for you. Kurama was just stunned with the scene happening in front of him. Was this really Naruto? Just as he thought he knew everything about the boy, something new comes up that makes him wonder who Naruto truly was. Walk this dark world by my side, different rules, different time, different life. I'll grant you powers that will make you strong to fight against any injustice. In return I want only one thing, said Naruto seriously, and smiled when he saw Gaara on the verge of accepting the offer. What do you want? Asked Gaara curiously. Swear your allegiance to me, you will fight only for me. Not for any village, not for any cage, not for anyone else. The power of kings will indeed make you lonely, but as long as we are together you won't have to fear anything or anyone. Because I won't let anything happen to my brother. Explained Naruto briefly. Gaara's gaze shifted towards the kneeling Shukaku. The animal which had tormented him for years was now at this boy's mercy. The village which had shunned him all these years, could be destroyed if only Naruto wished. His so-called family that was terrified of him can be taught a lesson, make them feel pain for all the injustice they had done to him. All these years, he had searched for this. And looking into Naruto's eyes made him confident that he could get everything he desired. Till this day I have been lying. My life was a lie, my family was a lie, my people were a lie, my village was a lie. All lies. thought Gara disappointedly. Naruto saw the boy's fists clenching tightly. I wanted to stop this madness, but couldn't bring myself to break these lies. But now, thought Gara seriously. Naruto smiled when Gara gave him a light hug, as he gladly returned the gesture. Very well, I accept it, promised Gara. At that day, 2 blood brothers were born. Chapter 55. Devil's Choice. Kakashi could not understand why he had been summoned to the Anbu headquarters. Granted, he had once been a part of the secret organization, and was a good friend of the Anbu commander. Hell, he practically trained the man. Through his experience in the Anbu, he at least knew one thing. Anbu were the darkness of the ninja world, a necessary evil. It was an outfit that brought forward the darkness in people's heart, and transformed them into ruthless killing machines. In a way, he was grateful for Naruto's entry into his life. If not for the boy, he would have stayed in the Anbu and always lived in the darkness. Senpai. Kakashi turned around to see his longtime friend and student standing behind him. Dressed in his Anbu gear and a sword strapped on his back, his face covered by the mysterious Anbu mask. It was hard to believe that the little Tenzo he had met years ago had grown so much. From their days en route, to their partnership in Anbu, they had been through a lot. I told you to stop calling me that, Tenzo said Kakashi lazily, making his friend chuckle. I'll stop the day you stop calling me Tenzo. Besides, now I am known as Yamato. You're not going to change, are you? Nope. Kakashi gently rubbed his forehead as his friend continued to smile. Yes, some things never changed. Why have you called me? Asked Kakashi curiously. We have an assignment for you. It has Delta level clearance, said Tenzo, aka Yamato, seriously, his voice now devoid of any mischief. And he was not surprised when he saw the shock visible in Kakashi's eyes. Any mission/assignment with a Delta level clearance was the most important task an Anbu could ever dream to achieve. An SS rank mission. A mission that could very well change the future of their village and Fire Nation itself. I am not an Anbu, you should not discuss this with me, scolded Kakashi, but tensed when his friend didn't back down. It's not up to me. I am merely following orders, stated Yamato, as Kakashi came dangerously close to him. Did the Hokage put you up to this? Questioned Kakashi, and the look in his friend's eyes made Kakashi very nervous. Something big was going on. I'm afraid, bigger forces have got involved. Forces that are more powerful than the Hokage, suggested Yamato, making Kakashi take a step back. It was not possible. The daimyo. Yes, this assignment comes directly from the leader of this entire nation. As you know, the daimyo does not interfere with the internal matters of the village, but Naruto's defection incident has seriously raised deep concerns in the imperial court. Questions are being raised about the power of Konoha, and whether it is strong enough to defend Fire Country. We have got reports that the daimyo of Suna and Iwa are maybe planning an alliance, explained Yamato worriedly. The Anbu commander was surprised when Kakashi grabbed his collars roughly and looked him straight in the eye. The Anbu are loyal to the Hokage, you can't get involved in this mess, much less drag me into it. If Hiruzen finds out that you are secretly collaborating with the daimyo. What if I tell you, Hiruzen won't be Hokage for long? Time seemed to have stopped for Hitake Kakashi, everything was spinning out of control. Even his rational mind was unable to process the information that was thrown at him, this just couldn't be happening. You mean, said Kakashi nervously, and gulped when he received a nod from Yamato. I'm afraid the Imperial Court has lost all confidence in Hiruzen. They think he has grown too old and soft, their argument being if a child like Naruto can kill so many Anbu, steal the Forbidden Scroll. Then what's the worth of allowing Konoha to exist? You know very well, that Konoha's power pales in comparison to the might of the Fire Country. The daimyo's army, granted being a little weaker than our ninja, but is 10 times more large than our entire forces combined. It is the largest and most powerful army of the world that has ensured Fire Country's dominance since centuries. If things are not handled soon, Konoha could very well be replaced by a new village, explained Yamato in detail. The daimyo is a spineless coward, he won't dare, said Kakashi aggressively, gaining a nod from his friend. You're right. The daimyo is a coward and weak old man, but that is not the case of Princess Karen, the 13th heir to the throne, and eldest daughter of Fire Daimyo. She is a cold-hearted bitch who is very likely to become the next Empress of Fire Nation. The fact that she was indirectly involved in the mysterious murders of 10 of her siblings is enough to prove her desire for the throne. She practically controls the imperial court and the army too. 2 days ago, she approached me with a proposal. Kakashi got a real bad feeling after hearing the explanation. He had heard about Karen. She was the only royal heir who had the ability to use chakra. At the mere age of 17, she assumed command of the imperial forces and participated in the Third Great Ninja War, while the rest of her siblings preferred to hide in their royal palaces. She was a hardliner, who would not stop until her ambitions were achieved. The fact that she was a student of Danzo Shimura was troubling news. After the Yondaime died, she and Danzo had lobbied hard for Orochimaru to be named the next Hokage, but was considered young and naive by her father and his supporters. Ultimately Hiruzen was made Hokage again, and it was fair to say that the princess took it as an insult to her and her teacher, Danzo Shimura. One by one the advisors of Fire Daimyo who had supported Hiruzen's rise to power started disappearing, until none of them remained. Where they had disappeared was still a mystery, but Kakashi had a very good idea who it was that made these disappearances possible. Kakashi, she knows the truth. If Kakashi was shocked before, then now he was mortified. Just how much vulnerable had Konoha become during these past few years? Tenzo, you told her, said Kakashi furiously, but only received a harsh glare from his old friend. No, she already knew. Karen is about to be named the next leader of Fire Nation, and recent events has placed both Konoha and Hiruzen in her bad books. Once she assumes command, the first thing she would do is to sack Hiruzen and merge Konoha with Fire Nation. Our village could very well be wiped out. Now I knew why Danzo was so confident with his coup. Even if Root had been able to topple Hiruzen's rule and take over Konoha, Danzo would still need the approval of the imperial court. So this was the bastard's true plan. With Karen to back him up, the coup would have succeeded flawlessly. Explained Yamato worriedly. But Naruto fucked it up, when he single-handedly wiped out Root. Oh, Kami, said Kakashi in shock, as the true picture became clear to him. Yes, not only did Karen lose her control over Konoha but she also lost her teacher, Danzo Shimura. Now she has control over the largest and strongest army of the world, but not on the strongest village due to Hiruzen. The situation is extremely fragile and Karen is not someone with whom Konoha should mess at this point of time. If we don't handle this, then a rebellion may start within the Fire Country, said Yamato sincerely. What do you want from me? Asked Kakashi skeptically. Karen wants to remove Hiruzen, but she can't assassinate him as it will directly point fingers at her. So, she has adopted another approach. Karen has proposed full immunity to Naruto, if he testifies that he eliminated Root on Hiruzen's orders and murdered Danzo. But that would change nothing. Danzo was revolting, it was a crime. Not in her eyes, she controls the imperial court and will project that instead of negotiations the Hokage took a rash step and eliminated 300 talented Root ninja, effectively reducing Konoha's military efficiency while jeopardizing the safety of Konoha and Fire Country. Not only that, she would surely blame Hiruzen for hiding the information of the coup and proclaim that he endangered the royal family, which will turn the Fire Nation against him. The fact that Hiruzen and Danzo never looked eye to eye will be used against him as a motive for giving Naruto orders to eliminate Danzo. Explained Yamato briefly. It's a checkmate, said Kakashi sadly. The way I see it, Hiruzen's days as Hokage are outnumbered. Karen will come after us, our choices will determine the future of this village. My loyalty lies with the village and the people rather than the Hokage only. The Uchiha massacre, Root massacre, and defection of our only Jinchuriki. Combine all these reasons, the royal family and Karen have more than enough reasons to remove Hiruzen. As for you, she wants you to convince Naruto to surrender. You're the one who raised that boy, and he trusts you immensely, said Yamato seriously. Kakashi, you and I both know it, even if Naruto finished his mission and is brought back in the village, the people will never trust him. He would become a greater pariah, but if he surrenders to Karen, she has promised to pardon him of all crimes, and with her power, she could actually make the people believe that Naruto was just an innocent young ninja who was used by Hiruzen. That would earn him the sympathy of the people, even make him a hero. Karen wants to meet him at Kaminehima past 9 days from now. It will be a secret meeting, it's up to you now. The Anbu commander could only watch sympathetically as various emotions crossed in the copy ninja's eyes. They were talking about the change of an entire regime. Something which had never happened in the history of the ninja world. And Naruto was caught right in the middle of it. You once asked me, why did Naruto rebel against Root? Asked Yamato patiently, and gestured Kakashi to follow him. Because Danzo made him kill a very close friend and was increasingly becoming a threat to the village. replied Kakashi confidently, and was a little intrigued when his friend led him into a room full of monitors. He watched patiently as his friend inserted a tape into the recorder, and motioned his finger at the large screen in front of Kakashi. It was Operation Thunderstorm, 7 years ago, that destroyed Naruto's loyalty to Root and Danzo. And Kakashi was surprised when he found a young Naruto dressed in Anbu gear on the screen. Operation Thunderstorm 7 years ago. Heavy rains were falling from the dark sky, while the moon was shadowed by the sea of dark clouds in the sky. In all this darkness, several pair of eyes were currently watching a small palace that was in front of them. Isane Katero could not understand why her and their entire platoon had been assigned the task of eliminating Prince Genji, the seventh heir to the imperial throne. The fact that they were dressed in the uniform of Hanya Black Ops of the Land of Woods, and had removed any mark that could trace them back to Konoha or Root was a big sign that this was an operation clearly not being conducted on the Hokage's orders. Isane One-chan, should we begin? Asked a young deer-masked Root Anbu. The little 7-year-old boy flinched when the elder girl gave him a harsh glare and motioned him to shut up. Kento, you're not supposed to call me that. We're on a mission and I'm your squad leader, call me Bird, advised Isane. Go men, said Deer apologetically, as Isane's glare softened. Her eyes shifted towards their platoon leader who was just looking at them stoically. She could not understand what was going on in that boy's head, 9 years old, and he was already a lieutenant and soon to be named captain. It was fair to say that Naruto Uchiha was one of the finest ninja in the Root force. He had already performed several Black Ops missions behind enemy lines, and right now looking at these two rookies made him feel a little nostalgic about his days under Shin's command during Root training. It's time, squad leader, advised Naruto seriously. He received 2 quick nods from Isane and Kento as both of them took out their crossbows and focused the weapon towards the second floor of the palace. She also saw Naruto loading a sharp arrow on his weapon, when one of his communication devices on his right ear blinked. Ground Team 1 in position at the north gate. Ground Team 2 in position near the south gate. Orders, Lieutenant? There are several squads around your position. Your objective is to cause as much havoc. Our intel suggests that Prince Genji is one of the few royal heirs who would not leave his soldiers helpless in a fight. Your attack would draw him out, and that is when we will eliminate him. There are approximately 100 royal guards around this palace. You will be fine, Team 1, Team 2, explained Naruto briefly. The communication link was cut off as Naruto's gaze shifted towards the 2 shooters that were currently beside him on the cliff. Ready your weapons, rookies. We're hot, ordered Naruto. Yes, sir. Despite receiving the positive reply, Naruto saw a little doubt in Isane's eyes and motioned her to speak. Sir, we have 30 men in the field right now. If things get too hot, they won't be able to escape, suggested Bird, Isane. Our intel is clear. There are only 100 royal guards, our forces are strong enough to hold their own against them. But if it gets too hot, I will order them to fall back. Don't worry, squad leader, focus on your objective, said Naruto confidently, and smiled when he received a faithful nod from the 8-year-old girl. Isane waited with a weighted breath as Naruto motioned 3 fingers, reduced them to 2 and finally. Boom! Several explosions rocked various sectors around the palace, as Root Anbu forces dressed as Hanya Black Ops stormed through the gates of the palace. Sector 3, right-hand side. Spoke Deer, Kento, while Isane shifted her weapon in the said direction. Fire! The body of a royal archer fell down from the 2nd floor of the palace with an arrow lodged in his skull. Sector 3-1, distance 920 meters, upper left corner, pointed Deer again, as Naruto's crossbow shifted in that direction. Fire! A sharp arrow was lodged into the brain of a royal guard that was standing outside the prince's quarters. Isane was surprised when the prince came storming out of his quarters, dressed in his samurai-like armor. The man was just about to join his forces when a sharp arrow pierced his right eye and passed clean through the man's skull. As the man's lifeless body fell down on the floor, she saw Naruto reloading his weapon. Such precision, and control over his emotions. Tonight, Isane learned what it meant to be a true Root Anbu. She was shocked when Naruto's eyes widened in terror before he flashed towards her and tackled her to the ground. Slash. Moments passed and the little girl heard several kunai and shuriken piercing someone, as a soft cry escaped from the person's throat. She saw several hawks flying in the sky, and saw what appeared to be ninja forces on them. Naruto didn't waste any time, as he picked up his crossbow and started firing it towards the airborne enemy forces. He looked towards Isane for support, but froze when he saw the young rookie Kunoichi kneeling before a badly mutilated body of Kento. The 7-year-old boy had around 50 kunai lodged in his body, and his lifeless eyes were staring at Isane. "This is Team 1, we are surrounded by ninja forces. They're everywhere. Team 2, mercenary forces have us surrounded. We can't hold on much longer, Lieutenant." Time seemed to have stopped for Naruto, as he witnessed 30 of his men surrounded by at least 200 ninja forces and another 80-something royal guards. And in that moment he realized the true meaning of their mission. "Lieutenant, you gotta get us out of here now." "I won't let you down, hang in there," shouted Naruto, but his Sharingan was clearly showing him his own soldiers getting butchered by the enemy forces. "Can't do, LT. I've lost 5 men already." "Lieutenant Falcon, they are killing us here." Isane saw a furious Naruto making some adjustments on his communication device, before yelling furiously at the man on the other channel. "Command post, this is Lieutenant Falcon. My men are surrounded, we need support now," shouted Naruto urgently. "There is no available support. Your mission is finished, Falcon. Return to base," came the voice of their commanding officer. "But my men are expendable. This was how it was supposed to go, now return to base." "That's an order." A devastated Naruto could only helplessly watch as the Imperial forces mercilessly crushed his 30 men. He also saw what appeared to be a royal eagle landing on the palace, as a woman jumped on the surface. But he couldn't think about that right now, nor could he look into Isane's eyes. "No one's coming for us, are they, sir?" asked Isane sadly, as Kento's body got vaporized due to the root seal's activation. A small tear slipped from Naruto's eyes as he saw the bodies of his soldiers getting vaporized, but he didn't stop. The young Root Anbu quickly picked up Isane and started running away. But he had learned one thing tonight. The ninja world was indeed very cruel. Root Base, 2 days later. A young Naruto could currently be seen standing in front of several root officers. Danzo was sitting in the middle and his cold eyes were analyzing the boy. Isane, who was standing behind Naruto, could only flinch when the root commander glared at her. "Danzo-sama, and esteemed members of the Special Forces Committee. I, Naruto Uchiha, come before you to protest a grave injustice," said Naruto seriously, barely trying to hide the anger that was burning in his heart. "We have already read your report, I don't see why you are standing before us," replied Danzo nonchalantly. It was as if the man didn't even care. Isane saw Naruto's fists clenching tightly, and his chakra increasing. 31 soldiers died, Danzo-sama. The intel was deliberately manipulated. We were told there were only 100 personal royal guards of Price Genji. Instead there were mercenary ninja forces under the leadership of another royal princess. Argued Naruto passionately, but one of the root commanders raised his hand. The target was eliminated, that's all that matters. Soldiers are expendables. Danzo narrowed his gaze when Naruto's Sharingan activated as he glared furiously at the uncaring root members. "You set us up," said Naruto furiously. "So what?" Isane couldn't believe what she was hearing. Did Danzo just said those words? With Prince Genji's death and the supposed intervention of Hanya Black Ops in this incident, the Imperial Court has ordered the invasion of the Land of Woods. Soon that small nation will be under the rule of Fire Country. Princess Karen is already making preparations. You should be proud, scolded Danzo. "You bastard, you killed Kento," thought Isane furiously. She had pledged her life to defend Konoha. Only to have the very same village betray her and their comrades. Kento was only 7 years old and this man didn't even seem to care. For all these root officers, soldiers like her were nothing more than cannon fodder. To be used and thrown. She saw Naruto trying his best to make them understand and accept their deliberate actions, but was easily getting cornered. This has to stop. Root Base, 1 day later. The sound of alarms rang across the entire root base. Everywhere red lights could be seen burning. Sai could not understand the reason why Naruto was so tensed and heading towards the area where they had received reports about an enemy intrusion. The fact that the intrusion point appeared to be extremely close to Danzo's personal quarters was an alarming sign. Sai knew this root base was a secret and only Root Ninja knew about its existence. He couldn't finish his thoughts as they took another turn and his worst fears indeed came true. Because there in front of them was a small Anbu squad of 10 ninja surrounded by several Root Anbu from all sides. The fact that the intruders were indeed Root Ninja themselves and were young rookies. Danzo's loyal soldiers were just about to finish these young children, when a loud, strong voice ran across the room. "Drop your weapons." Drop them. The surrounded Root soldiers were surprised when the soldiers loyal to Danzo stayed their attack, but the one who was most surprised was none other than Izuna. This is Lieutenant Naruto, drop your weapons now, commanded Naruto, but the boy was shocked when Izuna stepped forward. Squad leader Izuna Kitaro, I'm the team leader of this squad, said Izuna respectfully, and didn't flinch when Naruto glared at her. Squad leader, you are surrounded. If you value your life and that of your soldiers, drop your weapons and surrender, advised Naruto patiently, while Sai glared at the Root soldiers of Danzo, preventing them from attacking the young soldiers. Izuna slowly removed her Anbu mask, and Naruto saw a small sad smile on her face as she looked at the mask. Sir, I know you tried everything. But just like you, I swore to defend Konoha against all enemies. Foreign and domestic, and Danzo is an enemy of Konoha, said Izuna angrily. How dare you? Naruto quickly grabbed the weapon of a fellow Root commander, preventing the man from starting a fight. Lieutenant, we have fought and bled for the same nation, you know very well, I will not give that order, said Izuna seriously. Your squad is surrounded, Izuna. These guys won't spare you if you don't surrender, don't be stupid. None of you have to die. Pleaded Naruto, as the young girl glared at the Root forces that had surrounded her squad. All of you, we were comrades once and we swore to defend Konoha. But that doesn't mean we must be sacrificed like dogs for one man's greed. Danzo is a traitor to Konoha and to all of us, shouted Izuna angrily, and Sai saw the Root forces grabbing their weapons. A panicked Naruto looked the girl straight in the eye, his heart burning with anticipation and fear. For the last time, Izuna. It's over, surrender right now, commanded Naruto. Stand fast. Countered Izuna, as both her and the Root forces of Danzo readied their weapons. God damn it, squad leader. I am not going to repeat this order, yelled Naruto furiously, as the defiant girl looked at him with equal passion. I will not give that order. What the hell is wrong with you? Slash. Before Naruto could even finish his order, the sound of a kunai was heard in the room, and the next second one of the soldiers under Isuna's command fell dead on the floor. Sai quickly tackled Naruto to the floor, as all hell broke loose. But Naruto's eyes were only fixed on Danzo, who had fired that weapon. The sound of explosions, kunai against kunai, cries of dying soldiers was heard across the entire room as Naruto glared at Danzo. He quickly shoved Sai off him, and grabbed the kunai of the closest Root Anbu. Cease fire. The young Anbu officer could only helplessly watch as his comrades got hit by numerous weapons. Danzo's forces were killing them without any shred of mercy. Ah! He gasped in shock when an exploding tag bursted around Izuna, shredding the entire left part of her chest. Showers of blood erupted around the girl, but she continued to grab the sword in her hand and jumped towards Danzo. With all her strength she sliced the necks of two Root Anbu protecting Danzo and jumped towards the Root commander. Stop! Yelled Naruto urgently. Slash. A sharp sword was pierced clean through Isuna's heart by Danzo, as the young girl coughed up blood before collapsing beneath the man's feet. Everything went silent, there was no sound, no cries, no weapons being fired. Just emptiness. Sai could only watch sadly as a mortified Naruto stared at the bodies of the young children of Isuna's squad, their mutilated bodies vaporizing. His gaze then shifted towards Danzo, who just turned around and started walking away. Clean this mess up. That's it? Was this the only thing the man had to say? Watching the Root Anbu giving faithful nods shocked Naruto even more. An intense rage and hatred burned in his heart, as he grabbed his sword and was just about to charge towards Danzo. But before he could react, Sai placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Not now, Naruto. One by one the Root ninja started to clear the room, while Naruto walked towards the place where Isuna's corpse was vaporizing. He could hardly call her a friend, but she was indeed his comrade. A faithful subordinate who shared the same dream of protecting Konoha. Was it wrong for her to rebel against the system? His rational mind was telling him she should have surrendered, but his heart knew she was right all along. Until the very end. Sai stood patiently as a tearful Naruto put his hands on the mass of flesh and blood that had once been Izuna Kitaro. There was nothing you could have done, Naruto said Sai sympathetically, and was relieved when he received a nod from Naruto. You're right, I could not save them. She rebelled against Root, but even then she was right. All of them were, said Naruto regretfully. What do you mean? Asked Sai curiously. She showed that even ninja are in the end people. Anbu are human, and human life must be preserved. Life is the greatest gift which a person receives from Kami, and nobody has the right to take that away from us. Not a country, not an organization, not anyone, said Naruto passionately, while slowly putting his Anbu mask on. What do you think of her actions? Asked Sai, and he heard a soft sad chuckle escaping from Naruto's lips. You either die as a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Naruto. Humans chase after the existence of happiness, said Naruto mysteriously. Meaning? What Izuna and these rookies wanted was just a tiny bit of happiness. It was just a simple wish, a wish that every human has. He turned around and was now looking at Sai with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and it seemed Sai understood what he meant. Do any of us have a right to deny that wish? Questioned Naruto. Naruto, people are judged because they are linked to something in the world, whether they like it or not. Such is the fate of humans. Explained Sai sagely. And sometimes when personal wishes stand against the will of the world, they are considered as pointless, said Sai honestly, but Naruto shook his head in disagreement. Sin and punishment, fate and judgment, I will change these factors that stand in the way of happiness. I will become the darkness that the ninja world loves so much. No matter what happens, I will clean this corrupt system. Humans love the dark side. I will make them feel pain so that they value life over death, happiness over misery, feelings over greed, and friends over power. If Root is the darkness of Konoha, then I shall become an even greater darkness. Sai, I am going to eliminate this darkness, because only those willing to be killed should think about killing others. Promise Naruto. Flashback end. Kakashi just stood in his position. Never in his entire life had he thought about the darkness that Root had indulged itself into. Watching these memories made him look towards Naruto in a different light. To some extent, he found Naruto's actions to be just. We found these tapes during our raid on the destroyed Root base. After an investigation, we discovered that the mission was rigged from the start. Danzo and Princess Karen were in on this. She knew that Hiruzen won't support her in the assassination of Prince Genji, who was gaining political powers within the imperial court, thereby becoming a threat to her. Danzo offered her support. He was still bitter over the betrayal by the Land of Woods a few years ago. You remember that? They broke off that treaty which Hiruzen sent them? Asked Yamato seriously. Yes, it was Guy's team that Hanya Black Ops ambushed. I and Itachi disposed them off, said Kakashi quickly, as he remembered the mission. Those Root soldiers were sacrificed as pawns in a big political game. Since they had acted as Hanya Black Ops, and murdered a royal prince. It gave Karen enough reason to launch an invasion on the Land of Woods. Within days it fell and was made a part of our nation. Karen personally led the invasion. In this way she successfully removed her sibling who was becoming a threat to her rise to the throne, while Danzo got his wish to conquer the Land of Woods. Our further search revealed many such missions in which those two cooperated, said Yamato in detail. Then use it against her, Tenzo. Are you kidding me? You want me to go up against the next Empress of Fire Nation? This evidence is not enough, and even if we want to present it, she would destroy us. That woman killed her own siblings. What do you think she will do to us? And if we try to present this evidence, then the Root Rebellion will come out eventually, which would not only destroy Konoha's reputation further, but also endanger Naruto's cover when he's this close to Orochimaru. It's too risky, scolded Yamato. Kakashi became silent for a few minutes. What his friend had said was indeed true. Naruto was caught right in the middle of this mess, and going up against someone like Karen would put him in even more danger. But if he went along with his plan, then Hiruzen. Then he remembered what Hiruzen had did to Naruto. Removing Rei's memories was an even greater crime which Hiruzen did without any hesitation. Don't worry, Kakashi. The princess only wants to remove Hiruzen, and if it's any consolation she wants to make you the next Hokage. What? Calm down, think about it rationally. If we do this, Konoha would be safe from her wrath, and with you as our leader it would be easy to bring Naruto safely in the village. As for Hiruzen, she would pressure him to resign and the people would accept it since he has become too old. Suggested Yamato. Kakashi narrowed his gaze when Yamato offered his hand to him. What shall it be, Kakashi? Chapter 56. Kurenai's Jealousy. Saizukuma Island. It was bright morning, as the shining rays of the sun slowly started to fall on the plains of the beautiful islands. The bright golden lights destroying the darkness of the night and enlightening the lives of the people by marking the beginning of a new day. In a small room of a luxury motel, a beautiful woman slowly opened the window. Cool gusts of winds quickly seeped through the open space, easily hitting her face and making her dark hair flow wildly in the air. Kurenai smiled a little, when she saw the streets full with people, even when it was only 7 in the morning. Kakashi had been absolutely right when he said that Saizukuma Islands never slept, and life continued to bolster in the area whether it was day or night. After all, it was one of the most attractive tourist destinations in the entire Fire Country. She suppressed a small yawn as her fingers gently rubbed her eyes, guess she was still getting used to the peaceful life. She had just arrived in this beautiful place last night, and already she was in love with it. However, she also knew the main reason behind her arrival in this place. Naruto. It was going to be a difficult task of finding her boyfriend/lover in a place crawling with at least 100,000 people. But she was a ninja, and on top of that she was his girlfriend. That did give her certain advantages in her search, as she was aware of some of the espionage techniques Naruto used in unknown territories during mission. Grabbing a handmade sketch from a nearby table, she turned around and went straight towards the bathroom. It would be a cold day in hell, before she went on a tiresome search without a hot bath in the bathtub. It was good to be rich. Nono was surprised when a badly bleeding Naruto stumbled through her front door. His eyes were practically crying tears of blood while his body was having violent fits and continuously coughing up blood. She immediately rushed to his side, and quickly took him straight towards his room where they came face to face with a mortified Tsunade. The blonde Sannin was busy in her final stages of finishing the clone which they were making for Naruto. But she completely set everything aside, and rushed towards the boy as Nono made him lie down on his bed. "I'm tired," hissed the boy, as Tsunade immediately started healing his eyes. "Of course you are, just what kind of mess did you put yourself in this time?" asked Nono tersely, making the boy chuckle. "Victory, at any cost," replied Naruto proudly, and flinched when Tsunade glared at him. "That kind of ideology will get you killed. Survival is also an important prospect of a mission. What good is the success if you're not alive to see it?" asked Tsunade harshly, as she finished healing his eyes. The damage was extensive and he would be needing that surgery within a month or 2 or suffer the fate of total blindness. While they could eradicate the virus killing him within 2 to 3 weeks of time, if the boy was able to survive till then. Root didn't teach that. These were the boy's last words before he slipped into a peaceful sleep. Tsunade's gaze lingered on her nephew. While it was true that they were getting closer, but it didn't diminish the fact that she knew slim to nothing about his past. Just what kind of person would allow this much damage to their body for the sake of a mission? More than that, the words that she heard from Naruto scared her. Victory at any cost. The boy simply didn't care if he was alive to witness the good things he had done for Konoha and his loved ones, as long as he was able to give them a secure future. She saw Nono gently caressing his cheek. Tsunade was jealous of the nun. The woman had something with Naruto, which she being his aunt was still not able to develop. "You will get your chance to prove your love and loyalty to him," Suan-sama said Nono knowingly, completely surprising the blonde Sannin. "How do you?" The younger nun silently walked past her, but just stopped at the exit of the room. "He only trusts a person once, don't disappoint him when the time comes." Few hours later. The sound of birds chirping slowly awakened him from his deep slumber. Opening his eyes, he found himself safely tucked in his bed. His bed sheets were not stained with blood and smelt clean and fresh. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly got up and drank water from a glass that was placed on a nearby table beside his bed. His bleeding had stopped, and there was no sign of damage on any part of his body. "You should be more careful," advised Kurama, and was deeply concerned with the boy's condition. Naruto had simply not left any stone unturned to get Gara on his side, going as far as to use his already fading Mangekyo eyes. And fighting with the Ichibi Jinchuriki, even if his body was deteriorating in health with every passing day. The Bijou was certainly relieved when Gara helped his partner in escaping, by creating quite a distraction. Apparently, the boy's control over sand had increased tremendously due to being able to control Shukaku's power, thanks to Naruto. The redhead had caused havoc in one of the districts, diverting almost every Suna ninja along with the Kazekage to his position while Naruto stealthily escaped from the shadows. "It can't be helped, I had to get Gara on my side. By winning his trust, I have effectively placed a spy deep within Suna's ranks," explained Naruto, while slowly walking towards his cupboard. Opening the piece of furniture, he selected a light gray-colored shirt and blue-colored shorts. He had barely finished adjusting his face mask, when a crow landed near his window. A tired sigh escaped from his lips, as he simply gave a weak nod to the bird, making it disappear in a puff of smoke. "Leave it to Itachi, to ruin my evening," muttered Naruto in dissatisfaction. What are you going to tell him? Questioned Kurama curiously, while Naruto tucked his sword in a small sheath and hung the weapon on his back. The situation in Suna, their military build-up, alertness level, the weapons caches and some other stuff, answered Naruto seriously. What about Gara, and the deal you made with him? Asked Kurama hesitantly, and flinched when Naruto glared at him. That is none of his business, we're partners and not friends. It is unhealthy to reveal all your secrets to someone whom you've just known for the past few months, said Naruto harshly, completely silencing his partner. Quickly cutting off the connection, he simply performed a set of hand seals before disappearing in a quick sunshine. Kurenai tiredly sat on a small bench of a garden, silently drinking a popular soft drink. She simply watched the people enjoying around with their families, friends, lovers, etc. She was currently dressed in a dark black t-shirt, and blue shorts, both of which she just purchased a few hours ago. The island was a gold mine for shoppers, and for those who seeked entertainment. And yet she had not been able to find a lead on Naruto, despite searching for 5 continuous hours. The Raven idly wondered just how much efforts Naruto had undertaken in order to cover his tracks, but then again this was a mission far above the ones which they completed as Team 7. Even then, she was absolutely sure that he would be using the henge of which she had made a sketch. She blinked in surprise when one of her shadow clones dispelled, as images of a large 7-story multi-cuisine restaurant stared appearing inside her mind. Scanning the nearby areas, Kurenai was easily able to identify the giant structure of the restaurant located on the far east side from her position. Now that she thought about it, that place would easily make a great scouting position and could be a gold mine for collecting information. People in this island were generally too loud-mouthed, and gossip was like a daily virus that had affected every person that had ever lived or arrived here for entertainment. Casting a quick glance to her stash, she verified that she had enough currency, as nothing in the world ever came for free. Not even information. Well, she could use her good looks to charm a lot of men and get what she wanted, but that would attract too much attention towards her. As if she already didn't have enough perverts looking at her like a piece of meat to be enjoyed. Besides, the whole point was to be discreet in order to maintain Naruto's cover and not jeopardize his mission. Finishing her soft drink, she quickly took off towards the direction the restaurant was situated in. A newly found excitement arose in her heart, as her hope to meet Naruto was reinforced. Gone was the tired expression on her face, and in turn was replaced by a vibrant smile as she finished her journey. And was now standing in front of the large restaurant. It sure as hell didn't look cheap, and a small part of her felt a little uneasy as another possibility for Naruto's visit to this place came in her mind. No, he won't do that, thought Kurenai confidently, as she entered the restaurant. While her clothing was certainly odd in comparison to the people dining in the place, it didn't stop most of the men from ogling at her. Before they were harshly scolded by their female companions, who in turn glared daggers at her. Instead of feeling assaulted, she simply got a smirk on her face and swayed her hips a little just to make the already fuming females more jealous. Oh, she was definitely going to enjoy this vacation a lot. Walking straight towards the reception area, she was greeted by a young redhead woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was giving her a warm, welcoming smile. "How may I help you, miss?" questioned the woman politely, but freezed when Kurenai simply raised one finger towards her. When she was sure the woman was in her genjutsu, Kurenai decided to start her investigation while keeping an eye on her surroundings. She slowly slipped the sketch from her pouch and offered it to the hypnotized receptionist. "Have you seen this boy here?" asked Kurenai quickly, and was surprised when she received a positive nod. "Yes, his name's Yoshida. He frequently visits here with a girl," answered the receptionist passively. The woman had no idea what was happening to her or why she was divulging client information to a mere civilian. Kurenai's eyes narrowed on the last part, the anxiety and nervousness returning back with full force as a small part of her heart suddenly felt quite insecure. Surely, Naruto would not bring just any woman to such an expensive restaurant. Maybe it was for the sake of his mission, or... Her heart sank on the mere thought of that dreadful possibility. It was fair to say that their last meeting in Wave didn't let them part on a happier note, and she had fully slammed him quite hard for his mistakes. Had she been too harsh on him? Did he really move on? Was he in love with someone else? She needed answers now. "This girl, does she have a name?" asked Kurenai icily, as the receptionist became silent for a few seconds before her face lit up like a Christmas tree, further adding to Kurenai's frustration. "Yeah, her name was Haku." The woman certainly blanched when Kurenai gave a very sweet smile to her. "Get me the videotapes, please. And be discreet," commanded Kurenai, as the receptionist simply gave a faithful nod and went towards the back corridor of the restaurant. Meanwhile, the Genjutsu mistress was feeling a series of emotions passing through her heart, ranging from anger, jealousy, suspicion, fear, and many more negative emotions. What troubled her was that she had never felt like this before in her entire life. She knew Naruto was handsome and kind, and if only the females of Konoha had not considered him a pariah, they would have known how wonderful he was. Did someone else realize the diamond which Naruto was? Now that he was out of the village and had adopted an entire new identity, it only raised her fears, that he had moved on, or at least trying to move on from his dark past in Konoha. But he was supposed to be hers. Whatever problems they were facing, they could have sorted it out. Then why did he start seeing another woman? Was she more beautiful than her? Did those two really get along well? Her rational mind was advising her to calm down, as all of this could just be another one of Naruto's acts for the sake of his mission, but her heart was quite another story. She felt betrayed. She and Naruto had been through so much together, shared each other's pain, been each other's support for years. They were friends, partners, lovers, and so much more. He certainly wouldn't throw it all away for another woman. So many questions with no answers in sight. However, her misery was temporarily stopped when the receptionist returned with a single videotape and secretly passed it back to her. Kurenai gave the woman a gracious tip and booked a table for two for the next day in order to make her visit seem genuine, which the receptionist was more than happy to register. As she walked out of the restaurant, a strange sense of anger started rising in her. If anything went wrong, then the world would have one less Uchiha to deal with. Chapter 57. Finally, Haku and Naruto peacefully strolled through the markets of Saizukuma Island. The young kunoichi couldn't help but smirk on seeing the annoyed look plastered on Naruto's face. Shopping was one of his least favorite activities, and for the past few weeks Nono had been repeatedly sending him for such a simple errand along with Haku. At one point of time, he had even presumed she was trying to set him up with Haku. And she had good reasons behind it. Both of them were almost the same age, were orphans, missing ninjas as well as criminals. Despite these familiar traits, they were people who had known the pain of being alone and discarded from society. Social pariahs. Naruto had also noticed Haku was always writing something in a personal diary since the past few weeks. "Are you trying to write something?" asked Naruto suspiciously, speaking for the first time. "Yeah, I have some free time these days, so I'm kind of writing a silly novel. It's nothing more than a hobby," confessed Haku with a shy smile, making him raise one of his eyebrows. "What's it about?" Now that was surprising. It was quite unusual for the uncaring Naruto to be so interested in her personal life. But since both of them had nothing better to do right now, and there was no hidden danger in this activity, she decided to talk to him. He was a decent guy to have a conversation with. "It's about people who are not able to adjust in society due to different reasons. The main character is quite complicated, he's kind of like you," said Haku jokingly. "You sure you're not making a story on my life?" asked Naruto bemusedly, but deep down the idea seemed quite interesting to him. It was quite intriguing how people viewed him as a person. "Nah, not exactly," said Haku nonchalantly, and was surprised when he sighed in relief. "That's good, because it probably won't have a fairy tale-like ending," said Naruto mysteriously, a faint smile adoring his handsome face. "What makes you say that?" asked Haku curiously, but he simply shrugged his shoulders. "Call it a hunch," replied Naruto nonchalantly. Haku could not help but stare at him as he walked forward. Among all the people she had known in her life, Naruto was perhaps the most complicated and mysterious person. There was simply no definite category in which she could put him. On one side, he was Zabuza's murderer, but was also the one who helped the young children of the orphanage, and gave her a new chance at redemption. He was respectful to her and never raised a single lecherous glance at her. She could easily see the burden which he carried on his shoulders. Even then, he was searching for his promised land, to get away from the shit he was caught up in. Many people called him a traitor, monster, butcher, but all she could see was a young boy who was simply drifting in the different directions where his destiny was sending him. He was quite accurate when he guessed she was writing a book on him. Guess a small part of her heart had fallen for his charm. How could she not like him, when he had been so kind, friendly towards her? In an indefinite way, he was her first friend and perhaps crush. But deep down she knew that was where the curtain would fall. Just looking in his eyes was enough to show he was in love with someone else, and was quite loyal towards her. Despite the months of his stay around this island, Naruto had never once visited the special comfort houses which were quite famous for various kinds of pleasure. He would instead spend time with Ria and the other young orphans, their innocent smiles bringing a little light back in his dark life. "Hey, Haku. I'm kind of tired, I can't take this shopping anymore, can I go now?" asked Naruto tiredly, and showed the bundle of bags he was holding. You're admitting defeat?" questioned Haku bemusedly, as he sighed. "Sure, you win the bet. I simply can't deal with this. I'll take these groceries back to Nono, see you later," said Naruto quickly, and before she could say something he ran off with impressive speed. Her eyebrows twitched on seeing him fleeing like this. Guess even a mysterious person like Naruto had some common traits that all men possessed. "Slacker," cursed Haku, and started walking towards another store. She had barely walked for more than 2 minutes, when her ninja senses kicked in as she felt a presence around her. Her years of training as a tracker ninja easily showing that the person was a ninja with quite high chakra levels. Either he or she was careless, or was deliberately revealing his/her position. Whatever the reason may be, she decided to deal with the situation immediately and in a secluded corner so that no innocents get caught in the crossfire, if it escalated to a fight. Ninja battles were quite famous for mass destruction, and any damage here would only attract the attention of the authorities who were hell-bent on projecting these islands as a safe, happy, entertainment center. She had just been relived from living a life on the run, and was quite determined to prevent attracting any more ninjas towards her or the orphanage, and most of all towards Naruto. Turning around a few corners, she stepped into an isolated alley where her pursuer was waiting for her. The person's face was not visible due to the lack of light in the dark corners, but judging from the body structure and beautiful smell, this was definitely a woman. Haku was surprised when a pair of dark ruby-colored eyes opened. And in that moment she knew who this person was. After all, she had often caught Naruto staring at a certain woman's picture at night. "So, you're Haku," said the woman calmly, although her icy tone was certainly not quite welcoming. "And you are?" asked Haku patiently. Even if this woman was indeed the person in Naruto's picture, it didn't mean that Haku knew her name or history. Naruto had been extremely secretive about his past life in Konoha or the people he had known. "We need to talk," said the mysterious woman tersely, surprisingly gaining a nod from Haku. "So it seems. Let's go for a cup of tea," offered Haku politely. "And what makes you think I want that? Why can't we just talk over here? I have an idea as to who you are, and since you seem to know who I am, I think you have misunderstood the entire situation. So, I suggest we have a civil conversation instead of fighting for no reason, as it would surely attract the attention of the local police. And neither of us want that now, do we?" asked Haku cunningly, and smirked when the woman scowled a bit. "Fine." Nearby tea shop, 30 minutes later. When Haku had presumed Naruto was in love with someone, she hadn't imagined her to be this beautiful. The woman sitting before her was the epitome of feminine beauty combined with the deadly skills of a talented ninja. The fact that she was able to hide her presence from Haku and the unaware Naruto was quite a feat. Even if both of them were not needing chakra, they should have at least felt something, but the truth was they didn't realize she was keeping an eye on them at all. "Wow," said a surprised Haku, making Kurenai raise one of her eyebrows. "Excuse me? You are quite beautiful, Stalker-san," teased Haku mischievously, and chuckled when Kurenai's eyebrows twitched violently. "I am not a stalker, and what do you mean by beautiful?" asked Kurenai suspiciously, as Haku quickly raised her hands in surrender. "All right, I was joking about the stalker part, but you are quite beautiful. I see why Naruto is so loyal towards you," said Haku happily. "What do you mean?" asked Kurenai curiously. "Before that, can I ask your name? It's strange having a conversation with someone whose name you don't know," confessed Haku, while Kurenai eyed her suspiciously. "Akira," lied Kurenai effortlessly. This girl may have been friendly towards her, but it didn't mean she needed to know everything. "I see," said Haku acceptingly, truly aware that the name was a lie, but it was a start regardless. "Where is Naruto?" asked Kurenai bluntly. It was no point in beating around the bush when she had clearly seen her partner shopping with the girl half an hour ago. The fact that he suddenly ran away seemed very suspicious. Had he sensed her presence? It was unlikely, since she was not needing chakra and suppressing her presence. But then again, Naruto was a veteran Anbu captain who had been in the field for years, so nothing could be assumed for sure. "At our hideout, why do you want to meet him?" asked Haku seriously, receiving a sharp glare from the genjutsu mistress. "That's none of your business," replied Kurenai icily, making the young girl before her sigh tiredly. "Then I'm afraid we are at an impasse. It was nice meeting you, Akira-san," said Haku curtly, and was about to get up from her seat when a firm hand was placed on her right arm. Dark black eyes met sharp ruby eyes as a battle of wills was fought between the two female warriors, until the older one spoke in a relatively cool voice. "We're not done yet," instructed Kurenai icily, her weeks of experience as a captain quickly kicking in. "So, it seems. You're lying to me and I am not being too cooperative either. So I suggest we present the truths. Naruto is a friend of mine and I would be damned if I let an assassin get near him when he's the #1 target of Konoha's hit list. Even if he knows you, I am not revealing where he is unless you tell me your intentions," explained Haku honestly, and didn't flinch when Kurenai glared at her. "You're not gonna budge, are you?" asked Kurenai tiredly, the fatigue of the past few days of searching finally getting to her. "No. I just want to talk to him, I have something for him," said Kurenai honestly, as Haku looked at her for a few moments. "Are you his wife or fiancée?" asked Haku in a friendly voice, and couldn't stop her chuckle when Kurenai's cheeks went bright red. "It's not like that, we're complicated," finished Kurenai awkwardly, not finding the right word to describe her connection to Naruto. I believe you." "Just like that?" asked a surprised Kurenai, but the girl simply shrugged. "Please, I've seen him countless times staring at a picture of you. He kind of reminds me of a tragedy hero," joked Haku, and was pleased when even Kurenai got a faint smile on her face. "I guess you can call him that," whispered Kurenai. The tea was served before them, as the former rivals gave each other a firm nod before sipping the hot drink. The tension between them gone, as they were able to gain a common ground which was Naruto himself. The silencing seals placed around their corners doing an effective job of keeping their conversation a secret. And just to be safe, Kurenai had also casted a genjutsu in the area around them, making them look like common civilians. "How is he?" asked Kurenai hesitantly, and this time Haku gained a thoughtful look in her eyes. The young girl didn't know that with every changing expression on her face was leading to increase in Kurenai's anxiety. Her last meeting with him in Wave was close to a disaster. They had fought, she had accused him, hurt him both physically and emotionally. And he had accepted it with a smile on his face, and even apologized for his actions. But in the past few weeks, she had quite a lot of time to think and judge his actions. Why he lied to her. And now that she thought about it, he had no choice. It was a mission directly from the Hokage, and now that she knew what it was, Kurenai couldn't help but understand that he had protected her with his actions. And only made a mistake by ordering her to kill him, but he had rectified that and apologized, so there was no need to drag it forever. "He's changing." Haku's answer certainly caught her by surprise as she looked at the girl quite anxiously, hoping to dear God that something bad had not happened. "Naruto is a good person, but there is another side of him that I have seen quite a lot during the past few weeks. We're currently hiding at an orphanage which Naruto helped set up with a very kind nun. He has been regularly sending money for the young orphans since the past few years," said Haku proudly, completely surprising Kurenai. Just how much did she didn't know about him? "Akira-san, does Naruto dislike his parents?" asked Haku sadly, and the woman's depressed look gave her the answer. "I tried to deny it, but now I see it. He dislikes them from the bottom of his heart for leaving him alone, for condemning him to a life of hell. They chose the village over him, while they are remembered as heroes, he was always viewed as a demon, a pariah. His parents are the reason for his suffering," concluded Kurenai sadly. "Has he spoken about them to you?" asked Kurenai worriedly. "No, he does not. But I heard one of the orphanage girls ask him about them. I was there with him and the hatred that burned in his eyes scared me. There was a lot of anger, lot of pain in those eyes," said Haku seriously. "I understand." Silence prevailed between the duo as both of them wondered what to say, when Kurenai decided to ask something that had been troubling her ever since she came to know about Haku's connection to Naruto. "How do you know him?" asked Kurenai seriously. Haku didn't say anything except stare at her for a few definite seconds, her eyes searching for any kind of deception. She had also observed how lightly armed Kurenai was. If she was indeed an assassin, then she would be a fool if she thought she could take on Naruto with that much firepower only. Not to mention they had a Sannin at the orphanage, and Nono may not look tough but she was no slouch either. Plus, there was the fact of Naruto looking at her picture with a somewhat lost look in his eyes. He certainly seemed quite attached to her. Deciding to take a gamble, she spoke in a relatively calm voice. "We were enemies once, he defeated me and killed my mentor who was my only family," said Haku evasively, not revealing the exact details about her connection to Zabuza or her own identity. Kurenai seemed surprised that Naruto could be the killer of this girl's precious person, and even then, I was captured by him. With everything gone, I expected him to kill me or do many bad things since I was his prisoner, but he gave me a second chance by allowing to serve at the orphanage. A chance to choose my own path, and so far it has turned out quite well. I may not know everything about him, but I consider him a friend. He's family, and I won't let anyone hurt him. So think twice before trying anything funny, warned Haku, her menacing glare promising a world of pain to Kurenai. Instead, she saw the woman, smiling. "Thank you for looking after him," said Kurenai gratefully, giving a short bow to the surprised girl before him. "Hey, I was just being nice to him. He's done so much for me," replied Haku shyly. "He does not have many friends, well, not right now. It's nice to know that he has people who look after him, despite what the world sees him as," suggested Kurenai hesitantly, as Haku shook her head vehemently. "It doesn't matter what others think. We're ninjas, as such none of us are saints. Everyone has blood on their hands, even the most kind father could be a deadly assassin ninja. I don't care what he's done, he was good to me and the other unfortunate children, and in the end that's all that matters," said Haku stubbornly. "True enough. Akira-san, before we go to meet him, I want you to refrain yourself from saying anything that might hurt him. He has been slowly getting his old smiles and happy behavior back by being around the kids. Plus, there's the fact about his collapsing health." "What? Is he all right?" asked Kurenai worriedly. The mere word collapsing had sent her heart in a crazy frenzy. "I don't know, he goes out for some mission and always comes back half dead at midnights. The nun who looks after him does not say anything, and I'm not much of a medic, but even I can see his health is deteriorating rapidly. So please be careful with your words and actions," suggested Haku. Kurenai cursed her fate once again when this new information was presented before her. How was she supposed to tell Naruto about the truth that he had a clone daughter, who was now dead and secretly buried? Not only that, Hiruzen had gone ahead to clear that information from Naruto's mind. What if that would affect Naruto's health badly? She definitely needed to see him now, to make sure he was safe. Her entire reason for coming here, for undertaking such a huge risk, was to reveal this treachery to Naruto, to be the one person who remained truthful to him when everyone else was lying. But now she was not so sure about her decision. "Take me to him, please," said Kurenai urgently, gaining a nod from Haku. Things had just gotten from complicated to fucked up. With Naruto. The young captain peacefully sat on a large stone, his serene blue eyes happily observing the two young children playing in front of him. Childhood was perhaps the best part of a person's life, and watching the smiles on these two children's faces made him proud. Because it proved that even if he had sinned, he had done some good too. This orphanage and the children living here were his salvation. By helping them have a chance at a peaceful, normal life, he was compensating for his actions of hurting other people for the greater good of Konoha. He idly wondered about his life after this operation. Hiruzen had promised to bring him back to the village as a hero. But was it really possible? He had been living in the outside world for months now, and it had shown him certain aspects which had went unnoticed by his naive heart earlier when he accepted this mission. Even if he was a skilled Anbu captain, in the end he was still a 15-year-old teenager who lacked some insight behind the harsh truths of life. But now he was able to see them clearly. Revealing the contents of Operation Ghost would destroy the trust which the people had in the Hokages. Not only that, if the rumors about Princess Karen soon ascending to the royal throne were true, then a revolution would start very soon. Knowing that bitch and her connections to Danzo, she would not hesitate in removing Hiruzen from his post. Things were about to get a lot more complicated in Fire Country and in Konoha. After watching the same treatment being given to Gara made him extremely angry at the ninja world. Yes, he had sworn to protect Konoha, but was it even worth it? Shin, Sai, Isane, and so many young Root Anbu had been sacrificed for that double-faced village. He had promised to protect the village for their sake and their dreams, but the harsh truth was that not even a single one of those heroes were being remembered for their greatest sacrifices. Their names vanishing with the passing time. Anbu were supposed to protect from the shadows, but even they had families and loved ones. In the past he had thought himself to be a mere pawn to be used and thrown by Konoha, because he wanted to repent for killing Shin, getting Sai killed and butchering the entire Root force. While also for hurting Kurenai and his friends through his actions. But now that he had forgiven himself and was moving on, he was able to see things in a broad perspective. Anbus were not pawns but people, they could not be used so callously and not even be remembered for the sacrifice which they made for their village. They deserved that honor after sacrificing everything. And what about him? Where did he stand? Apart from his promise to Shin and Sai, why was he even risking everything to protect a village who hated him from the bottom of its heart? He could still remember that mob beating which he had received a decade ago. It still made him very angry. Maybe it was due to Kurenai, Kakashi, and his friends and family. For their sakes, he was still willing to protect a village that was corrupted from the top to bottom. Even then he couldn't help himself from seeing the bigger picture. Apart from a handful people back in Konoha, the entire population hated him and would continue to scorn him even if Operation Ghost was revealed. If not for anything, they would blame him for forcing Hiruzen to order such a mission or even continue to call him a traitor for being a part of Root. The people of Konoha were very selfish, two-faced backstabbers. Humans whose morals were so fucked up that no amount of preaching would set them on the right path. The Uchiha clan had also faced such a treatment for years, and when they had enough and were about to rebel, Konoha used one of their own clansmen to slaughter the entire clan for the greater good. But what was the greater good? Every good person whom he had known was dead or dying, while the selfish civilian bastards and prejudicial ninjas were living happily. They were content in living in a world of lies, happy in torturing people like him, placing all the blame on a few unfortunate souls just so they could live happily. And to think his own parents had not only died for such ungrateful bastards, but also sacrificed him happily. It was quite ironic that in the past he had thought himself to be a pawn, since his own parents had seen him as such. He definitely had some self-esteem issues. But not anymore. It was not him who he was wrong. But it was the world which was fucked up. Wani-chan. The combined voice of the two children before him snapped him out of those depressing thoughts. A fond smile came on his lips as he saw Ria and a 4-year-old Ken standing before him. The two innocent children had such beautiful smiles on their faces. Ria was holding a sunflower in her hands, while the little Ken was holding a fine paper plane in his little hands. And they were giving it to him. Kneeling before the two young children, he flashed them a bright smile while placing each of his hands on their heads and gently ruffling their hair, earning small giggles from them. "Are these for me?" asked Naruto happily, gaining 2 eager nods. "I brought these flower for you," Ni-chan said Ria happily. I made this plain," said Ken hesitantly. The little boy seemed quite unsure about his own handiwork as he worriedly compared his gift to Ria's. Naruto easily saw through both children, and couldn't help but feel at home. This was a world which he wanted to live in, a world free of lies, a world of love and compassion. A world where people didn't betray each other for any possible reason. A gentle world. He wanted to build such a world for Kurenai, for her to live freely. Something which was impossible in the ninja world and its corrupt system of hatred and greed. He gently caressed Ria's soft cheeks, earning a soft giggle from her. "This flower is quite beautiful like you, thank you," Ria-chan replied Naruto gratefully, and he could practically sense the other little boy looking at him. "What about me? What about me?" asked Ken repeatedly, anxiety easily visible in the boy's face. "This plane is also quite cool. You'll be a great artist someday," Ken-kun praised Naruto, earning a bright smile from the young dark black-haired boy. He was extremely pleased on seeing the victorious smirks on their faces as they gave each other a high five. Looking at the accumulated dirt on their clothes and bodies, an idea came in his mind. "You two need a bath," suggested Naruto, and got up from his previous kneeling position. "Ni-chan, give me a hug before we go for a bath, please," requested Ria politely, and raised her arms expectantly. "Me too, Ni-chan," said Ken quickly, and repeated the same action. They were delighted when Naruto merely chuckled a bit while picking them up with the help of his strong arms. Both young children quickly encircled their hands around his neck for support while nuzzling closer to his warm chest. His strong arms providing a protective feeling. Naruto was quite pleased with the way Ria had grown up. He could still remember the lone blonde girl whom he had found in Wave. She was so lonely and surrounded by the hyenas that were Gato and his thugs, but now she had a home and friends whom she could depend on. He had never seen a child so happy. Helping set up this orphanage was perhaps the best decision he had made in his life. "You two sure are getting bigger," complimented Naruto. "Just wait, Ni-chan, I'll get stronger than you one day," promised Ria confidently, as Ken glared at her. "Ria," chided the young boy, who seemed to admire Naruto and considered him his idol. He kind of reminded Naruto of a young Konohamaru. "Alright, no fighting. Ria, you're the elder sister, so you have to teach Ken all sorts of things," advised Naruto sagely. "I will, Ni-chan," said Ria excitedly, as Naruto's gaze shifted towards the young boy in his arms. "And Ken, you're the boy, so you have to protect your sister. suggested Naruto with a kind smile on his face. Hum. Promise me, requested Naruto, earning 2 confident nods. Which in turn resulted into the young children receiving a warm hug and soft kiss from their foster elder brother and caretaker. Kurenai was simply left speechless by the scene that was playing in front of her eyes. It was so beautiful and heartwarming that even made a tear slip from her eye. Was this really her Naruto? She looked on her right side, only to find Haku giving her a knowing smile. There is nothing going on between me and him, we're merely friends, clarified Haku honestly, as a faint blush crept up on the genjutsu mistress's face on being proven wrong. She suddenly felt quite embarrassed for even suggesting such a thing. He's a good man, Akira-san. He's an honorable man, and he loves you, said Haku calmly, while giving a reassuring squeeze on Kurenai's shoulder. I know, said Kurenai in a relieved voice. And I love him too, thought the genjutsu mistress secretly. But that does not mean that you can take him for granted, or else I'll be waiting, teased Haku, earning a sharp glare from Kurenai which only softened when she noticed the playful smile etched across the young girl's face. Of all the people in the world, my life seems to be the most complicated, joked Kurenai, making Haku laugh. I'm happy for you, said Haku truthfully, even if a small part of her heart was sad. But knowing that Naruto loved this woman, and seeing the concern she had for him, the right thing for her to do was step away. He deserved to be happy. She was surprised on receiving a light hug from someone, and it turned out to be none other than Kurenai herself. Thank you, Haku. The gesture was returned by the young girl, and she smirked when she saw Naruto turning around and his eyes landing on Kurenai's back. The look on the poor boy's face was simply priceless, his eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets, shock clearly evident on his face. Haku even saw him muttering what the fuck, which only earned 2 curious questions from the young children in his arms. She gently broke the hug and offered one last smile to Kurenai, before walking towards Naruto, a playful smirk coming on her beautiful face. Reaching towards his ears, she whispered 3 simple words that made the boy blush crimson red. She's all yours. Dark ruby eyes met with shocked light blue ones, and the latter's breath got hitched when the former spoke something. It's good to see you, Naruto. Kurenai, Chapter 58. The beginning of the end. Kurenai apprehensively looked in his shocked blue eyes, as he simply stared at her. A series of emotions ranging from confusion to shock were passing through his heart, until a few seconds later his years of training as an Anbu kicked in and he easily schooled his features, and now retained a stoic expression on his face. Gently placing the 2 children in his arms on the ground, he gave them a small apologetic smile. I'm sorry, you two, I have some work to do, apologized the blonde, but only gained 2 mischievous smirks in return. We'll only go if you promise to bring us chocolate later, said Ria smartly, and smirked when even Ken wholeheartedly agreed. He merely sighed while gently ruffling their hair, and gave a satisfied nod. Fine, but do take a bath. You stink, teased Naruto, and smiled when they pouted on the light remark. Meanie, said Ria cutely. Not fair, muttered Ken, but quickly ran away with his foster sister when Naruto gave him a pointed look. As soon as the young children were out of sight, his cold, stoic gaze now shifted towards the beautiful woman standing before him. Lazily tucking his hands inside the pockets of his pants, he casually walked towards her. Kurenai anticipatedly waited as he came near her, and gave her a firm glance. Follow me. That was all he said before walking ahead of her. She tried to ask something but he never stopped, which in turn forced her to fall in line and follow his lead. Out of all possible outcomes, this was perhaps the least expected way in which she expected he would greet her. It was as if he wasn't happy at all on seeing her, his cold, calculative footsteps and cold demeanor further fueling her doubts. But she refrained from making any more assumptions, as her previous ones regarding him and Haku being together were wrong. After silently following his lead for a few minutes, she found herself standing in front of a small lake. He had his back turned towards her as he calmly looked at the serene water in front of them, while his attention was still fixed on her. Why are you here? Asked Naruto seriously, his stern tone devoid of any feelings. Before she could even say something in her defense, his sharp glare silenced her immediately. It still surprised her that despite being younger among them, his eyes were far more fierce and threatening when he wanted to intimidate someone. Unfortunately, that poor soul happened to be her right now. Are you trying to break my cover? You of all people should know how dangerous this mission is, scolded Naruto harshly. That was never my intention, confessed Kurenai rapidly, desperately hoping he would not resent her. Yes, Her actions were quite dangerous and could put him in trouble. But she just couldn't stay away from him, not after learning the truth which Kakashi had told her. Even now looking at him, she could feel a strange feeling. He seemed different, his voice lacked the guilt which he seemed to have during their encounter in Wave. This Naruto was more confident, respected himself a lot more and was quite dedicated towards his mission. Just like a true ninja. He sighed tiredly while gently massaging his temple with the help of his right hand. After taking a deep breath, he turned towards her and this time flashed her a welcoming smile. "Regardless, it's good to see you," said Naruto with a warm smile. He moved forward to touch her, but just when his hand was about to reach her he suddenly stopped. Memories of their encounter in Wave came flooding back in his mind, and he clearly remembered that she had not forgiven him. That didn't bode well for their relationship, and since it was still uncertain as to where they stood he prevented himself from doing anything that would displease her. Much to his surprise, she snaked her arms around his chest before pulling him into a tight, warm hug. He was hesitant at first, but after a few seconds of contemplation and seeing her lack of objection he slowly raised his own arms and gently embraced her. Kurenai was extremely relieved with his action. At the same time she couldn't help but see that he was a little taller now and had a short beard on his fair face. At the same time, this warm feeling only reminded Naruto of how much he had sacrificed for Konoha. To think, they had grown so apart that he found himself hesitating in giving her a mere hug. The woman in his arms was the only reason he was still willing to fight, to endure the injustice being done to him. His only dream was to create a gentle world for Kurenai. A place where she could live her life peacefully, and for that he would go to any extent, cross every boundary. "I missed you, Naruto," said Kurenai happily, bringing a smile on his face. "The feeling's mutual," replied Naruto frankly, making her chuckle. After enjoying in the sweet embrace for a few minutes, eventually Naruto broke the hug and was now looking in her eyes. A short strand of her hair got in the way, but was gently removed by him. She also seemed to register his new appearance, searching for any signs of illness which Haku had mentioned, but surprisingly he seemed quite healthy, meaning the problem was definitely inside his body. She went forward to claim his lips, but a firm finger was planted between them as Naruto stared in her curious eyes. "Where do we stand, Kurenai?" asked Naruto in a straightforward manner, getting straight to the point. "Is it really important right now?" "To me it is," was his sharp reply, making her sigh tiredly. Resting her head on his broad chest, she happily nuzzled into the warmth of his skin and she was grateful that he was giving her time to answer the question, while gently caressing her back. "I've thought a lot about everything that's happened between us, the mess that you have gotten yourself involved in and the things you've done as well," started Kurenai quite seriously. "And what do you feel now?" asked Naruto patiently, even if his heart was beating faster with every second. She chuckled mirthlessly as she tried to say her final answer. It had taken a lot of time and courage on her part, but she was finally ready to say this. "I forgive you." Those simple words, which were barely more than a whisper, removed a huge burden off Naruto's heart. After all, it was one thing to forgive yourself for the shit you've done, but to be forgiven by the person you've hurt was a whole different and much more important matter. And now that his sins were forgiven, he could finally put his past behind and walk towards a different future. "That's my answer, now you tell me, where do we stand? Should we continue where we left off or?" suggested Kurenai hesitantly. She was unnerved when he broke the hug again and walked a few steps away from her. Judging from the painful expression on his face, made her heart sink further in the sea of darkness. "We can't. It's over," said Naruto bitterly, trying his hardest to sound uncaring and cold. Looking into her shocked eyes, and the pain that came in them was destroying his heart, but this had to be done. It was for her bright future, and for that he was willing to do the right thing. "Why?" Her simple question combined with the tears falling emerging in her eyes did little to change the cold stare he was giving her. "I don't care about the past, I love you, Naruto, and I want to be by your side no matter what," pleaded Kurenai, as her entire body started shaking. "You're annoying," said Naruto coldly, making her take a step back in shock. Her eyes widened in shock as she tried to say something, but only small gasps escaped from her suddenly choked throat. A mocking smile came on his lips as he looked at her bemusedly. "Sobs, what are you saying?" asked Kurenai in a heartbroken tone. "Just what you heard. I have no interest in carrying on that relationship anymore, this is my answer," said Naruto frankly, as she came forward and grabbed his collar roughly. "Is it because of Haku? Or do you love someone else?" asked Kurenai desperately, hoping to dear God that this was just a bad dream from which she was supposed to wake up. that's none of your business. Though I can't deny that I'm attracted to Haku, said Naruto lecherously, even as her sharp fingers teared apart his collars. You're joking, replied Kurenai disbelievingly, as one flick of his hands made her loose the grip she had maintained on his collars. Turning around, he simply started walking away from her, even as she tried to outstretch one of her hands to grab him until. Think what you want, I merely consider you a friend now. Thank you for everything, but it's over, Kurenai said Naruto harshly. He remained firm even when he heard her collapsing on her knees, as the sounds of her sobs slowly started to increase. Even then he didn't back down and maintained his composure. You're lying, said a tearful Kurenai, as he glanced at her sympathetically. Please don't make this more harder, Kurenai. You're a shinobi, so act like one. Whatever we had is gone, and the bitter truth is that I don't love you anymore. I'm sorry, said Naruto gently, while using all his force to suppress the passionate bijou inside his body that was trying very hard to form a connection. Her tearful ruby eyes looked in his own for any sign of lies, dearly hoping that all of this was just a bad joke or a horrible dream. But after moments of looking into those cold blue eyes, made her realize that all of this was true. That Naruto had finally given up on her. I need to go, said Kurenai sadly, unable to bear the crucifying pain that was arising in her chest. Her heart was going through a series of fluctuating emotions, most of which were quite painful. She couldn't think properly, couldn't speak, couldn't look in his cold eyes anymore. She needed to get away or she might just die from heartbreak. The memories of their past, the love which they had, was bombarding her mind, while her eyes were still showing her that all of that was really over. The man she loved was no longer hers anymore. Closing her tearful eyes, she made a hand seal and started shining away. And just before she vanished, she saw a regretful look appear in his eyes, and he said something that shocked her to the core. Kurenai, you must live on. As Naruto walked into the secluded corners of his personal room, he angrily slammed his fist against the strong walls, making a large crack. A few drops of blood escaped from his injured hand, but that pain was nothing in comparison to the pain he was feeling inside his heart. Just for doing the right thing, for making the most painful decision of his life. He didn't have any strength left in him, his willpower disappeared and the stubborn, furious bijou inside of him lashed out. What the hell was that, Naruto? Asked Kurama angrily, as the boy wiped the blood from his hand. The right thing, answered Naruto. You moron, she said that she forgave you. Kurenai was willing to forget everything and be by your side, yelled the fox, but was silenced when Naruto simply looked at him sadly. It was that very reason that this had to be done. I can't drag her into any further mess, clarified Naruto. She loves you, and still you, said Kurama disappointedly. Think what you want, because you can only see the rosy picture. Do you know how much she has been scorned due to her relationship with me? The people of Konoha took out all their anger on her. She received the same treatment which I got all these years until she was made captain of the new force, said Naruto sadly. How do you know this? Asked Kurama silently. I asked Hiruzen to regularly brief me about her. And what I learned broke my heart. Many of her friends and colleagues deserted her. Bitch, whore, slut, these were the derogatory remarks which she suffered daily. She was isolated, bullied and so much more, all because she loved me, said Naruto remorsefully, as a small tear slipped from his eye. But she still loved you, or do you not love her anymore? Asked Kurama a little less aggressively. The people's scorning has decreased ever since her successful campaign as captain during the wave invasion. She is slowly regaining the lost respect and is getting accepted back into the society. Kurenai is gaining her life back as a proud kunoichi of Konoha, and I would be damned if I condemn her to a life of suffering. I'm not like my parents. Call me selfish, but it is for her own good, for her to have a bright future, explained Naruto painfully. You really love her, don't you? Asked Kurama silently. She means everything to me. Kurenai is my greatest strength and my biggest weakness. She is the reason for my desire to keep on fighting, but I can't put her through the same suffering which I endured my entire life. Besides, are you forgetting that we are now in the final phase of this operation, said Naruto seriously, as Kurama's eyes widened on remembering something. So, that's why, thought Kurama in shock. Are you planning to kill him during your meeting tomorrow? Asked Kurama worriedly. I wish I can, but in my current state I cannot take that risk. He is a Sannin. Until I have my eye surgery and operation to heal my illness, it would be suicide to even lift a finger on Orochimaru. This meeting could also be a trap with the intention of capturing me. Tomorrow could very well be my last day, said Naruto calmly. Is that why you set her to live on? Be a little optimistic, boy. Encouraged Kurama in vain, as a remorseful smile came on the young boy's face. Face reality, Kurama. Even if I survive tomorrow, I will be entering the enemy's den to fulfill the last part of this operation. And if I somehow survive miraculously, what's to stop Konoha from putting me in the ground? It can very well be a clean-up action to finish off loose ends, stated Naruto darkly, shocking the Bijou. Impossible, they won't do that, you're a soldier. An expendable asset, that's what I am. Ninjas have been sacrificed for much less in the past, my own experience en route should make you understand how dark this world is. And if by Kami's grace and unbelievable luck, I am accepted back into the village and the truth of this operation is revealed, I doubt the foolish people would trust me. They'll find a new reason to blame me, to hate me. Since I am a Jinchuriki and powerful than almost all the ninjas and civilians in Konoha, they can't harm me as I'll simply crush them in retaliation. So in order to get back at me, they'll try to hurt/abuse the people closest to me and the very first one would be. Suggested Naruto. Kurenai Yuhi. Precisely, the closer she is to me the more she puts herself in danger from both enemies within and outside the village. You heard her, Kurama? If I had not done this, then I doubt she would even hesitate in defecting from Konoha just to be with me. Despite the sins of Konoha, she is still loyal to the village. It would break her heart, but she would do it for me. Please understand, I didn't betray her, I can never do something like that when I've loved her all my life. If I'm supposed to walk this dark path and meet my inevitable end, then the very least I can do is save her from any more pain. Yes, it will be hard for her now, but with time she would move on and find happiness, explained Naruto in resignation, while walking towards his wardrobe. Watching the selfless boy putting on his clothes for the meeting made the fox extremely sad. The way Naruto had explained the situation with Kurenai, had made Kurama accept his judgment. If Orochimaru or the enemies within the village knew that she was here, then it would be a disaster for everyone. But still. Kurama, you're the only one that I have left. My friend, my comrade, my brother, will you stay by my side till the end? Asked Naruto weakly, his tired voice showing the sadness in his heart as tears freely flowed from his eyes. The Bijou had never seen his partner so devastated ever since Sai's death. The grief that was flowing through his heart even made the fox sad. In this moment, the boy needed him more than ever. At the same time, Kurama was also being burdened by a lie which he had told Naruto. A sin which the Bijou had committed himself. Naruto, I need to tell. Kurama, please. Begged Naruto desperately, his weak voice losing strength with every passing moment. Kurama tried to say something, but Naruto neither had the strength or heart to face such a truth right now. His heart seemed to be overflown by grief. Right now his emotions were not in control and he could go berserk if such a treachery was made known to him right now. Maybe, Kabuto was bluffing about Rei's part. Itachi had told him that every loose end had been tied up and there were only a selected few people who knew about the cover-up operation, and all of them were Hiruzen's most trusted veteran Anbus. So, there was no way Orochimaru could know the truth. All of this could merely be a trap to lure Naruto out. Bringing his dead mother back to life may seem like an unbelievable gift, but knowing that you have a daughter, would tempt any noble man to find her. Yes, I will be by your side. Promised Kurama faithfully, bringing a very faint smile on the sad boy's face. Thank you. Naruto, you can run away. Leave all this mess behind and start a new life somewhere, you don't have to suffer anymore, said Kurama helplessly, as the boy wiped off his tears and gave a thankful nod. Kurama. Naruto, isn't this enough? You've done well so far, but don't be so selfless, think about your happiness for once, it is not a crime, you know, suggested the friendly fox, trying to persuade his friend. Too many of my friends have died to get me to this point. They're a part of me, for their sake I will end the hatred in this world. With the power I possess, I will change this fucked up world, till the very end, I will keep on fighting to create a gentle world where Kurenai can live happily. Where my friends and family can be at peace. A world where no Shins, Sais, Naruto share the same fate as mine. A world where children like Ria can go to school instead of training to kill people, that is my dream, promised Naruto with determination burning in his eyes. The one who shall change this world shall be this child. Kurama still remembered Minato's words to Kushina, before the damned Hokage sealed him into this boy. In the end, it was turning out exactly like Minato predicted. His son could very well be the one who would change the broken ninja world. Looking into the boy's eyes left little doubt in the fox's mind about his intentions. For better or worse, Naruto was really going to change the world. The fact that he possessed an enormous power within him, and an even stronger will to endure so much pain and hatred, while still moving forward towards his goal. A person willing to sacrifice everything dear to him, for his precious people to be safe and happy while never caring for his own happiness. How could a human be so selfless? Never in his entire existence had he seen such a human. Just what was Naruto? Next day, Kurenai depressingly sat on the bed of her room. Her eyes had turned red from the tears she had shed. Her mind and heart were still trying to accept the shock which Naruto had given her. To sever all ties with her, what was he thinking? She knew Naruto was many things, but he was never an arrogant dick. There had to be some ulterior motive behind his actions. Kurenai, you must live on. She could have hated him, cursed him, only if she had not heard him say those words while she was halfway through her sunshine. The devastated look in his eyes portrayed an entirely different story than the one he had told her. Did he somehow find out about the treatment given to her by the people of Konoha? That could be a very grave reason for making him do this. For a logical person like Naruto, her safety and happiness would always come before his own happiness. But there was no way he could have known that. He was out in the field totally cut off from Konoha. Unless, he had eyes inside the village. Hiruzen. The old Hokage must have been keeping Naruto informed about the status of his loved ones. That could be the only possible way for Naruto to have known this secret. Or all of this could be a mere speculation of her naive heart. Maybe he had really fallen in love with Haku or someone else? Maybe Haku had lied about their relationship. If that was the case, then the girl was an even bigger liar than Naruto. There had to be a reason for all of this. And she had to tell him about Rei. Even if he didn't love her, she would tell him the truth. He deserved that much from her, and she was going to do it. With those thoughts in mind, she got up from her bed and ran out of the room. 1 hour later, Kurenai quickly arrived at the orphanage that was located on the outskirts, secluded from the rest of the world. It had been a long journey and she had gotten here as fast as she could. Naruto was a liar, she was sure of it by now. To think he still cared so much about her well-being, made him love the blonde even more than before. She saw Haku playing with some of the orphans and went straight towards her. "Where is he?" demanded Kurenai instantly, surprising the young girl. Haku looked at her curiously, but looking at the urgency in the older woman's eyes showed that something was wrong. "Akira-san, you just missed him. He went on some new mission," said Haku casually. "Where?" asked Kurenai worriedly, but was disappointed when the girl shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know, he never tells anyone where he's going. But I'm sure he'll be back in a few hours," suggested Haku confidently. "Damn it." Hiraken Bridge. Wild gusts of wind freely flew across the vast forests, while two people could be seen standing on the small bridge. One of them had silky black hair that reached up to his waist, while his predator-like golden eyes were strong enough to make even the strongest warriors fear for their lives. Dressed in plain gray garbs and black pant, he was wearing a purple rope belt which was tied in a large knot behind his back and blue tomoe-shaped earrings. A creepy smile could be seen on his pale face, as he looked at the young blonde boy before him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun." Chapter 59. The Sharingan Devil. Naruto wearily observed the man standing in front of him. To say he was nervous would be an understatement. Yes, he was an Anbu captain and had performed many dangerous missions, even an S-rank mission. But facing up against a Sannin in his current or any state at all? Yeah, he may be naive. But he was definitely not stupid. His heartbeat was increasing rapidly, while a small bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. His eyes were still locked towards Orochimaru, never blinking, never flinching. He had to project the illusion that he was a badass motherfucker with whom Orochimaru would refrain from fighting, if he faltered even for a second. Then the creepy bastard before him would beat his ass. And that would be uncomfortable. "You're creepy," said Naruto flatly, in response to the earlier greeting and predatory grin which Orochimaru had given him. To his surprise, the man merely smiled, and gave a fake bow of gratitude. "I'll take that as a compliment, dear Naruto-kun," replied Orochimaru with a small chuckle, as Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Speak quickly, I have very little patience," said Naruto coldly, trying to project his best poker face. He had a reputation of killing more than 300 Anbu and stealing a forbidden scroll right from the center of a fucking hidden village. And even if he was nervous as fuck, he had to act like he wasn't even unnerved by standing before this man. "That I can see. Well, tell me, why did you betray Konoha? What is your true goal?" asked Orochimaru seriously, and frowned when the man laughed hysterically. Laughs, is this what's this meeting for? Man, you're even more boring than I imagined. But as a gesture of good faith, I'll tell you why, I was bored, said Naruto sadistically, as the Kyuubi face palmed on seeing the boy's antics. There was no way such an answer would be acceptable to Orochimaru. What the fuck? This was the Kyuubi's first reaction when, instead of calling out the boy on his lie, Orochimaru smiled even more creepily than before. What were these two humans, psychos? You really are an interesting boy, Naruto-kun complimented Orochimaru with a certain glee in his voice, as Naruto merely scoffed. Tell me something which I don't already know. My turn, what the fuck do you want from me? And what can you offer me in return? Asked Naruto slyly, greed easily visible in his eyes. Something which didn't go unnoticed by Orochimaru. Kurama was simply stunned. Was this really Naruto? It actually reminded him of Yami Naruto that had vanished ever since Sai's death. Either Naruto was a badass actor who could adopt any mask. Or the fox frantically looked around his cage that was situated inside Naruto's mind, and a new kind of fear ran through his heart when the sound of footsteps echoed in the dark chamber. He was dreaming. What do you want? And what can you offer me in return? Asked Orochimaru in counter. I want power, the strength to destroy my enemies. I would not be the weak person that I was in the past, on whom people stomped every day. I want everything, said Naruto seriously. And what if I give you this power and ask you to destroy Konoha? Asked Orochimaru bluntly, and sharply observed the boy's reaction. It was this moment that would show him what was inside the boy's heart. Was he really the cold, uncaring bastard that was he portraying himself to be? Or even the Sannin was confused when there was simply no reaction from the boy, he merely remained stoic. That's it? Asked Naruto disappointedly. Interesting. Thought Orochimaru, the way this boy was behaving, it was as if he didn't give a rat's ass about anything. So, will you join me in destroying Konoha? Asked Orochimaru in satisfaction. Only if your offer is interesting and satisfies my personal interests. All of us are merely selfish humans, so no need to do it out of the goodness of my heart, said Naruto sarcastically. Fair enough, you certainly are not naive like most people your age. I'll give you 1 million ryo for your services, and another 1,500,000 for the forbidden scroll that you possess. This is besides my generosity to make you more powerful to fight against your enemies, and to give you your mother back while revealing the truth about your daughter, Rei, said Orochimaru deviously. The Sannin was extremely pleased when a shocked look appeared on the boy's face, as his eyes widened in horror. Naruto's mindscape. Kurama froze on hearing the girl's name being said. He was further mortified when Naruto's breathing stopped. Blank flashbacks started appearing in his mind. They were empty right now, but Kurama could very well see where this was headed. He had to stop it right now. Naruto, don't listen to him, yelled Kurama urgently. No response. The worried Bijou called again, but was rewarded with the same response. What the hell was going on? Why was Naruto not listening to him? Yo! A wide-eyed Kurama looked towards the dark areas of the mindscape, as a replica of Naruto emerged from it. He looked the same as the real Naruto, except this one had demonic red eyes. You! Growled Kurama angrily, and charged ahead. Alas, the Bijou was sent sailing away by the iron bars of his cage as the new entity before him laughed hysterically. Oh, you stupid beast, don't do any more retarded shit. You know, you can't get out of this little cage. Chided Dark Naruto, and received the full-blown bloodthirsty glare of the nine-tailed fox. Most humans would have died right there, but this person laughed. You're messing with him. Accused Kurama, making the entity scoff. Ignorant fool, I am Naruto's subconscious. His inner self, and I am not the one messing with him, he's the one who's calling me, answered Dark Naruto with an arrogant smirk etched across his face. Impossible. Whatever, you can't deny the truth. And I know what you did. There were hardly any moments in his entire existence which made the giant nine-tailed fox, the strongest Bijou of the world, cower in fear. And this was one of them. Yes, you know what you did. Bad for you, I know it too, said Dark Naruto proudly. How? Asked a terrified Kyuubi, as Dark Naruto tapped his own forehead. You can wipe out a person's conscious mind with the help of Mangekyo Sharingan and various other ninja arts. But you can never wipe out his subconscious. It's the most sacred place that stores everything. You can even call it the soul of a human, the ultimate and most dangerous part of a person. I am that part, Your Highness. explained Dark Naruto, and gave a fake, mocking bow to the bijou. This can't be happening. You're not real, Naruto banished you on that night. Argued the Kyuubi desperately. Correction, he didn't need me that night. And I'm very much real. The only drawback of being the subconscious is that I have to follow Naruto's wishes, and right now he is calling for me, to know the truth. He's recalling each and every memory, said Dark Naruto smartly. You think it's that cut and dry? You know what happened and you want to tell him? Asked Kurama incredulously. Yup. He could snap, he could disappear, he could. Don't you get it? I want that to happen. All of you keep on lying to him. Pretend to be his friend, while betraying him at every chance. He's so fucked up that he's becoming a hypocrite and is simply getting caught in the same mess again and again. I'm gonna change that. Promised Dark Naruto, determination shining in his cold eyes. I'll stop you. You can try, bitch, challenged Dark Naruto. And for the first time, the most powerful bijou found himself to be utterly helpless. Ray. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk on seeing the helpless expression on the boy's face. People like Naruto had a great weakness: they desired family above everything else. As only those who had felt the pain of that loneliness could understand the importance of family. Even he had known this pain in the past, as such he could claim he understand this part of the boy's nature. You don't know who she was, said Orochimaru calmly. I don't remember, said Naruto slowly. He had heard that name somewhere but just couldn't remember who it was. Of course, she was among the countless Anbu you killed during your betrayal, when you stole the forbidden scroll, stated Orochimaru seriously, and if previously the boy was shocked, then now he was mortified. No, you're lying, said Naruto desperately. There was no way he would kill his own child. It was simply not possible. A picture was tossed straight towards him, as he shakily caught it. And when the boy looked at it, his eyes widened in horror, as there in front of his eyes was the image of a blonde girl dressed in Anbu uniform. She had the same facial structure, same eyes, same nose, same lips. It was as if she was a bloody clone made from him. My sources inside the village came upon this information, when I ordered them to verify whether you killed the Anbu for real. I was not disappointed when this claim was proved. In those documents her death was covered up, her name was changed along with everything. After searching for a few weeks all around Konoha, I was finally able to find out where she was buried. Explained Orochimaru briefly. How do you know this? All of this could just be lies, said Naruto defensively, although his heart was breaking with every proof being presented before him. It's simple. Years ago a commander within the Anbu forces contacted me and asked me to create a super soldier. I was actually given a donor's DNA, blood samples and some other scientific stuff. At that time, I didn't know who they were from, and the source paid quite a heavy fee not to inquire into this further, and simply create this soldier. Explained Orochimaru mysteriously, effectively hiding the parts that it was Danzo and how they had partnered up with each other in the past for mutual interests. Had he known that Danzo was trying to make a clone daughter of Naruto Uzumaki, then instead of giving it to Root he would have kept her, the contract be damned. But at that time, he was on the run and his pursuers were catching up to him and destroying valuable research laboratories in their pursuit. Decades of knowledge was getting destroyed, and he had bitterly agreed to this contract, while in return Danzo had not only paid a heavy fee, but also reduced the heat on him to some extent, allowing him to go further into hiding. However, it raised an even more dangerous question: how did a Root super soldier end up under Hiruzen's Anbu army? Granted, he had no contact with Danzo and his organization since the past few years, and those sneaky bastards always stayed hidden. But there was simply no trace of any Root activity. Either Danzo was planning something big, or something else was going on here. He had directed his best spies to find out the truth. It was only a matter of time before this mystery was unveiled. Even Anbu's death have to be documented for record purposes. The Anbu you killed that day were made to follow the same paperwork protocol, and I found her fake records. Everything about her story was altered and she was effectively buried in the abandoned Uchiha clan territory. Her remains can be found here. The moment I looked at her face and at your picture in the bingo book, I discovered the truth, admitted Orochimaru honestly. The Sannin had to admit the cover-up operation was simply ingenious. Hiruzen had gone to great lengths to cover up Rei's Root past and connection to Naruto, but in this process of creating a fake identity he had left an invisible proof of his deception, which Orochimaru had easily caught since he was her creator. After all, no scientist worth their salt could ever forget their own creation. And hiding the girl's body in the abandoned Uchiha clan territory, where nobody ever lived or visited, was also quite smart. Seeing the boy trembling satisfied him immensely. If Naruto was even half the child of Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze, then right now he would be drowning in a sea of guilt and sorrow. Just like his father. It was quite fascinating to watch humans. The more they progress, the more they remain the same. No matter how much the boy denied it, he was the offspring of that couple. Everything about him was a mixture of those two. His looks, his behavior, his fighting talent, strong body and chakra. Taking all of these factors into account, and if his prediction was right, then it would be best to leave this area right now. He had dropped the bait, now the target had to approach him. Orochimaru very well knew how brash, hot-headed the people from the Uzumaki clan were. Emotional idiots. That was the term through which he recognized them, and the anger that would erupt in this boy would burn anything that came in his path. And by all means, he didn't want to be the one to face the brunt of the boy's mad rage. He had once seen Kushina going crazy, and let's say it had not ended well for many people. Better to leave the emotionally unstable Jinchuriki alone for now. Now you know the truth. If you wish to join me, then come to this place. Then we shall discuss in detail the terms of our partnership. It's up to you now, Naruto-kun offered Orochimaru slyly, and tossed a paper slip near the boy's feet in which the location was mentioned. Giving him one last glance, the Sannin vanished from the area with a quick shunshine. Few minutes later, Naruto collapsed on the ground, and clutched his head as a devastating pain started arising inside his head. The more he tried to remember this girl, the severe the pain would get. It was as if there was this invisible wall that was stopping him. He tried harder. Again. 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 By now the pain had increased to unbearable levels, as if his entire mind was set on fire, while being electrocuted at the same time. And then it suddenly stopped. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a blank white plain. Looking around, he came face to face with a very familiar entity that was looking at him sympathetically. The person standing before him walked forward and knelt before him. It was none other than his alter ego, who seemed quite sad on seeing his current state. Remember, the truth. The Mangekyo Sharingan was activated in the eyes of Dark Naruto, and the entire plane started displaying flashbacks. Naruto found himself staring at memories of his assault at the root base. Seeing Sai beside him, alive and fighting, made him sad, but he soon replaced that feeling as he wanted to know what the hell was going on. As he continued the massacre, he found his past self explaining the story of Rei's existence, and then it happened. "Stop it, Captain Naruto. How could you, Captain? I looked up to you, I admired you. Danzo-sama told me so many things about you, you were my hero. I'm proud of you, Rei." Flashes of their fight in the root base, their little conversation and her feelings towards him were revealed to him. The happy and sad memories coming back to him with full force, as the Mangekyo of his alter ego showed him the truth. Naruto saw his past self bringing her unconscious form outside the root base, and his talk with the Anbu commander. About how he wanted Hiruzen and Konoha to protect her, to keep her safe. "And remember, the betrayal," said Dark Naruto harshly. And the scene changed again to find his past self sitting beside Itachi having a casual conversation, until the Uchiha's Mangekyo activated. Flashback, few weeks ago. Naruto found himself standing near Kurama's cage. The unconscious form of his past self lay motionless on the floor, completely immobilized due to the genjutsu casted on him. He also found Itachi standing near the cage, looking at the furious nine-tailed fox that was glaring at him. "How dare you, Uchiha?" growled Kurama furiously, and scratched his giant nails at his cage. For his part, Itachi remained stoic without displaying any emotion on his face. "Listen to me, Kyubi. I need your cooperation in wiping out Rei's memories from his mind," said Itachi honestly. "Scoffs, over my dead body," replied Kurama harshly, making the older Uchiha sigh. This was going to be a long ordeal. This comes directly from the top. The Hokage does not want to make Naruto any more unstable than he already is, even you know that he is broken. How will he react when he knows that his only daughter died by his own hands in an accident? Asked Itachi seriously, making the fox flinch. "Even then, this is wrong," said Kurama furiously. "He'll snap, Kyubi. Naruto is not like me, he has too many burdens on his shoulder. Too much emotional trauma. It has not been very long since the Root massacre. He is still recovering from his previous partner's death and still blames himself for that, you have seen it. If he succumbs to his inner darkness," suggested Itachi gravely. He let that threat hang, and waited for the fox to contemplate the consequences. Kurama still remembered how close Naruto's alter ego had arrived in overriding the boy's will, and making him go berserk. If not for Sai's sacrifice, the entire Leaf Village would have been destroyed that day. But Sai was not here anymore, he was buried deep down in a grave. The fox doubted Nono had the power to subdue Naruto, or even bring him back to reality if he snapped. Rei was very important to Naruto, she was the closest person in terms of his blood family. And he cared about her deeply. He's in a critical stage of this mission, if he loses his stability then everything is over. He'll die, warned Itachi. But even if he lives somehow, he'll just be a dead man walking. The burden of killing his own blood will haunt him forever, the friend you care so much about will be gone. A miserable life, but you can change all that. Let him forget she ever existed, and everything goes back to normal, offered Itachi stoically. The ferocious fox slammed one of his paws on the steel bars of his cage in frustration, as a tired sigh escaped from his mouth. Do it. Naruto watched as the procedure of memory destruction was completed by Itachi, while his friend vanished into the darker corners of his cage. And then everything went black. Flashback end. Dark Naruto saw his original trembling on the ground, his hands were shaking as his terrified eyes looked at them. The tears in his eyes had dried up, replaced by a horrified look that showed how terrified Naruto was in this current moment. It was me, it's my fault, that Rei died, confessed Naruto in a broken voice. So you finally got it, commented Dark Naruto distastefully. Naruto looked at his other self, the only one who had showed him the truth. The one who remained faithful to him, and revealed such a treachery done to him. You'll just sit there, blame yourself. And keep on blaming yourself forever, but it won't change anything, said Dark Naruto harshly. Naruto had to avert his eyes, as the person standing before him was spot on with his analysis. After all, he did blame himself for Rei's death for failing to protect her. You never change, Naruto. It's all your fault. Chided Dark Naruto. The alter ego walked around the broken boy and frowned when the person never even looked up to meet his eyes. Was he this much hurt with the revelation? It's obvious, isn't it? Whose fault it is that things ended up like this? Was it an accident? Fate? Or coincidence? Asked Dark Naruto sternly. He saw the boy's fists clenching tightly, as a few tears fell from his eyes. So, he did get the point. All of this is simply a combination of the mistakes made one after another. And who was the one who made those mistakes? Questioned the alter ego seriously. Grabbing the boy by his hair roughly, the subconscious form lifted him up to look him straight in the eye. It was you. Dark Naruto could not help but like the boy's silence. It was for the first time that Naruto didn't have any arguments to counter the accusations laid on him. No sense of high morals, no beliefs, as the world had finally crashed down on him. Every person is responsible for the shit that happens in his life, one way or another. Get this through your thick skull, your life was already a piece of shit due to being a Jinchuriki. But the reason you're in even more shit, which is given the glorious name of Operation Ghost, because you're the dumbest, ignorant fool ever born in this world. An idiot who never understood the ways of the world and got tricked by people over and over again, scolded Dark Naruto furiously. It all started by Konoha tricking you for years, then Hiruzen tricked you by making you loyal to the village. Then Danzo tricked you by creating Rei, getting Shin killed along with the rest of your friends. And the irony is that you unconsciously tricked yourself by agreeing to this mission from where there is no going back, so naive. You didn't even know that there was no light at the end of the line. The only reason you're even dealing with this entire operation, with the Root massacre, was because Hiruzen fucked up. He let a monster like Danzo run things easily, he didn't stop the civilians who abused you for years and only intervened when things got physical. That cage failed to kill his own student out of sympathy and emotions, which ultimately led to all of this mess. In the end, you're nothing more than a henchman trying to cover up a foolish old man's mistakes. It's really true, war means old men talking and young men dying, explained Dark Naruto bemusedly. He tapped his index finger a few times on Naruto's forehead, as his broken counterpart just stared at him with dead eyes. His will to live, his beliefs destroyed with one treachery after another. You think it's better to hurt yourself than to hurt others, you're too good, too selfless. Which is why you're going through all of this. If you had lived for yourself, been a little more conscious about your own dreams, wishes, ambitions instead of being an obedient soldier, then none of this would have happened. Despite being a captain, you chose to be nothing but a pawn, said Dark Naruto disappointedly. The real Naruto simply averted his eyes from the piercing gaze of his counterpart, Every word he said hurt terribly. But he could never deny that all of it was true, Rei's death and this treachery being alive proof of this mess. He was shocked when his subconscious form showed him the horrible treatment given to Gara the same way. The flashes of Sasuke losing his entire clan due to Konoha and Danzo, and in the end his own lifeless body beside Orochimaru's body signifying the end of Operation Ghost. While the people of Konoha and Fire Nation went on with their lives, as he vanished from history. The people close to him being saddened by his death, but that was the end of it. You see? This is the end you have chosen for yourself. Don't. Why are you crying? You chose to hurt yourself for people who don't care about your feelings. So nice and wonderful person, you are. But you know, real heroes like you, Shin, Sai, Rei will always be cursed in the world. While people like Danzo, Hiruzen, our parents will be cherished as heroes and worshipped forever. That is the justice of this world, said Dark Naruto sadly. Naruto's shoulders slumped in defeat due to relentless attacks that made him aware of the true reality. Those words hurt so much, but were so true as well. Ka-chan, To-san, why did you leave me alone in this hell? Asked Naruto tearfully, as his alter ego wiped the falling tears off his cheeks. You wish they had chosen you over the fucked up world. But they couldn't or didn't, whatever it may be it doesn't change that you're all alone now, said Dark Naruto sympathetically. I wish they had lived for me, said Naruto sadly. Even if it meant destroying Konoha? Asked Dark Naruto seriously. Yes, yelled the devastated boy. Even if it meant letting every person in the village die? Even if it meant that. Was Naruto's tearful reply. He was silenced when his subconscious form enveloped him in a warm hug, taking away the never-ending pain that was burning in his heart. And for the first time he felt the pain lessen a little. That is the meaning of life in this world, where you have to devour others. Our parents couldn't do that, and so did you. In order to prove yourself better than them, you did the same thing. But that's not kindness, that's weakness of yours. Can you still continue to be on the side of getting hurt? Asked Dark Naruto seriously. No. Can you allow such injustices and treachery be done to you again and again? Never. Do you have the strength to stop it? Yes. The alter ego tentatively looked at Naruto for answer, but the boy still had his hair covering his eyes. However, the silence and the determination that was in Naruto's eyes had satisfied him. So, do you accept me? Asked Dark Naruto seriously. No. Dark Naruto coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth, as Naruto stabbed his right hand clearly through the entity's heart. The large hole in Dark Naruto's chest only made him smile, as he started getting absorbed within Naruto himself. He looked at the boy, only to find a soul-terrifying, chilling gaze. I will surpass you. Promised Naruto darkly. The alter ego merely smiled as he started to get absorbed within Naruto's body. Putting his hand on the boy's cheeks, he decided to ask a final question before he was absorbed within the boy. So you admit that you were wrong? Asked Dark Naruto silently, and was rewarded a ferocious glare. I'm not the one who's wrong, what's wrong, is this fucked up world. Replied Naruto angrily, hatred burning in his eyes. Dark Naruto merely smiled before vanishing from the empty plane. That will do, brother. Kurama had attentively stared as Naruto and his alter ego stood several meters away from his cage. Both the entities were silent and stiff as rocks. It was as if their bodies were here while their souls were in some other mindscape. And then he saw the dark ego vanishing, and Naruto's entire body glowing brightly. Damn it, why did the boy have his back turned towards him? I remember her. The fox took a step back in fear when Naruto's cold, murderous voice echoed through the empty mindscape. A monstrous amount of pressure descended upon the area, as the boy turned to face his partner. His dark Mangekyo Sharingan eyes pierced straight through the fox. I remember everything. Chapter 60. Valkyrie. I know what you have done, Kurama. I know what you did to me. Kurama stared in horror as the full-blown, soul-terrifying gaze of Naruto's Mangekyo landed on him. The intensity, the ferocity of the gaze sending shivers down the Bijuu's spine. He didn't feel anger in those eyes, instead it was something far more worse and horrific. Something evil. My friend, my ally, my betrayer. Kurama's heart broke on the last part, as he averted his guilty eyes from the boy. Naruto, let me X. There is no need for that. I'm not interested in anything which you have to say, said Naruto harshly. Gathering the little courage he had left, the fox looked up and saw the same terrifying gaze visible in the boy's eyes. He had seen the same dark gaze in a man decades ago, and he still remembered the man with fear as well as hatred burning in his heart. Judging from the boy's demeanor, he was totally disinterested in hearing any type of explanation, or even confession. The only thing left was accepting the punishment for the sin he committed. "I did it for you, my friend," said Kurama silently, as the boy scoffed. "You're mistaken, Kyubi." The fox's eyes widened in shock as heard that derogatory title being conferred back on him. It had been years since he was called that name by the boy, from the day they became friends and he told his name to the boy. Never once had Naruto again called him that. "We're not friends anymore. All of my friends are dead," said Naruto remorsefully. "I'm sorry, Naruto," replied Kurama sadly, but the boy merely shook his head. "Don't be, it was I who was wrong. I trusted you and everyone, so I shouldn't be angry over this treachery. The real friends of mine died fighting by my side, saving me, the ones who never lied to me. Their absence in this moment is far more painful than the treachery which you and everyone did to me," said Naruto honestly, further breaking the fox's heart. "I never wanted to hurt you, I just... Kyubi, I'm not interested in any explanation. It's over," said Naruto finally, voice devoid of any feelings. "Then punish me." Naruto looked at the giant fox before him who bowed down before him voluntarily, and looked at him with his large pleading eyes. "Punish me, torture me. Take all of your pain out," suggested the fox calmly. "No." "What?" A small part of Kurama's heart was relieved on hearing those words. Maybe there was still some hope left. "You did what you felt was right, just like me. The only difference is Kurenai forgave me for my sins, while I have nothing left in my heart in order to give anything to you. But I can never trust you again. Whatever reasons you had, it will never change the fact that your crime is far greater than mine. Participating willingly in destroying every single memory of a child I so much cared about? Rei's death is on my hands. This pain will haunt me till the end of my life. So like I said, it's over. We're done," declared Naruto harshly, terrifying the fox as he understood the grave meaning behind those words. "And Naruto, don't do this. You think by yelling at you, physically punishing you, all of this pain inside of me, and the guilt in your heart can go away? That we can start from scratch again? Don't be so naive. You betrayed the one human who trusted you, cared for you, considered you a friend, only to stab him in the back. As I walk through this earth all alone, you will feel the same pain. The greatest pain of loneliness in this jail of yours," said Naruto seriously. "What are you doing, Naruto?" asked Kurama worriedly. "I was a soldier of Konoha, not a toy which can be used and thrown. All of you repaid my loyalty with betrayal. The people with power think they can get away with anything. What happened here today will change this world forever, and no one can stop it. It's time to change this fucked up world. And this is just the beginning," promised Naruto darkly, his evil voice reminding Kurama of an ancient Uchiha of whom this boy was a descendant. "Naruto, listen to me. They wanted a war, and I shall give them one. I will take the fight back to their land, their people, their blood," said Naruto vengefully. "You will destroy everything which you've fought so hard to protect all this time?" asked Kurama incredulously. "I protected a corrupt, evil village which used me callously. Always covering an old man's personal failures while bearing all the hatred. They took everything from me, my parents, my childhood, my friends, my life. But it ends now," yelled Naruto furiously, as large waves started rising from the water below them. "So you will destroy all of them?" asked Kurama hesitantly, making the boy laugh mirthlessly. "You can't see the dreams of the future I have in mind. It's time for a revolution, time to change this fucked up world. If I'm supposed to walk the path of destruction, then I shall become carnage itself," promised Naruto darkly, making the fox glare at him. "I will stop you," growled Kyubi, as Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Is that so? Then..." Kurama was shocked when Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan spun so quickly that it completely blanked out the bijou. Was this the power he gained by accepting his inner self? Had he accepted who he really was? All that darkness, anger, pain was finally accepted? If that was the case, then it was over. "Naruto Uchiha commands you, henceforth you shall become my slave." At first, the effect didn't happen as the strongest bijou courageously fought against the new power that was invading his will. But with every passing second, it was getting far more powerful and dangerous. He glanced towards Naruto, who was crying tears of blood, literally. That red liquid was freely falling from his eyes. It was so gruesome than any other time he had used those eyes. The boy was using all the power he had, never caring about the consequences, so that was the level of his determination. Amaterasu. Kurama screamed in agony when almost half of his giant body got engulfed in dangerous black flames. The fire burning every single part of his skin mercilessly, the pain was simply unbelievable. And then it happened. Due to being momentarily distracted with the pain, the Bijou lost the concentrated willpower which he was using against Naruto's Mangekyo Genjutsu. And one moment of slippery was all the boy needed for victory. You tricked me. These were the Bijou's last thoughts before his mind went blank, and the shape of his eyes changed. Naruto collapsed on the ground, panting harshly, bleeding badly from his eyes and coughing blood from his mouth. But his gaze was fixed on the cage as the giant fox that was tightly grasping the steel bars collapsed on its knees. Yes, Your Majesty, said Kurama devotedly. As the Bijou fully kneeled on the ground, he said a few words that would not only change his faith but that of the entire world. All hail Naruto. Sasuke was aimlessly walking through the Uchiha district. He was simply sending streams of his chakra over the area searching for any kind of presence. Anko had suggested that it was one of the tricks which could be used to locate strayed animals, birds or even hiding humans. But like every other day, he was only rewarded with the result of a few birds flowing here and there. Shaking his head, he simply sent out one last wave and his eyes widened when he felt a familiar presence near the banks of Naka River, which was a few clicks away from his current position. He knew this chakra, this presence. It can't be, said a shocked Sasuke, as he quickly ran towards the located position. His heartbeat increased rapidly, as his mind tried to accept the information presented before him. What the hell was he doing here on the outskirts of the village? Hopping across rooftops, he quickly started reaching closer and closer, until he reached his destination. And what he saw surprised him completely. There was Naruto kneeling before an unmarked grave, his shoulders slumped in defeat as dried-up tears of blood were visible beneath his eyes and mouth. To put it simply, he looked devastated. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke was shocked when he laughed madly. At first it was low, then it increased until it finally transformed into a full-blown laughter. But this one was not from joy, there was a sea of agony, grief, anger behind it. And Naruto. His friend's laughter stopped abruptly, and as he looked at him standing a few meters away from him, Naruto was shocked at first. But in less than 3 seconds, the shock vanished and was replaced by emptiness as he stared back at the grave, uncaring of Sasuke's presence near him. The Uchiha heir walked towards his sad friend and looked at the grave, but sadly it was completely blank. He scanned the ground beneath it, and saw a body there with the help of his Sharingan. It was a child, a little girl. And judging from the color of the faint chakra remaining in her corpse and the same color of his friend's, it didn't take Sasuke long to deduce that either she was a member of Naruto's deceased family or something else. Are you going to try to take me back to the village? Asked Naruto silently, not sure of what his reaction would be when he heard the inevitable yes. No. Naruto seemed visibly surprised on the response from his former teammate. There was something strange in Sasuke's eyes. A feeling which Naruto was starting to understand without exchange of any words between them. Why? I don't care about Konoha, it may burn for all I care. After what they did to you, they deserve it. Naruto, I know about the beast inside of you, said Sasuke sympathetically, as Naruto averted his eyes back to the grave. So, his friend had somehow discovered the harsh truth/burden placed on him. I see. I don't blame you for doing what you did. They had it coming, but you shouldn't be here. It's too risky. Advised Sasuke sagely, getting a hesitant nod from his friend. You're right, I did what I did. But what are you planning to do? If you hate Konoha so much, then what are you going to do? Asked Naruto seriously. I have declared my holy war against Konoha and this evil ninja world. Now that certainly attracted Naruto's total attention, as he stared at his friend in shock and admiration. He searched for any kind of deceit or lies, but was surprised when Sasuke showed him the memories of him killing 2 Hyugas in Wave. Sasuke, you. I have no love for this village or this world. It's bloody, it's corrupt, it's fucked up. But I will change it, one way or another. Or I'll die trying to change it. Promised Sasuke firmly, as Naruto smiled. You too, huh? Asked Naruto calmly, receiving a surprised nod from Sasuke. Sasuke watched as Naruto stood up on his feet and looked him straight in the eye, and the activating of a pair of mangekyous in those eyes shocked him completely. Deciding not to be defeated, he flashed his own ultimate eyes, surprising Naruto. "Is this a joke?" asked Naruto mirthlessly, making Sasuke scoff. "I can ask you the same thing." Both boys seemed quite surprised with their eyes, but decided not to ask how they got it, as that part was certainly quite painful for every Uchiha. Point taken. "So you want to simply destroy this entire fucked up world?" asked Naruto curiously, and chuckled when Sasuke shrugged. "Well, most of it, I guess. The 5 great villages are my first target," said Sasuke seriously. He had willingly explained his plans to Naruto as he was the one person on whom Sasuke could count on as an ally. Naruto was not only his best friend, but was also a person who understood him the most in this entire world. Sasuke knew it might have been a mistake in revealing his plan, but he dearly hoped that his friend would join him. Alone, he could only do so much, but with Naruto and his powers, they could truly bring a real change. He saw his blonde friend sighing disappointedly, and looked at him. "Follow me." Sasuke found himself standing in the dark hall of the Naka shrine. The light in the silent corridor was quite dim. He looked at Naruto, who was also standing beside him, his friend's eyes fixed on the Uchiha clan's secret tablet. "Destroying the 5 great villages will not solve anything. Your intentions are good, but your plan has many flaws," said Naruto flatly. "Then what do you suggest, genius?" taunted Sasuke, as his friend merely smirked. "Before that, Sasuke, I need to tell you many things about which none of you don't know, things." "Stop it, Naruto." "Huh?" asked Naruto confusedly, and stared at his stoic friend. "I don't care what you did or why you did it, the only thing I'm interested in is bringing a revolution. If you are taking part in it, then that's all I need from you," said Sasuke flatly. "Why? Aren't you curious?" asked Naruto worriedly, as Sasuke shook his head. "Truth only brings more pain and distracts our mind. When I discovered your fate as a Jinchuriki, I couldn't think straight for weeks. So many questions ran in mind: why you didn't tell us? What more you concealed from us? So many questions, and ultimately that only served to distract me from my goals. I will ask the truth when I want to know it, and that time won't come until we're way ahead in this revolution. The only thing that matters is the change, and not the reasons for us bringing it. Because no one gives a fuck about our reasons, our pain, isn't that right?" asked Sasuke bemusedly. "Still a jerk, I see," teased Naruto. "And you're still the naive idiot," retorted the dark-haired Uchiha, as Naruto smirked. "What if I tell you I have a better plan which can truly bring change? Will you serve me then, fight by my side as my most trusted comrade?" asked Naruto seriously, making Sasuke narrow his eyes. "Like I said, the only thing that matters is the result. If your plan is more effective for our revolution, then I see no harm in that position, but I won't be your pawn. Even if you're stronger, I won't become your slave," said Sasuke flatly, getting a firm nod from Naruto. "You're the only one who understands that change is necessary, and I would not let you become a slave at any cost. We'll be partners, but before I say my plan there is something which you need to know about it," explained Naruto hesitantly. "Just say it." Naruto simply came forward and whispered a few words inside his friend's ears. Sasuke's eyes visibly widened in shock, on hearing Naruto's words. Was he really going to go this far? He had really underestimated his friend's desire to change this world. "Naruto, you," said Sasuke hesitantly. "Will you still fight by my side?" asked Naruto frankly, as Sasuke looked at the Uchiha tablet. The Uchiha walked towards that ancient stone and narrowed his eyes at the inscribing on the lowermost area. He was quite surprised that Naruto's eyes were able to read them so clearly, even from that distance. Now that he thought about it, this plan also had the same objective of destroying the ninja world. Sasuke's own objectives of crushing the 5 great villages would be fulfilled, and even more than that. The entire world would be changed forever. Do you understand now, Sasuke? With this we can bring real change, a true revolution. Keep in mind, that we'll become the enemy of the entire world by doing this. Not only the shinobi world but entire humanity will rise up against us. Do you still think you can do this? Asked Naruto crisply. Still, the 2 of us are not enough for all of this. Suggested Sasuke honestly, making Naruto smile as his friend was at least considering the offer. I already have a powerful ally on my side, a friend who hates this world. I can also gain a few more allies who would willingly support us. As for the rest, I'll simply bend the people to my will. I'll go all out for this plan, the question is, will you? Demanded Naruto, while Sasuke finished reading the entire information on the ancient tablet. Without further delay, the Uchiha turned around and kneeled before his powerful friend. For this plan to succeed, they'll need a lot of power, which Naruto had. I, Sasuke Uchiha, pledge myself to you in our revolution. Promised Sasuke confidently, making Naruto smirk. Did you really have to follow your clan tradition of acknowledging a new leader? Asked Naruto bemusedly. My father was hell-bent on making me learn this. Naruto, you do understand that once we start this, there is no going back. Even for Kurenai. I can't give her any special treatment anymore. This is bigger than you, me or her. Besides, it will ultimately create a world where she can live peacefully. Fine, I accept your promise. In return, I too pledge myself to this revolution and promise to go to any lengths to accomplish it. You have my word, promised Naruto. Understood. Do you have a name in mind for this revolution? Asked Sasuke curiously. Valkyrie. Sasuke simply arched an eyebrow on the name, but shrugged and accepted it regardless. He was never one for theatrics, that department belonged to his charismatic blonde friend. Shin, Sai, Rei, my root comrades, I've lost everything. This is the result left now, perhaps it's retribution for my sins. But that is why, I must thank all of you. With this life which you helped prolong, there is still something that I need to do. Indeed, for me there is only this way. Thought Naruto sadly. Who would have thought that the two of us would be doing this? Regardless, with Valkyrie, the ancient world can get destroyed now and there can be a genesis to a new world, said Sasuke proudly. His eyes shifted towards Naruto, who had hatred and determination burning in his eyes. His friend simply stepped forward and clenched his fists tightly. My enemy, the shinobi world. In my path down to hell, I shall have you accompany me.